Hey there, sleepless rabble. Let me take over for a while. Tonight's sleep story isn't about fairy tales or happy endings. It's about something far more insatiable: hunger. Because long before Gothic novels and Hollywood vampires, people were already whispering of creatures who walked in darkness. Only the stage was different. Instead of vintage films and cozy bathtubs, they prowled the misty streets of Victorian London. Instead of glamorous capes and fangs on demand, they wore top hats and whispered in broken accents. And instead of hitting record, they carved their names into blood soaked letters. If you've ever shivered under a full moon, felt a cold breath at the back of your neck, or wondered what it's like to stare into red eyes in the fog, then congratulations. You've already stepped into their world. Before we sink our teeth in, like this video if you crave beautifully wicked tales. Subscribe if you dare to wander deeper into the shadows. And tell me in the comments, what would you risk to taste true immortality? Bonus points if it involved a spike, a crypt, or a midnight invitation. This is Napmax Sleep Stories, and you're listening to Dracula, the classic Bram Stoker's vampire tale. Now, let's begin. Jonathan Harker hunched in his carriage as it wound its way through the twisting ravines of the Borgo Pass. By trade, he was a cryptographer and legal clerk, expert in ancient scripts and arcane seals. He'd been summoned by a prominent London law firm to verify the authenticity of a cache of medieval charters and land titles, allegedly belonging to a mysterious client, Count Dracula of Transylvania. The job was straightforward, lucrative, and irresistible to a man whose skill lay in unraveling puzzles. Midnight found the carriage at the foot of sheer cliffs, crowned by Castle Dracula's jagged silhouette. Jonathan's instructions were precise: arrive unannounced, present himself to the Count's steward, examine the documents on site, then return to England with his report. Yet no steward appeared, and the massive iron gate swung open at a mere push, as though inviting him into an elaborate trap. Stepping into the moonlit courtyard, Jonathan cast about for any sign of life. Flickering torch sconces lay cold. Ancient oaks, their branches gnarled like skeletal hands, framed the empty space. His lantern light danced across carvings of serpents and winged beasts, each stone humming with an undercurrent of something unnatural. A velvety voice drifted from the archway ahead. Mr. Harker, your reputation precedes you. Welcome to Castle Dracula. From the shadows emerged the Count himself, tall, aristocratic, and dressed in a midnight blue frock coat that shimmered like starlit silk. His skin was as pale as marble. His eyes, dark and bright, appraised Jonathan with unsettling intensity. I trust your journey was uneventful? The Count inquired, extending a gloved hand. Jonathan hesitated, mind racing. Was this polished courtesy, or the greeting of a predator sizing up its prey? Still, he took the proffered hand, feeling a sudden chill race up his arm. Inside the cavernous entrance hall, armor stands and frescoes of draconic battles loomed. If you'll follow me, said Dracula, we may begin at once. In his satchel, Jonathan carried the sealed parchments, titles to 17 English properties, all bearing ancient seals Jonathan had spent months authenticating by post. Now, the final step lay before him, deciphering a cryptic postscript in old Slavic script, set to hold the key to Dracula's right to these lands. They settled in a high-ceilinged study, where a single candle guttered against vast windows draped in velvet. The Count produced a silver tray bearing goblets of deep red wine. Jonathan poured himself a measure, stalling as he studied his host. "Count, I have your charters," he began, setting the documents on a black oak desk. "But this note," he pointed to an ornate scroll sealed with crimson wax, "contains references I cannot place. These place names are unfamiliar." Draculea's lips curved in a knowing smile. "Ah, the addendum of Sigasora, written in the tongue of the old Wallachian court. Treat it as the final cipher. Once you unlock it, the transfer is complete." He leaned forward, eyes gleaming. "Will you not oblige me, Mr. Harker? Your skill with codes is unmatched." Taking up his quill, Jonathan broke the seal. As he traced the looping letters, a sudden chill slithered through the room. His breath fogged in the candlelight. Outside, a distant wind moaned, rattling the iron grills. The Count watched in silence, gauging every flicker of doubt. An hour passed in tense concentration. Jonathan's pen raced across parchment as he translated archaic place names. Lands of blood, valley of the hollow dead, heath where no light falls. Each phrase seemed less like legal terms and more like an invocation. When at last he looked up, Dracula was standing beside him, the candle's flame dancing in his eyes. "Excellent," the Count murmured. "Your work surpasses my expectations. I must thank you in person." He gestured toward the grand staircase. "Allow me to show you to your quarters." They ascended through corridors lined with locked doors, each latch on the outside, each frame too narrow for escape. At the top, in a small alcove lit by a single torch, stood a sturdy door. Dracula produced a key, turned it gently, and closed the latch behind Jonathan. "Rest well," he intoned, voice soft yet hollow. Inside the chamber, Jonathan set his lantern on a desk carved with dragon motifs. The window was shuttered from the outside. Heavy drapes extinguished the moonlight. He unpacked his tools, lens, ink, quill, and hesitated over the letter from his fiancée, Mina, urging him to be safe. His heart ached with distant warmth. A sharp scratching at the window made him whirl around. 3 pale figures pressed against the glass, their hair cascading like dark waterfalls, lips curved in predatory smiles. Their eyes glowed with unearthly hunger. Jonathan's lantern clattered as his hand shook. The castle walls seemed to close in, trapping him in silent, sentient stone. In that moment, he understood the truth. He was no mere appraiser of dusty tomes. He was the Count's prisoner, thrust into a game far deadlier than any script he'd ever deciphered. And somewhere in these ancient walls, a thirst older than memory awaited its next victim. The next morning, or what Jonathan could only assume was morning, brought neither light nor relief. The drapes remained drawn, and the single torch outside his door sputtered in a cold draught. Hunger gnawed his belly. But there was no servant's knock. No meal slid beneath the door. Instead, a muffled clink announced a small tray of bread and water set on the desk. The flask still warm from human hands. He ate swiftly, eyes never leaving the keyhole. His first task was escape. He tested the latch. Secure. He pressed his ear to the door. Only silence, punctuated by the soft drip of water somewhere deeper in the castle. Gathering courage, he crept to the window and tugged at the drapes. They refused to budge. He tried the shutters. Locked. His heart pounded as he circled the room, searching for any crack or passage. There was none. Jonathan returned to the desk and rifled through the parchments he'd left out. Among them lay the Count's map of the estate, detailed topography of the surrounding forest, the carriage road, even the old shepherd's hut at the valley's edge. It was his lifeline. By candlelight he traced a path, down the eastern corridor, through a low arched door marked Servant's Passage, then a narrow stair spiraling into darkness, emerging beyond the walls. He rose to his feet, breath shallow. Footsteps echoed outside, measured, deliberate. Jonathan's hand froze on the doorknob. The Count's voice drifted in through the keyhole. "Good. I hoped you'd find your way." A chill gripped him. This was no accident. The Count meant for him to try. Steeling himself, Jonathan returned to the desk, scooped up the map, and pocketed his quill and lens. He crouched by the door and listened as the footsteps receded down the hall. Then, with a racing heart, he turned the key in the lock. It yielded. He slipped into the corridor, cool, empty, and lined with carved stone. He held his lantern aloft, noting the door marked with a servant's clef. A brass plaque of crossed spoons. This must be the passage. He eased it open and slipped inside. The servant's tunnel was narrow, its ceiling low and the air damp. The walls bore the scratch marks of rodents, and a trickle of water ran along a stone gutter at his feet. He pressed onward, the lantern's circle of light bobbing over rusted hooks and discarded tools. Each breath tasted of mold and mildew. At the end of the corridor, he found the spiral stair, a tight helix carved from dark rock, disappearing upward and downward. The map indicated up led to the kitchens, down led outside. Jonathan's fingers trembled against the cold iron banister as he descended. The air grew frigid, and the smell of earth filled his nostrils. At the bottom, he emerged into a moonlit grotto beneath the castle walls. Moss-covered stones formed a rough archway that led into the forest beyond. Relief flooded through him. Gripping the map, he slipped into the trees, lantern raised. Branches clawed at his coat as he followed the path sketched by the Count's own hand. Behind him, the castle's silhouette receded into darkness. But then, a low growl. Jonathan froze. Two red eyes glowed in the underbrush, reflecting the lantern's light. Wolves, lean and snarling, stepped onto the path. He remembered the small silver crucifix hidden in his pocket. Mina's gift. With shaking fingers, he held it aloft. The wolves hesitated, hackles raised, nostrils flaring. Jonathan backed away slowly, the crucifix pressed to trembling lips as he whispered every prayer his mother had taught him. The beasts lunged. Jonathan stumbled backward, tripping over a root. The lantern fell, smashing against a stone. Darkness swallowed him. He felt cold muzzle against his calf, claws slicing fabric. Instinct took over. He kicked and flailed, arms sweeping until the creature released him with a yelp. A sudden horn blast pierced the night. Jonathan looked up to see a lone carriage, wheels crunching on the forest floor, racing toward him. Its lamps burned bright. The driver's silhouette lashed the horses, urging them forward. The wolves scattered into the trees. He sprinted towards salvation, clutching the crucifix. The carriage came to a skidding halt. The door flung open, and a stranger's hand, gloved, urgent, pulled him inside. The driver cracked his whip, and the horses bolted back toward the castle. Jonathan collapsed in the carriage, panting. The stranger's voice, low and urgent. "Quickly, this way. You're not safe until you reach the abbey at Widow's Glen." He handed Jonathan a folded cloak and a vial of pungent oil. "Use both if they pursue, and leave that lantern. It will give you away." As the carriage rattled away down the hidden path, Jonathan peered back at the distant towers of Castle Dracula, dark against the moonlit sky. He clutched the crucifix to his chest. He had escaped, but the Count would not let him go so easily. And somewhere between these accursed woods and Widow's Glen, an even greater darkness awaited. Jonathan Harker's arrival at Whitechapel Abbey came on the pale edge of dawn, the carriage's wheels crunching over fog-laden cobblestones. Sister Agatha guided him through silent stone corridors to a small cell warmed only by the memory of candlelight and whispered prayers. There he slept fitfully, haunted by visions of the Count's castle, until a terse note summoned him back to London. Lucy Westenra was dying. By midday, Jonathan crossed the threshold of the Morning Chronicle offices, where Mina Murray worked among typewriters and telegraph machines. She had already drafted outlines for an exposé, but paused at the sight of Jonathan's haggard face and the crucifix clutched in his hand. He laid out every detail of Castle Dracula's strange architecture, the locked doors, the Count's antiquated charters, and the terror of those pale women at his window. Mina's expression hardened with resolve as she gathered her notes and prepared to follow his testimony with facts. Meanwhile, at the West End Infirmary, Dr. John Seward confronted an illness no medical textbook could explain. Lucy's skin had the sheen of ivory, her breathing measured and shallow. Small puncture marks in her throat hinted at a predator's visit. Jonathan and Mina arrived bearing the vial of Transylvanian oil that had saved him. Seward applied it around Lucy's bed, hoping to ward off whatever supernatural force had drained her strength. For a moment the oppressive weight in the room lifted, only to return as lamps flickered and a hush fell over the ward, broken by the faint echo of footsteps in an empty corridor. Over the next days, reports of a wasting sickness began to appear across London. Minor nobles and dock workers alike collapsed in pale torment, their eyes sunken and bodies gaunt. Newspapers labelled it a contagion. Jonathan, Mina, and Seward knew it for what it truly was: the early spread of Count Dracula's curse. Their investigation shifted from the safety of offices and infirmaries into the fog-bound streets and hidden archives of the city. Professor Abraham Van Helsing arrived clutching ancient manuscripts and vials of consecrated water. He traced the vampire's path in a hand-drawn codex, showing how shipments of earth for the Count's resting places had been routed through Queen's Gate Cemetery. Plans were made to intercept Dracula's minions at that ruined burial ground, where gravestones leaned like broken teeth, and the air smelled of damp stone and rot. Night fell with a thick, soupy fog that swallowed Gaslight whole. Jonathan positioned himself beside an iron gate, wooden stake in hand and crossbow slung across his back. Mina and Seward took up concealed posts among leaning tombstones. Van Helsing, robed in black, carried vials of holy oil and a battered tome of ancient rites. A lone carriage materialized from the mist, its lanterns flickering like dying embers. The horse's hooves clattered against the stone path as the driver halted beside an open crypt. From the shadows emerged a slender figure, tall and imposing, moving with preternatural grace. Its cloak billowed like a dark cloud, and beneath the lantern light, two glowing eyes reflected an appetite as old as the hills. The hunters closed in from three sides, breath catching in their throats as they advanced under the weight of centuries-old stones. A sudden gust of wind rattled the iron gates, carrying with it a low, unearthly moan that vibrated through the marrow of every bone. The carriage's door swung slowly open into the fog, revealing an ornate coffin, its lid engraved with the Count's crest. In that suspended moment, London held its breath. The lanterns flickered once more, casting long shadows across cracked tombstones. Then, as a heavy silence settled over the cemetery, the first blow was struck, and the true hunt began. Moonlight pooled in fractured beams across a Queen's Gate cemetery as the hunters pressed their assault. Van Helsing's consecrated oil sizzled where it dripped on the Count's ornate coffin, and Jonathan's stake struck wood with a resounding crack. But the lid burst open before the blade could pierce its heart. A cloud of icy mist surged forth, swirling around tombstones like a living fog. Mina and Seward fanned out, driving the vapor back with crosses and torches. But the coffin hovered, suspended by unseen force. The first true confrontation left the hunters shaken. Van Helsing's voice echoed arcane commands, and the Count's laughter, low, amused, eternal, rippled through the crypt. Jonathan realized that tonight was merely a diversion. The real ritual would occur elsewhere. As the hunters regrouped amid splintered gravestones, Van Helsing plucked a fragment of the coffin's black wood. Faint runes glowed where the Count's blood had seeped into the grain. Daybreak found the team poring over maps and transcripts in Dr. Seward's candle-lit office. Mina cross-referenced London gazettes with shipping manifests, tracing shipments of Transylvanian earth that had been sent to obscure chapels and private mausoleums. Each arrival coincided with the onset of new sickness among the populace. Jonathan marked a dead zone sprawling across Southwark. Seward circled an uptick in pale corpses reported near Vauxhall Gardens. Van Helsing overlaid these points onto his restored Codex of Sigisaura. Patterns emerged. The Count's strategy was twofold: spread his influence through the living and anchor himself in the soil of each new lair. Every parcel of earth served as a vampire nexus, enabling him to slip across London undetected. But the Codex also hinted at vulnerability. A single database of all deposition sites, if cleansed, could sever his ties. Under a slate-grey sky, the hunters split into two squads. Jonathan and Mina raced to the docks, intercepting crates before they reached their intended vaults. Inside each crate, earth crawled with maggot-like life, pale maggots that writhed in shapes reminiscent of skeletal hands. Armed with shovels and holy water, they disrupted the soil's consecration, scattering the tainted dirt into the Thames's oily current. Meanwhile, Van Helsing and Seward stormed a derelict chapel in Hampstead, its crypt sealed by years of dust and neglect. Within, the air throbbed with malignant energy. Every tomb bore saturnine carvings and the smell of decay. Incantations murmured beneath Van Helsing's breath caused carvings to pulse, then crumble like brittle bone. Seward hosed down each sarcophagus with holy water until the stones steamed and the ground trembled. By nightfall, the blood trail had all but vanished. Reports of the wasting sickness dwindled, and the Count's influence waned where the earth had been purified. Yet in the darkest alleys of Southwark, a new terror took root. Whispers of shadow shapes stalking street corners, of throats drained in the alley's gloom. The hunters knew that disrupting the soil merely delayed the inevitable. Castle Dracula's power pulsed stronger than ever. And somewhere in London's labyrinth of vaults and crypts, the Count prepared the next phase of his conquest. As rain began to patter on fog-slick streets, Mina folded the final log of disrupted shipments. Jonathan's hand hovered over the Codex's page that spoke of the final resting place. A single site remained unmarked, a neglected crypt beneath St. Bartholomew's Church. When dawn came, the hunters would descend into catacombs older than memory and face the darkness at its source. The true battleground awaited. A silver halo crowned the moon as the hunters slipped into the centuries-old churchyard, its wrought-iron gates groaning on rusted hinges. Moss-choked headstones leaned at crooked angles, their inscriptions worn nearly illegible by time. The air tasted of damp stone and decay, and each breath seemed to stir the latent power buried beneath the earth. Van Helsing carried the Codex of Sigisora, its pages crackling with warnings of unholy rites. Jonathan hefted a wooden stake bound in iron bands. Mina bore vials of consecrated oil. Seward held a cruciform lantern that glowed with an inner light. Their path followed broken flagstones, leading them past a half-sunken tomb whose lid lay ajar. Here, the first transmutation had taken root. Slender tendrils of black mist seeped from the crack, coiling around the hunter's ankles like living shadows. Sacred oil sizzled where it touched the mist, forcing it back into the fissure. But the crack widened, revealing a yawning descent into darkness. One by one, they descended the narrow stairway hewn from bedrock. Each step echoed hollowly, a reminder that these catacombs predated Christianity and echoed with rites older than memory. At the bottom, a vaulted chamber opened. Pillars carved with draconic motifs supported a ceiling lost in gloom. Pools of water reflected flickering lantern light, and the smell of rotten earth clung to every surface. At the far end, 6 sarcophagi rested atop a dais, their lids sealed with runic locks and stained with dark crimson. Van Helsing chanted an ancient benediction, and the runes glowed briefly before fading. Seward splashed holy water along the edge of the dais, the droplets hissing as they struck stone. One lid groaned upward, revealing a coffin bound in iron, its surface etched with Vlad's heraldry. Mina poured her vial of oil into the open seam. The liquid flowed inside like a burning river. Jonathan raised his stake as the coffin began to shudder, and the iron clasps snapped with a thunderous crack. The Count's pallid form lay within, draped in tattered finery. His features were serene, yet his chest rose and fell with unnatural calm. Before Jonathan could strike, the Count's eyes snapped open, glowing emerald. A pulse of necrotic energy surged from the coffin, throwing all 4 hunters against the walls. Oil lamps guttered, the cruciform lantern blazed. Van Helsing lunged forward, chanting invocations that reverberated through the vaulted chamber. Mina and Seward worked in unison to anoint the Count's body with oil and water, suppressing his regenerative aura. Jonathan, heart-pounding, drove the stake through the Count's heart as Van Helsing reached the final word. A resonant crack echoed like thunder, and the ornate coffin shattered, shards of stone tumbling into the stagnant pools. A gale of wind blasted through the catacombs, extinguishing lamps and scattering scrolls. The iron-bound coffin collapsed into dust, and the vaulted ceiling groaned as if in release. Above, the churchyard moon dipped behind fast-rolling clouds, and for a moment, the world held its breath. When the hunters emerged from those ancient depths, dawn's first light painted the gravestones in gold. The air felt cleansed, as though centuries of corruption had been washed away. Behind them, Castle Dracula's link to London lay broken. Somewhere beyond the horizon, the Count's power waned, but the true cost of victory would soon reveal itself. With dawn still bleeding across the London skyline, the hunters regrouped beneath stained glass windows that caught the first light like fractured promises of salvation. The destruction of the Transylvanian earth in London had slowed Dracula's reach, but it had not broken his will. Clues within the Codex of Sigisora pointed to his place of origin, the ruined valleys of the Carpathians, where wolves ran in packs like living shadows, and the wind carried the echoes of ancient conquests. Within 24 hours, Jonathan and Van Helsing secured passage on a creaking river steamer bound for Hamburg. Seward charted a course across the continent's rail lines, while Mina arranged supply caches in Bucharest through contacts at the British consulate. Each carried a single wooden stake and vials of consecrated oil. Van Helsing also bore a leather satchel, bulging with silver crucifixes and handwritten incantations. The St. Clair ploughed through fog-thick waters, its timbers groaning under the strain of restless currents. At night, Jonathan patrolled the deck, watching lantern light shift across the waves as bellows of mist rolled out from the riverbanks. In mid-journey, a distant howl shattered the hush. A pack of gaunt wolves racing along the shoreline, their eyes glowing like embers. The steamer's captain muttered of cargo manifest errors and unexplained scratches on the hull, but the hunters understood what it truly meant. Dracula was reclaiming his mastery over night and beast. Disembarking under a slate sky in Hamburg, they boarded a night train that thundered eastward through forests, where deer fled at the roar of its whistle. Each station held the rumor of pale corpses found in freight cars, blood drained by unseen hands. The hunters moved with urgency, extinguishing any trace of Dracula's soil at every stop. Crates of dirt dumped into rivers, shards of charred earth scattered across snow-dusted fields. At Bucharest, they paused only long enough to secure horses and study the Codex's final map fragment. A ribbon of road climbing from Târgovist toward the skeletal silhouette of Castle Dracula. The villagers along the route spoke in hushed tones of a pale lord whose laughter coursed like poison through their dreams. Children left crucifixes at doorways. Farmers sprinkled garlic beneath threshold stones. But as night fell, tracks of large paws appeared in freshly tilled earth, leading up the mountain path. The ascent was a gauntlet. Wolves appeared without warning, their snarls echoing against rocky overhangs as the hunters fanned out in two-man teams. Van Helsing's silver crucifix repelled them momentarily. Jonathan drove stakes into snarling jaws that snapped at the moonlight. Seward's lantern lit the swirling mist, long enough to allow Mina to pour oil over the hunter's boots and weapons, keeping shadows at bay. Yet each fallen wolf dissolved into a splash of black ichor, as though the Count's blood animated their bones. Halfway up the pass, the trail narrowed to a stone causeway, suspended over a ravine filled with icy spray. Lanterns bobbed as the horses balked at the precipice. Van Helsing pressed his palm to the rough rock and murmured a binding prayer, steadying the beasts. Beyond the bridge lay a high plateau where the earth was marked by shallow graves and shattered crosses. Dracula's unholy rite stalled, but not broken. As the hunters crested the rise, the silhouette of a ghost ship appeared anchored in a mountain tarn, a barge carved from black wood, its sails tattered and blood-stained. The Codex spoke of a vessel called the Demeter, shipwrecked on the Danube, yet here it floated in still water far from any river. Jonathan's breath caught. This uncanny craft carried the coffin that had ferried Dracula westward. Without hesitation, they launched a small boat toward the barge under a bruised, cloud-swollen moon. The bow ground against the rotting planks. Within, rows of empty bunks reeked of death and brine. Chains rattled as they heaved open a hatch leading below decks. There lay the coffin. Its iron bands snapped, its black wood marred by fresh gore. Van Helsing raised a lantern. Runes glowed faintly where the Count's blood had seeped in once more. Jonathan drew his stake and struck the lid. The blows splintered the wood, releasing a gasp of stale air that smelled of centuries-old rot. A pale hand shot out, grasping at his wrist with preternatural strength. In that instant, the hunters realized Dracula's true power, his curse bound not only to earth, but to the very vessels that carried him. The barge groaned and lurched, as if responding to its master's summons, and the moon dipped behind ragged clouds. They faced down the Count's first full shape at sea. The final confrontation loomed closer with every beating heart. Beyond this tarn, the castle awaited, and with it, the reckoning of blood and shadow yet to come. A blood-red dawn crested the jagged peaks as the hunters stood at the foot of Castle Dracula's forbidding walls. The fortress rose from the cliff like a crown of black steel, its battlements crowned with gargoyles that seemed to shudder in the cold wind. Below, a narrow drawbridge spanned a chasm where torrents of icy water roared over unseen rocks. Sacred oil and consecrated salt had been spread along the approach, creating a protective barrier that glowed faintly in the first light. Van Helsing methodically placed wards at each gatehouse, inscribing runes that pulsed with silver fire. Seward dismantled makeshift traps, iron snares and bone pitfalls, laid by the Count's animated minions. Jonathan crouched at the bow of the drawbridge, stake at the ready, while Mina moved among them silently, distributing vials of laminated garlic leaf extract. As the bridge began to lower, a swarm of winged shadows erupted from the upper turrets, shrieking as they swooped down in a living maelstrom of fangs and talons. The first wave was met with a hail of wooden stakes and cruciform lantern beams. Flesh seared where consecrated oil fell. Claws flailed uselessly against garlic-laced bandoliers. But more came down the staircases. Skeletal warriors clad in ancient armor. Swords raised, eyes aglow with unholy light. Van Helsing's incantations echoed off stone walls as he shattered spectral shields with silver-tipped bullets. Seward collapsed one armored horror with a sweeping blow of his lantern's handle, extinguishing it in a burst of sanctified flame. Hours passed, in a desperate push toward the inner courtyard. Each fallen foe dissolved into motes of ash and dust that drifted on the sudden breeze, as though the castle itself were exhaling centuries of corruption. At the heart of the fortress sprawled the grand hall, its vaulted ceilings painted with scenes of Vlad's impalements and draconic triumphs. There, on a dais carved from black marble, lay the Count's throne, empty, yet still radiating a presence like chilled iron. Candles snapped alight around the dais, revealing the Count as he stood, perfectly still, cloaks swirling in a sudden gust. His form shimmered between mortal flesh and mist, and the air thickened with a pulse of ancient power. The hunters paused, breath frozen, knowing that all their victories, downed wolves, purged earth, shattered coffins, had led to this moment. Beyond the hall's arched windows, the drawbridge had been raised. No retreat remained. As the Count advanced, the final siege commenced. The clash of steel, bone, and faith echoing through Castle Dracula's shadowed halls. The crimson moon slipped above the battlements as the hunters pressed their assault into Castle Dracula's deepest bowels. Beyond the shattered grand hall lay a labyrinth of corridors slick with stale moisture and stained by centuries of spilled blood. The air thrummed with malignant energy, each footstep echoing through vaulted arches like a heartbeat in the void. Van Helsing led the way, lantern held aloft to reveal flickering runes carved into the stones. Warnings and wards alike, some defaced by claw marks, others still aglow with silver light. Seward moved beside him, replacing broken stakes at every turn, and dousing pools of spectral ichor with consecrated oil. Jonathan and Mina covered the rear, Mina's keen eyes scanning every alcove for movement, while Jonathan cradled his crossbow, bolts tipped with garlic extract at the ready. They reached a narrow spiral stair descending into darkness so complete it seemed to swallow the lantern's glow. A low rumble rose from below, a distant chant in a language older than Latin. Van Helsing pressed his palm to the cold stone and felt the vibration of ritual magic being woven somewhere in the depths. Each whispered syllable strengthened the Count's hold on life and death alike. At the stair's foot lay a vast chamber hewn from living rock. 4 pillars ringed a circular dais, atop which stood a stone sarcophagus etched with the Count's heraldry and bound by iron clasps shaped like dragons' jaws. Around it knelt a half-circle of pale figures, Dracula's devoted acolytes, faces hidden beneath hoods, hands raised as they poured dark liquid into a chalice carved from black bone. The chalice brimmed with congealed blood, pulsing with an otherworldly glow that matched the sliver of red hanging in the sky. Without hesitation, Van Helsing stepped forward, reciting anathemas that crackled in the lantern's light. The acolytes flinched, their heads whipping toward him as though stung by invisible lashes. Seward hurled a vial of holy water. It shattered against the dais with a hiss that sent rivulets of steam through the chamber. Jonathan loosed a volley of garlic-tipped bolts that slammed into rock and hooded flesh, scattering the acolytes into frantic retreat. Mina raced to the sarcophagus and splashed consecrated oil over the carved lid, watching as the lines of iron clasps glowed and groaned under the sacred touch. A roar shattered the chamber's tension as the lid cracked. The chalice shattered in a shower of ruby shards, and the acolytes collapsed in convulsions of agony. From the fractured sarcophagus rose Count Dracula himself, his form limned in the bloodlight of the moon above. He towered twice human height, cloak billowing like a living shadow, eyes burning with centuries of hunger. The ground trembled as the Count's voice, an unspoken force, shook the air. Shadows peeled from the walls, coalescing into snarling beasts that leapt at the hunters. Van Helsing met the first creature with a silver blade, steel meeting ethereal flesh in a shower of sparks. Seward drove his lantern into another, the cruciform light incinerating it in a burst of sanctified flame. Jonathan's crossbow barked repeatedly, each bolt sending shapes of vapor recoiling into the stone. Mina moved between them all, inching closer to the Count with stakes and steel at her waist. As the tide of darkness surged, Van Helsing pressed forward, book raised high, chanting the final verse of an ancient exorcism. The chant built to a resonant crescendo that shook the pillars and rattled the rafters far above. A pulse of silver-white light radiated from the book, engulfing the Count in a halo of unearthly brilliance. The beasts wailed and dissolved, their forms collapsing into motes of ash that drifted on an unseen breeze. For a heartbeat, the chamber was suspended in blinding radiance. The Count stood immobile, as if caught between worlds. Then, with a howl that echoed through every crack and crevice of the fortress, he lunged. Mina met him on the dais's edge, driving her stake home with every ounce of strength and faith she possessed. The wood shattered against iron ribs. Crimson mist burst forth, coating the hunters in a fine spray. Jonathan and Seward seized the moment, unleashing their own bolstered strikes. A silver dagger through unholy flesh, a final blast of oil-fueled flame. Van Helsing intoned the closing benediction as the Count's form convulsed, then crumbled into dust so fine that it slipped through their fingers and dissolved into the cold air. Silence reigned. The lanterns flickered back to life, illuminating the ruined dais and the empty sarcophagus, its clay-eyed gaze forever stilled. High above, the blood moon waned, its light fading into the first pale blush of dawn. When the hunters emerged from the depths, Castle Draculea's towers lay fallen in silent ruin, and the wind carried only the echo of ancient malevolence, finally undone. The world beyond the mountain pass welcomed the dawn with birdsong and the gentle rustle of wind through pine boughs, an end to night's endless hunger, and the promise of life renewed. When the first pale rays of sunrise crested the jagged peaks around Castle Dracula, the hunters stood in the shattered courtyard, breath visible in the crisp mountain air. Marble statues of dragons lay broken, their wings splintered. Pools of sacred oil still glowed faintly in the cracks of the flagstones. Van Helsing gazed at the ruin of the Count's fortress, noting how weeds already threaded through the fallen stones. Nature's slow reclamation of what evil had defiled. The silence felt absolute, as if the very land were exhaling after centuries of pent-up corruption. Mina knelt before the collapsed dais where Draculia's sarcophagus had stood. Scattered fragments of black wood and iron lay among the stone shards, each piece quietly inert now that the curse was broken. She gathered a handful of dust, soft, fine as ash, and carried it to the mountain's edge. With a steady hand, she cast it into the wind, watching the grey particles swirl among the pine trees before drifting out of sight. It was a gesture of release, ensuring no trace of the Count's blood would linger to taint the earth again. Jonathan inspected the drawbridge's broken chains and the rusted gears of the portcullis mechanism. He retrieved Mina's cloak, torn and singed in places, and smoothed its fabric, a symbol of her courage against unspeakable darkness. Nearby, Seward tended to 2 horses wounded by the hounds of the night, cleaning their cuts and murmuring gentle assurances as he bound their legs. Each act of care, each repair of broken stone or flesh, felt like a note in the overture of renewal that spread beyond these heights, down into the valleys below. Van Helsing closed the Codex of Sigisora, its pages now blank of the Count's rites. He placed it within a weathered chest carved with protective runes and set it upon the altar of the ruined chapel just inside the castle's main gate. As light filtered through the collapsed roof, illuminating the tome, he offered a silent benediction, a vow that the knowledge once used for evil would never again be unleashed. With that final act, the 4 hunters gathered their mounts and began the descent, each step carrying them back toward London, toward life resurgent. By the time they crested the pass's final turn, the valley below shimmered in morning haze. Villagers stirring in their cottages paused to greet the dawn with lifted faces, unaware of how close they'd come to an endless night. The hunters rode on in thoughtful silence, shadows lengthening behind them even as the sun climbed higher. Castle Dracula receded into the mist, its dark legacy undone, its stones left to crumble and to be forgotten. In its place remained hope, the promise that, so long as faith and courage endured, no shadow, however ancient, could ever truly prevail against the light. Thick morning mist clung to the cobblestones of London as Mina Murray stepped onto the steps of the Morning Chronicle. Behind her lay the shattered ruins of Castle Dracula, over 1,100 miles distant. Ahead lay a city waking from an almost existential dread. Fresh-faced reporters gathered around her, notebook pages rustling like wings, eager for the first true account of what had transpired. Mina paused only long enough to straighten her coat, clutch the sheaf of photographs, of broken coffins, purified earth, and a blackened chapel hearth, and mount the podium. Across the city, Dr. John Seward oversaw the reopening of the West End Infirmary's newly christened night vigil ward, where survivors of the wasting sickness received restorative care. Nurses hung garlands of garlic and crucifixes above each bed. Corridors, once hushed with fear, now filled with the low hum of relief and healing. Seward moved among his patients, offering gentle smiles to those who recognized him, and quiet reassurance to those still haunted by fever dreams of pale hands and empty coffins. Jonathan Harker, withdrawn yet resolute, delivered his final report on the legal irregularities uncovered in the Count's charters. In the ornate chambers of the High Court, he presented evidence of forged seals, backdated wills, and land transfers that would have placed vast English estates under Dracula's posthumous control. Lawyers and judges listened with rapt attention as he outlined how centuries-old gaps in title law had been exploited, and how each forged parchment had been authenticated by arcane ciphers now laid bare to human scrutiny. Meanwhile, Professor Abraham Van Helsing convened a private symposium at the British Museum, bringing together theologians, folklorists, and early scientists. He spoke of the Codex of Sigisora and the rituals of binding and banishment, urging that its pages be sealed within the museum's vault, accessible only to those whose purpose was protection, never power. His white beard caught the lamplight as he warned of complacency. Evil, once unleashed, may lie dormant, but it never dies. That evening, as gas lamps flickered on cobbled streets, Mina uploaded her multimedia exposé to the Chronicle's new telegraph system. Maps illustrated the spread of tainted earth. Diagrams reconstructed the catacombs beneath St. Bartholomew's. Photographs captured the moment the Count's coffin shattered under Mina's stake. Within hours, the dispatch went viral among London's salons and drawing rooms, credible proof that legends of vampires were more than mere superstition. Yet, as the city celebrated the restoration of sunlight to its nights, a final echo of Dracula's malice lingered unseen. In the murk of the Thames, where Mina had cast the last of the Count's ash, a single particle of blackened wood drifted beneath the iron piers. It clung to a fishing line, then sank to the riverbed, settling among centuries of silt. Invisible, silent, it lay in wait. London would not see its shadow again for a time. Streets once darkened by fear now brimmed with renewed life. Children chased balls in open squares. Vendors hawked garlic wreaths as souvenirs rather than wards. And scholars debated whether the events of the past fortnight were merely a grand hoax or the turning point in humanity's war against its oldest nightmares. But deep beneath the city's foundations, where currents ran cold and time flowed sluggishly, the tiniest grain of Dracula's legacy pulsed faintly. A promise that even in victory, the struggle to keep the darkness at bay would endure as long as humanity cherished the dawn. And that was your sleep story. Classic Bram Stoker's vampire tale. May the echoes of Silent Wings and the promise of Crimson Midnight linger in your dreams. If this descent into darkness stirred your soul, click like and subscribe for more sleep stories. Tell us in the comments, which moment will haunt you tonight? This is Napmax Sleep Stories, where every shadow feels like home. Until next time, stay sleepless, and beware what waits beyond the lamplight. Hey there, sleepless rabble. Let me take over for a while. Tonight's story is not about healing. At least not the gentle, nourishing kind with crystals and cacao and deeply intentional breathing. It's about the kind of healing that involves blood, wounds, and public displays of suffering that would make your local wellness influencer sweat through their linen robes. Because in the 14th century, long before Instagram reels and productivity hacks, a very special group of men decided that salvation could be earned, not with prayers, not with good deeds, but with pain. They were called Flagellants. They walked barefoot through Europe, whipping themselves in the name of a collective guilt. And spoiler alert, people loved it. So tonight, we're diving into their world, into the sweat, the chanting, the belief that pain is growth, or at the very least, content. And before we start, like the video, subscribe so you don't miss tomorrow's flogging, and tell me in the comments, what's the weirdest thing you've ever done to better yourself? And if you'd like to support this deeply uncomfortable journey through historical madness, you can buy me a symbolic whip-free coffee at kofi.com/napmax. No blood involved. Promise. Now lie back, loosen your hair shirt, and let's begin. This is Napmax Sleep Stories, and you're listening to Boring Flagellants for Sleep. The year is 1348, and Europe is dying. The Black Death has turned cities into graveyards. Your neighbors are gone. Your priest has stopped knocking. And every day you wake up wondering if that tickle in your throat means the end. So when a group of hooded, barefoot men marches into town singing hymns and dragging whips behind them, you stop and stare. They're not soldiers. They're not monks. They're just bleeding. They call themselves the Flagellants, and they believe that pain brings redemption. Their logic is simple. The plague is God's punishment. Humanity has sinned, and someone needs to pay for it. So they pay, with their own backs. Every few steps they stop, fall to their knees, strip down, and beat themselves until the street glistens with repentance. It's not subtle, it's not private, it's not even particularly hygienic, but it is effective. Because as people watch, mothers, children, merchants, they feel something stir. Not faith, exactly. Not hope, but something raw. A sense that maybe this is the answer. That suffering, done correctly, might save them all. The movement spreads fast, faster than the plague itself. Hundreds of flagellants march from town to town, chanting, weeping, whipping, convinced that every lash brings them closer to divine forgiveness. They don't ask for money, they don't preach sermons, they just bleed. And the crowd, for reasons no one fully understands, finds comfort in it. Maybe it's the spectacle, maybe it's the shared pain, or maybe, just maybe, it's because deep down, we all kind of believe that peace must be earned, that healing isn't given, it's won through sweat, shame, and sometimes scars. So tonight, we follow them, step by step, whip by whip. Because the flagellants didn't disappear. They just changed clothes and hashtags. Tomorrow, we join their pilgrimage, but for now, sleep well, and try not to dream in leather. They didn't whisper. The flagellants wanted to be heard, and seen, and preferably followed. They weren't wandering mystics or quiet monks lost in solitary contemplation. They were a moving spectacle, a mobile shrine of agony, wrapped in sackcloth and conviction. And oh, how the people stared. They came clanking into town in tight formation, barefoot, hooded, robes stained with old blood. Sometimes 50 of them, sometimes 500. Their entrance felt like a funeral and a crusade had a baby. No one smiled, no one waved. They simply walked, slow, deliberate, chanting prayers in unison like some divine metronome of guilt. In every town, the same ritual. The group would kneel in the dust of the central square, strip to the waist, and raise their whips. No warm-up, no speech, just the sound of leather meeting skin. Thwack. Again. Thwack. Again and again. Iron barbs dug into shoulders. Blood splattered across cobblestones. Men sobbed, collapsed, rejoined the rhythm. And people watched, horrified, spellbound, tearful. Some dropped to their knees. Some confessed their sins on the spot. A few joined in. Immediately, fervently, as if salvation were contagious. This was no quiet act of personal repentance. This was public performance, spiritual street theatre, the full emotional orchestra of guilt, fear, hope, and spectacle. And deep down, it worked. Not on God necessarily. He was still busy or silent or both, but on the crowd. Because if these men were willing to suffer like that, something had to be true, right? The Flagellants didn't preach sermons. Their bodies were the message, their wounds, a gospel. And in an age of chaos, they offered something rare. A narrative, a scapegoat, a visible penance. So the people fed them, housed them, followed them. And the movement grew. From France to Poland, Austria to the Low Countries, the Brotherhood spread like holy wildfire. Each town sending a few more converts, each procession more intense. Some groups flailed in time to sacred music. Others added rituals, kneeling in dirt, forming crosses with their bodies, reciting sins aloud. A few got creative and added regional flair. Nothing says devotion like a synchronized whipping followed by a group sob under the cathedral steps. They even had rules. No women allowed. No speaking during marches. Each man had to whip himself 33 times per stop. One for every year of Christ's life. Nothing says spiritual precision like blood with a calendar. But of course, as with all things human and messy and driven by pain, things got complicated. Some men whipped harder to prove their devotion. Some whipped less and faked the blood. A few couldn't stop. They kept going between towns, between meals, between moments of reason. Because once pain becomes your identity, where do you stop? And so the Flagellants kept marching, kept bleeding, kept pulling more people into their orbit. Not because it was working, but because it felt like it should. Because in a world drowning in plague and panic, the sound of a man beating himself felt almost comforting. Tomorrow, we'll look at how that comfort turned into control, and how the church decided it had seen enough. But for now, rest your weary soul. No chanting required. Pain on its own was never enough. Not for long, because once the Flagellants hit their stride, marching, whipping, bleeding on schedule, people started expecting more. More drama, more meaning, more results. It wasn't enough to watch a man collapse in his own blood anymore. You wanted a miracle, a sign, something to justify the mess. And the Flagellants, they adapted. Soon, stories began to spread. Tales of spontaneous healing, of sinners redeemed, of plagues halting in towns the Flagellants passed through. Had someone's blind child opened their eyes after a particularly juicy flogging session? No proof. But people swore it happened. Had a cursed harvest suddenly flourished thanks to a procession of half-naked guilt monks? Maybe. Maybe not. But once the idea took root, there was no stopping it. Because pain, when performed often enough, becomes ritual. And ritual, it craves meaning. So people gave it meaning. They started leaving offerings where Flagellants had bled, soaking cloth in their spilled blood, keeping fragments of torn robes like relics, touching the stones where knees had scraped raw. It was medieval merch, holy souvenirs, proof that they'd been there. And why not? The church had its saints, its bones, its miracle shrines. The Flagellants had blood and theatre. It was raw, unregulated, but emotionally potent. And soon, the lines between devotion and performance began to blur. Some groups whipped harder, some whipped longer. Some added chants, gestures, confessions. One group carried wooden crosses on the backs for added drama. Another staged reenactments of Christ's Passion, complete with fake Roman soldiers. Because why not go full cosplay if you're already halfway to crucifixion? And as the rituals grew, so did the suspicion. Some whispered that men were faking wounds, that they carried pig's blood in pouches to make the beatings look worse, that a few had started whipping others, charging coins for second-hand purification. And then came the hierarchies, the pure whippers, the novices, the ones allowed to lead chants, the ones forced to carry the gear. It wasn't just a spiritual act anymore. It was a system, a status game, with power, favor, reputation, earned not by wisdom, but by how well you bled. People jostled for position. Some pushed themselves to collapse first. Others timed their wounds for maximum visual impact. Because in the end, if pain is currency, someone's gonna start counting. And if enough people watch you suffer, with enough emotion and flair, they might just believe you're holy. Tomorrow, we follow that belief as it goes viral. Because once a movement finds its audience, the next step is influence. Because once people start counting your bruises, someone's bound to start counting followers. The Flagellants may have begun as desperate sinners on a repentance tour, but somewhere between the first lash and the 1,000th procession, they became something else entirely. They became influencers. No, they didn't have ring lights, or click-through funnels, or get ready with me whipping edition morning routines. But what they did have was reach. Everywhere they went, crowds gathered. Some came to cry. Some came to judge. Some just wanted a break from their daily plague-induced existential crisis. But all of them looked. And in the Middle Ages, being looked at was a form of power. Pain had become content. The louder the chants, the more haunting the hymns, the bloodier the backs, the bigger the crowd. And the bigger the crowd, the more impressive the penance. It was a feedback loop of holy suffering and public awe. Some flagellant groups leaned into it. They developed routines, specific choreography for their beatings, perfectly timed collapses, coordinated garment tearing for dramatic effect. One group even introduced drummers. Yes, drummers. Because nothing says spiritual urgency like a live percussion section, behind your self-inflicted torment. And with spectacle came demand. Towns began requesting flagellant visits. Letters were sent, arrangements made, public squares cleared in advance. They were booked, busy, bleeding on schedule. It didn't take long for regional stars to emerge, flagellants known for their dramatic weeping, for their haunting solo prayers, for the way they bled just right. Thin trails, poetic drops, never too messy. These men became the face of the movement. People whispered their names. Mothers brought their children to touch their wounds. Merchants offered them shelter in exchange for a blessing. Not ordained, not trained, just visible. And in a world where pain was virtue and chaos ruled the streets, being visible was enough. But fame, as always, comes with problems. Some groups accused others of soft flogging, fake tears, minimal blood. Showy, they muttered. Empty, More performance than penance. Others doubled down, upped the violence, stripped down further, whipped until they passed out, only to be revived with vinegar and slapped back into rhythm. Because once pain becomes performance, it's hard to draw the line. Were they still repenting? Still praying? Still seeking divine forgiveness? Or were they addicted to the gaze? And if no one was watching, would they still be doing it? That question, unspoken, unresolved, began to creep into the movement. And just when things started getting out of hand, when blood and branding blurred beyond recognition, the church finally stepped in. But that, dear listener, is a drama for tomorrow. The crowds were swelling, the chants louder, the whips sharper, and the blood, well, let's just say it was no longer symbolic. The Flagellants had become a full-blown movement, performing across Europe like a very unsettling boy band, each stop featuring fresh wounds, dramatic kneeling, and more theological improvisation than the church could comfortably ignore. At first, the Vatican watched with cautious curiosity, a bit like a parent letting their toddler play with matches, hoping they'll learn something, but mostly waiting for the fire. And the fire came, because as the processions grew more intense, so did the claims. Some Flagellants declared that the Pope himself was no longer necessary. They insisted they spoke directly with God, no middleman required. That's when the Vatican dropped its wine goblet. The self-inflicted wounds were one thing, but unauthorized theology? Absolutely not. In 1349, Pope Clement VI issued an official decree. No more flagellant processions, no more public beatings, no more freelance salvation. Bishops were ordered to shut them down, disperse the groups, ban the rituals. The official line? The movement had become a danger to order and faith. Translation, we're not in control anymore, and when the church isn't in control, someone's getting excommunicated. So the great crackdown began. Flagellants were arrested. Some were imprisoned. Others simply disappeared, absorbed into other sects, or melted back into the towns they once performed in. The spectacle was over. No more floggings in the marketplace, no more barefoot prophets, no more blood-soaked hymns echoing through Gothic alleyways. Just silence, and behind that silence, resentment. Many of the faithful didn't understand. The Flagellants had brought comfort, structure, meaning, and now, gone. The church, of course, had its replacements ready. Official fasts, sanctioned prayers, licensed saints, all the drama, none of the barbed whips. But it wasn't the same. Because when pain is raw and public, when redemption is visible, it hits different. And for all its flaws, the flagellant movement had given people something that most medieval institutions never could. A feeling that their suffering meant something. That it wasn't random. That it had value. Once that was taken away, the people were left with nothing but sermons and silence. But pain doesn't vanish just because you outlaw it. It goes underground, it mutates, it reinvents itself. And so did the idea. Because tomorrow, we'll follow the whispers, into cold rivers, locked monasteries, and punishment disguised as purity. Welcome to the post-whipping era, where the pain remains, but the packaging changes. The public floggings were over. The blood had dried. The crowds moved on. But the idea? It stayed. Because while the whips were confiscated and the Pope put his foot down, the belief that pain is the path to purity never really left the building. It just got a makeover. Enter the age of internalized flagellation. No more grand processions, no more chanting men in coordinated agony. Now it was quieter, lonelier, and somehow even more devout. Monasteries across Europe embraced the new wave. Silence, fasting, cold floors, waking up at ungodly hours to chant in freezing chapels. No audience, no applause, just raw discipline and the sweet satisfaction of knowing you were absolutely, definitely suffering enough to impress a deity. And we called that holiness. Of course, time moved on. Society changed. But the feeling? It evolved. Because if you look closely, modern wellness isn't all that different. Sure, it has better lighting, and matcha, and Instagram. But the message? Still the same. Discomfort is growth. Pleasure is weakness. And if you want to be pure, you better earn it. So now we plunge into ice baths. Track our sleep like Olympic athletes. Fast for 72 hours because some guy on YouTube said it unlocks the mitochondria. We rise at 5 a.m., take cold showers, swallow 30 supplements before breakfast, and then post about it. Because no one suffers in silence anymore. We suffer in HD. But deep down, it's familiar. We don't call it penance, we call it discipline. We don't call it self-punishment, we call it biohacking. We don't do it for God. We do it for the best version of ourselves. And yet, it smells like the same stew. The monks had wooden beds and one meal a day. We have minimalist apartments and intermittent fasting. They wore hair shirts. We wear compression gear. They counted prayers. We count macros. Same guilt. Different gadgets. And that's not to say growth is bad. Or that effort is a scam. But somewhere along the road from the monastery to the gym, we kept a lie tucked in our waistband. That the harder it is, the more it's worth. That suffering isn't just part of healing. It is healing. Sound familiar? Tomorrow, we look at medieval detox. The kind that involved hallucinations, dirt, and a deeply unhealthy obsession with purity. But for now, step away from your smartwatch. No one's judging you, not even God. Forget green juice, forget cayenne lemon maple, cleansers. Forget infrared saunas and colonics with a view. If you wanted to really detox in the Middle Ages, you stopped eating, you stopped sleeping, and you prayed until your body did something dramatic enough to impress the neighbors. Welcome to medieval fasting. A lifestyle trend brought to you by fear, shame, and a chronic misunderstanding of how human metabolism works. After the fall of the Flagellants, the public displays faded, but the urge to suffer, still going strong. Monks, mystics, and deeply repressed peasants embraced fasting not as nutrition, but as salvation. Why eat bread when you could consume grace? Why drink water when dehydration might unlock a vision? They called it purification, spiritual cleansing, body denial in the name of soul repair. The holiest were often the thinnest, women who lived on herbs and air, men who hadn't eaten a full meal since Pentecost. Some believed that true saints had breath that smelled like roses, a sure sign that their internal rot was now holy. And when the hallucinations started, that was the good part. Visions of angels, whispers from Christ, floating above your bed while the village priest quietly panicked. Of course, some of them were probably just starving to death. But in an age where medicine was mostly guesswork and faith ran the show, delirium was divine. And like all good suffering, it was contagious. Soon, fasting spread beyond the cloisters. Noble women took it up as a mark of piety. Wandering mystics built entire reputations on how long they could go without chewing. Some even fasted to death, and were praised for it. Because what's more admirable than dying for purity? Of course, the church eventually stepped in. A few too many girls wasting away in the name of Mary, and suddenly bishops were suggesting that maybe Just maybe eating a vegetable once in a while wasn't heresy. But by then, the damage was done. Because once you link suffering with spiritual success, it's hard to untangle the two. Fast forward to now. We've traded relics for rituals, monasteries for wellness retreats, but the song remains the same. We detox not because we're poisoned, but because we feel like we should be. We purge because we want to be clean, not in body, but in soul. And deep down, we still think that purity must hurt. That hunger is holy. That weakness is proof. Tomorrow, we look at who profits from that pain, and why control always hides behind the curtain of virtue. But for now, you're allowed to eat. It always starts the same. A person suffers, others watch, and someone quietly finds a way to profit. The medieval obsession with purity may have started in prayer halls and stone cells, but it didn't stay there. Because the moment suffering became a spiritual ideal, a handful of very clever men started sharpening their quills and opening their ledgers. You see, once fasting, bleeding, and self-denial were seen as holy, they became valuable, and anything valuable becomes tradable. First came the books, guides to virtuous living, detailed accounts of saintly starvation, miracle catalogues full of martyrs and mystics, with helpful notes on how much suffering each one endured. Churches commissioned frescoes of the most dramatic saints, bleeding, pale, eyes rolled back in ecstasy. Pilgrims paid to see their relics, merchants sold miniature whips, vials of holy sweat, blessed cloths soaked in dried blood. Sin, suffering, salvation, packaged and monetized. A pain economy. Even confession became a transactional system. You sin, you suffer, you pay. Sometimes in coin, sometimes in prayer, sometimes in self-punishment. It was neat, predictable, lucrative, and always top-down, because guilt is a fantastic management tool. You don't need chains or prisons if people believe that their body is the problem, that their desires are dangerous, that rest is laziness, that indulgence is sin, control wrapped in holiness, and that model never really died. Centuries later, it simply wore new robes. Self-help books replaced psalters. Charismatic coaches stepped in for bishops. Instead of flogging yourself with iron, you now do it with shame, checklists, and 5 a.m. alarms. Modern gurus don't sell salvation. They sell transformation. But the formula's the same. Convince someone they're broken, then sell them the path to wholeness. It's not a scam, not always, but it's always a structure, and someone always benefits. From diet culture to toxic productivity, from $500 healing retreats to biohacking cults in Patagonia, the modern world has built an empire on the back of your unworthiness. And maybe the worst part, we've internalized the system. We flagellate ourselves now. No whip required. We whisper, I should be better. I should do more. I should hurt a little, just to feel like I've earned my rest. But sometimes, if you listen carefully, underneath all that guilt and grind, you'll hear something else rising. Not a chant, not a hymn, just a quiet, furious question. Who told me I had to suffer for this? And that question, unlike all the rest, doesn't come from a place of shame. It comes from the crack, where the spell begins to break. And once it breaks, what comes next is not more pain, but the unfamiliar stillness of a life no longer lived in service to someone else's system. A stillness we'll slip into next, as we meet the modern flagellant, quieter, lonelier, but still marching. There are no more processions, no chanting men in sackcloth, no public squares stained with holy blood. But if you listen closely, early in the morning, before the sun rises, before the inbox fills, you might still hear it. A kind of whisper, an internal chant. Do more. Be more. Fix yourself. And don't stop until it hurts. The modern flagellant doesn't wear robes. They wear fitness trackers, noise-cancelling headphones, compression leggings. They don't carry whips. They carry guilt, perfectly scheduled. Their penance is productivity. Their doctrine, grind until you earn the right to rest. And rest? It never really comes. Because there's always something left to optimize. Sleep, nutrition, posture, habits, happiness, even healing has become a job. You can't just exist anymore. You have to improve. Read the books, do the yoga, upgrade your mindset, manifest, but not passively. Journal, shadow work, inner child, cold shower. Now smile. You're becoming your higher self, but only if you work for it. Only if it stings a little. And like the medieval flagellants, it's not enough to do it quietly. You post, you share, you track, you prove, because suffering in silence is holy. But suffering with engagement metrics, that's next level. You see, in the Middle Ages, people bled in public to feel worthy. Now we burn out behind screens for the same reason. And still, somewhere deep in the algorithm, we believe the lie. That the more we sacrifice, the more we'll be loved, or healed, or seen. Even our peace is goal-oriented. Even our rest comes with instructions. And if we stop, even for a moment, we feel the old voice rising. The same one that echoed through the cloisters and cathedrals of Europe. You're not enough. Try harder. But what if you didn't? What if the guilt isn't yours? What if the whip belongs to someone else and you've just been carrying it? Because beneath the noise and the hustle, beneath the shame-based rituals of our time, something strange happens when we finally put it down. It gets quiet. Uncomfortably quiet. And in that stillness, in that utterly unproductive, goal-free silence, there's something almost dangerous. A kind of freedom that doesn't require blood or proof or content. A freedom that waits for no permission, no plan, no perfect version of you. But reaching it means letting go of the whip, which for some is the hardest act of all. And as we drift toward that silence, there's only one thing left to do. Close the circle. It doesn't look like much, really. No audience, no ritual, no chanting. Just you, lying still, breathing, not becoming anything at all. And yet, in a world addicted to motion, to measurement, to meaningful suffering, this might be the most defiant thing you've ever done. You've listened. You've wandered through blood and bone, through fasting nuns and self-optimized burnout bros. You've seen how guilt dresses itself up in holiness, how pain becomes a product, and peace is always sold with a monthly subscription. But here, now, there's nothing left to do. No lesson, no final transformation, no holy moment of ascension. You're already human, and that's apparently hard enough. So sleep. Not because you've earned it, not because your REM score needs improvement, but simply because you're tired. And that's a reason enough. No suffering required. Thanks for joining me on this little pilgrimage of pain. And if you made it all the way to the end without whipping yourself, or ordering Himalayan fasting salt on Etsy, Congratulations. You might be free. If you like this story, go ahead and whip that like button gently. Subscribe if you're into weird historical insomnia fuel. And tell me in the comments, what's the most absurd wellness trend you've ever tried or almost fell for? And if you'd like to support my continued resistance against spiritual nonsense and medieval nonsense alike, you can do that over at ko-fi.com/napmax. Every little bit helps keep the lights on, the scripts long, and the voices sarcastic. This was Napmax Sleep Stories. And you just listened to boring flagellants for sleep. Good night, you magnificent non-performer. You've suffered enough. Hey there, sleepless rabble. Get comfortable, pull that blanket tight, and let me take over for a while. Picture this. You're born on a floor of packed earth. The midwife's hands slick with blood and ash. Outside, the wind howls like wolves, clawing the thatch. And somewhere far off, a church bell tolls for another soul that didn't make it through the night. Your cradle? A splintered box by the hearth. Your toys? Bones and scraps. And the air you breathe carries whispers. Of hunger, of plague, of God's wrath rolling through the land like thunder. This was life in the Middle Ages, where winter wasn't a season, it was a death sentence. And hope was a rumor that traveled slower than the pest. Now, before we dive headlong into that world, here's a small thing that matters more than you know. This channel, it's new, barely crawling, like a peasant's first step after famine. Every like, every subscribe, every cheeky comment, that's the bread on our table, the spark in our hearth. Without you, these stories vanish faster than a prayer in a plague pit. So do me that favor. Tap like, hit subscribe, and tell me in the comments, would you have survived on barley and boiled nettles, or would you trade your soul for a hot loaf and a warm bed? Because most people did. Alright, settle in. The fire's low, the wind's rising, and your life in the Middle Ages begins now. It was January in England, the kind of month when the world feels frozen stiff, and the only things moving are smoke, gossip, and the occasional raven picking at something dead. Inside a low, crooked hut at the edge of a muddy village, two cries broke through the crackle of the hearth fire. Not one, two. Twins. God help them. Our Anna and William came into the world between prayers, pain, and the sour smell of boiled linens. Their mother, Agnes, was pale as the frost outside, sweat shining on her brow. No doctors here, just a midwife with hands like gnarled roots, a bucket of cold water, and a few charms muttered under her breath. On the hearth, a knife lay across the threshold to keep out demons. A pinch of salt on the sill, because everyone knew the devil hated seasoning. The hut was no palace. Picture this. One single room, walls of wattle and daub, sticks smeared with mud and dung, and a roof of straw so old it probably had its own ecosystem of mice. The smoke from the fire didn't rise neatly into a chimney. It clawed at your eyes, curling up toward a hole in the roof, leaving everything smelling like a smoked ham that had given up on life. Beds. Ha! There was a straw pallet for the parents, and now two tiny bundles laid near the fire, swaddled in rough linen that scratched like a hedgehog's kiss. Outside, the cold gnawed at the world. January was cruel, especially for babies born poor. They'd survive only if the fire kept burning, if the cow in the corner stayed alive for milk, and if Agnes didn't die of childbed fever. That invisible killer that stalked women like a shadow after birth. But no one had time for fear. The midwife slapped the second baby's back, muttered something halfway between a blessing and an insult, and grinned toothlessly. A boy and a girl. God's ways are strange. The father, Thomas, was proud enough to spit, though he hid it well. A son was a gift. A daughter was, well, let's say less exciting. Sons worked fields, brought in grain, made fathers proud. Daughters, dowry problems waiting to happen. Still, Anna's tiny fists flailed like she owned the place. And William? Quiet, already measuring the world with those dark, solemn eyes. Before the hour was done, both babies were wrapped and ready for their first trip out into the frozen air. Baptism. Immediate. Because in this age, dying unbaptized meant eternal hellfire, and nobody wanted that hanging over the cradle. The priest, no doubt half drunk and fully tired of life, would splash holy water on their heads and mumble Latin while the wind sliced through their rags. What about warmth, fire, animal heat, and faith? Those were the heating systems of 1350. The family slept close, bodies huddled like spoons. Sometimes even the goat got an invite to the bed when frost crept in. Clothes? Don't imagine silky gowns. Picture coarse linen shirts that felt like sandpaper and wool cloaks that smelled like wet sheep. They weren't fashion statements. They were survival stitched together with hope and a prayer. And food? Ha ha. Forget banquets. The first thing those babies would taste, once their mother recovered, was pottage. A murky, eternal stew bubbling in a blackened pot. Whatever grew in the garden or could be begged from neighbours ended up in there. Onions, leeks, beans, maybe a scrap of bacon if fortune smiled. Bread was rye or barley, dark, heavy, and often crawling with surprises if you left it too long. As the wind howled outside and the fire spat sparks, life began for Anna and William. Two fragile candles in a storm. No one thought they'd both survive the year. Truth be told, most didn't. But for now, they lay warm in the smoky gloom, the midwife muttering her charms, and the world already sharpening its claws for the battles ahead. And so it begins. Two lives, tangled together, in a world that didn't care if they lived or died. But oh, what stories they'd carve into the mud. Winter didn't care about newborns. It didn't care about joy or blessings or the hopeful prayers whispered over a steaming wooden bowl. Winter was a hunter, and in January, it had the whole countryside in its jaws. Anna and William's second year began under the same smoke-stained rafters where they had been born. But now the world outside was an endless sheet of frost. The paths between the huts were frozen mud, hard as iron. Water buckets cracked if you left them out overnight. The only green in sight was the mold on the bread. And yes, people still ate it. Waste nothing. That was the rule of survival. Inside their hut, the air was thick and bitter with smoke. The fire was small now. Wood was precious, and torf was almost gone. Their father had stacked peat blocks like bricks near the hearth, but those burned low and stank like a swamp on fire. Better that than freezing. At night, they dragged the cow inside, tethered near the door for warmth. The goat too, if things were really bad. Imagine the smell. Dung, wet wool, unwashed bodies, and sour milk, a fragrance so powerful it could knock a modern nose unconscious. What did they eat? Pottage again. Always pottage. The eternal stew in the black pot, thick as mud, and tasting like boiled hope. Cabbage leaves, beans, a carrot if luck was on their side. Maybe, just maybe, a sliver of pork fat saved from Christmas, melting into the broth like a ghost of better times. Meat was for lords and saints, not for peasants with dirt under their nails. Clothes? Don't even call them that. Anna and William wore the same linen shifts they'd been swaddled in, only now bigger, patched, and stained beyond redemption. Over that, wool tunics rough enough to take the skin off your elbows. No underwear, no shoes, unless you count rag wrappings tied with string. Every layer stank of smoke and sweat, but washing was for summer. Maybe. And candles? Oh, the name of this chapter might suggest a cozy glow, but reality was gloom-pierced by the faint light of a tallow dip. That's a candle made of rendered animal fat, for those who are wondering. It smoked, it stank, it sputtered like it had better things to do. If you wanted real brightness, you'd have to go to the church, and good luck doing that when your feet are blue from frostbite. The twins didn't know any of this, of course. All they knew was the warmth of the hearth and the rasp of rough wool against their cheeks. They were still crawling, still feeding when they could, still surviving by sheer stubbornness. And that was a miracle. Infant mortality was a hungry beast. 1 in 3 never saw their second year. Anna and William, they'd made it this far. Barely. But outside, the wind howled through the thatch like a ghost with unfinished business. And the village dogs dug through frozen dung heaps for scraps. Winter would not loosen its grip until spring. And spring, as everyone knew, came dragging its feet like a sulky child. For now, life was measured in spoons of steaming pottage, in the glow of the hearth, and in prayers muttered while frost crept up the walls. And as the twins drifted into a smoke-heavy sleep, their mother whispered the same old charm every peasant woman knew. God keep the fire burning. God keep the children breathing. Because out here, in the cold bones of winter, that was all you could ask for. Spring, they said, was a time of hope, a time of green shoots and warm breezes. Whoever said that had clearly never lived in a medieval village. Because in truth, spring was mud. Endless, choking, soul-sucking mud. By the time Anna and William were toddling toward their 3rd year, the snow had melted. Yes, but all that meant was that the frozen dirt had turned into a swamp that swallowed boots whole. Not that the twins owned boots. They padded barefoot through the filth, their tiny feet red and raw, splashing in puddles laced with animal dung. Every step was a gamble. Would you land in something wet? Or something warm and squishy? The thaw didn't smell like fresh flowers either. It smelled like rot. Months of waste thawing under the sun. Manure heaps steaming like little volcanoes. Dead rats oozing into the soil. And the sweet sour tang of stagnant water. Welcome to spring, medieval style. Life didn't slow down for toddlers. There were no nannies, no toys, no soft rugs. The village was their playground, and everything in it could kill them. The hearth fire, the family pig, the sharp hoe left leaning against the wall. The only childproofing was a mother yelling from the doorway while she stirred the eternal pot of pottage. What did the twins eat now? The same thing they always ate, unless someone had died and left behind a miracle of meat. Pottage, that watery stew thick with chopped cabbage, onions, leeks, and beans. Sometimes, to make it fancy, a sprinkle of herbs. Parsley, sage, or something the locals swore wasn't poison. Bread was coarse, black, and baked from rye or barley flour, dense enough to dent a skull if thrown. Butter was a dream, cheese a memory, and milk. Whatever the cow would give, if the cow hadn't dried up during the long winter. For entertainment, the twins played with what they could find. Sticks, stones, and the occasional bone if the dogs didn't steal it first. Toys were a luxury for the rich. For Anna, a polished pebble became a doll. For William, a bent twig was a sword. Childhood was imagination wrapped in hunger. The hut still stank of smoke and sweat. Its single room served as kitchen, bedroom, and stable. The thatch above dripped when it rained, so they placed wooden bowls under leaks like little soldiers holding the line. The fire never went out, not because it was cozy, but because letting it die meant a long, painful process to spark it again. Fire was life. Fire was everything. Outside, the first shoots of green teased the fields. Men broke their backs with wooden ploughs tipped in iron, dragged by oxen slow as sin. Women sowed beans, peas, and barley, praying for a good yield. Because everyone knew. A bad harvest wasn't just bad news, it was death wearing a grin. The twins toddled between furrows, their laughter mingling with the caw of crows. Our Anna was already bold, venturing where she shouldn't, pulling at the skirts of working women, giggling when mud sucked her toes. William, quieter, watched the men sweat in the fields, their faces hard and grim. Even now, before words fully shaped on his lips, he understood something. This was the rhythm of life. Work. Endlessly. Work and until you drop. And so, as the first fragile flowers pushed through the muck, Anna and William took their first steps into a world that didn't care if they stumbled. A world of toil and rot and fleeting beauty. A world where spring was just winter's cruel little joke. But hey, at least it wasn't snowing anymore. By the time Anna and William reached their 4th year, childhood, if you could call it that, was over. There were no golden days of carefree play ahead, no find yourself phase, no room for being a dreamer. In the Middle Ages, the moment your legs were strong enough to carry a bucket, you were part of the workforce. And so, our twins were drafted into the great medieval army of labour, an army with no banners, no drums, just the rhythm of hoe against soil and the sigh of aching backs. Anna's first job? Wolle zupfen. She sat near the hearth, fingers small but quick, tugging clumps of sheep's fleece into something vaguely manageable. It smelled like the sheep had just walked out of a swamp, and they probably had. Bits of dirt, burrs, and the occasional louse clung to the fibres, but nobody minded. This was the start of clothing, and clothing was survival. Nearby, her mother worked the spindle, spinning thread with a skill that bordered on sorcery. The thread would one day become a tunic, or maybe a blanket, though likely both before it wore into holes big enough to catch your toes. William, meanwhile, had the noble duty of goose herder. Picture it. A skinny boy in a rough linen smock and wool hood, barefoot in the morning dew, driving a gaggle of geese down the muddy track. The geese were mean little bastards, honking like demons and nipping at his ankles, but they were valuable. Goose fat was precious in a world where butter was a luxury, and feathers stuffed into a sack might one day keep someone a little warmer through winter. The tools of their world were simple, almost primitive. Wooden rakes, iron-tipped hoes, a sickle or two hanging by the door, shining dull from years of sharpening on stone. A plough stood by the fields, a heavy beast of wood bound in iron, dragged by oxen that moved, as if time was something to mock. Work wasn't just hard, it was constant. And food? The eternal question. What fueled these tiny labourers? The same thing everyone ate. Pottage. That grim, loyal friend bubbling endlessly in the black iron pot. A stew so monotonous it could drive a saint to sin. Barley, beans, cabbage, onions, whatever the garden grudgingly surrendered. Sometimes a pinch of salt if luck smiled, if luck grinned, a bone. Not with meat on it, mind you, just a bone to suck the ghost of flavour into the broth. Clothing remained unchanged, except for the new patches stitched on by weary hands. Rough, scratchy wool over linen, tied with cords. No buttons, no frills, Everything smelled of smoke and sweat. And shoes, don't make me laugh. Rags if you were lucky. Bare feet if you weren't, which meant most of the time. Life in the hut was no better. The floor was hard-packed earth, swept with a broom of twigs. Smoke from the fire thickened the air until your eyes watered. The smell of damp straw, boiled cabbage, and unwashed bodies clung to everything like a curse. Privacy? Forget it. The whole family and the cow shared the same single room. If you wanted space, you went outside and risked frostbite. But here's the thing. For Anna and William, this was normal. They didn't dream of better. They didn't know better. When the cock crowed, you worked. When the sun dipped, you prayed. And in between, you lived in the crack between hunger and hope. Anna, cheeky as ever, made the best of it, singing while she teased the fleece into fluff, grinning when her mother scolded. William, quieter, took pride in his geese, as if their fat little bodies were his personal kingdom. 2 children, bound to a rhythm older than time, toil, eat, sleep, repeat. And as evening fell and tallow dips flickered like dying stars, the twins curled up on their straw pallet, smoke in their hair, the taste of thin stew on their tongues. Outside, wolves howled in the distance, and the wind scraped against the thatch. Tomorrow would bring more work, more mud, more hunger. Because in this world, life didn't wait for you to grow up. It grabbed you by your little bare feet and dragged you straight into the grind. By their 5th year, Anna and William were officially part of the machine. Not a shiny, efficient machine like the ones humming in your modern world. No. This one groaned like an old ox and smelled of sweat and manure. Its cogs were human. Its oil was blood and toil. There were no weekends, no concept of days off. The rhythm was set by the seasons, and the seasons were tyrants. Spring called for sowing, barley, rye, oats, beans, and for backbreaking hours bent double over cold, sticky soil. Summer demanded weeding and haymaking. Autumn brought the harvest, the most frantic weeks of the year, when everyone worked until their bones screamed. Winter. Well, winter was less work and more waiting for death to pick a door. And now Anna and William had jobs in every season. They weren't just helping, they were essential. Little hands, little backs, big expectations. Anna spent her mornings plucking fleece and carding wool, her fingers raw and red, tiny curls of lanolin sticky fibers clinging to her nails. In the afternoons, she followed her mother into the garden, yanking weeds from rows of leeks and cabbages, her feet sinking into damp earth. Sometimes, if the mood struck her, she'd make mud pies and pretend they were honey cakes. A girl could dream, right? William, stoic as ever, was apprenticed to the fields. He helped scatter seed, a serious business in a world where bad luck could starve a whole family. No machines to help, just a boy with a sack slung over his shoulder, fingers cold and stiff as he tossed barley onto furrows, praying it would take root before the crows ate half of it. Speaking of crows, they were his second duty, chasing the black thieves away with shouts and sticks. Sometimes he'd hurl clods of earth at them. Sometimes, when no one was watching, he'd miss on purpose, because deep down, he admired their audacity. Food? Still the same old tune, played on the same sour notes. Pottage, morning and night. Barley bread, heavy as sin, with a crust so hard it could knock out a tooth. Which, incidentally, was already loose because teeth didn't last long in a diet like this. Butter was rare. Eggs were hoarded for special days like Easter. And if you were thinking about meat, stop. The only meat they saw was when something died of old age, or when a festival came around, and even then it was shared by half the village. But oh, those festivals! Tiny sparks in the soot-black monotony. There was May Day, when the village raised a pole and everyone danced in ragged ribbons. There was harvest time, when ale flowed in wooden mugs, and for one glorious night, bellies were full and hearts light. And there was Christmas, tallow candles flickering in the church, the air thick with incense and freezing breath, the smell of a rare pork roast teasing through the lanes. These moments were brief, but they stitched a little gold thread through the grey fabric of life. Clothes stayed the same, patched, stained, and heavy with the stink of sheep and smoke. Anna's linen shift hung loose now, the wool tunic over it prickly as ever. William's hood sagged from rain and mud, his legs wrapped in strips of rag for warmth. Shoes. If you had them, you guarded them like treasure. But most children didn't. Bare feet were standard issue. And the house? No change. The hearth smoked, the straw stank, and the single bed creaked under the weight of bodies packed like spoons. Firewood was a daily worry, because if it died, so could you. Work was all they knew, work and hunger, work and faith, because faith was the glue that held this mess together. Every evening, after their bones had bent and their bellies groaned, they shuffled to the church to kneel on cold stone and thank God for... what, exactly? For not dying that day. That seemed fair. Anna, even at 5, carried that cheeky spark in her eyes. She'd hum while carding wool, giggle when the priest's voice droned too long, and sometimes whisper wicked little jokes to William, until they both choked on laughter. William, older by minutes, but wiser by miles, would just shake his head, eyes already shadowed by the weight of what was to come. And as the year rolled on and the fields stretched green under a pale sun, the twins learned their first true lesson of medieval life. You don't own your time, the seasons do. And they take every second back with interest. By the time Anna and William reached their 7th year, their universe had grown. And by grown, I mean it stretched from the smoky gloom of their hut to the rolling expanse of fields beyond the village. To them, it was a world without end. Furrows carved into the earth like scars, dotted with hunched figures moving in rhythm with the seasons. This was no pastoral paradise. Forget the image of gentle breezes and singing birds. The fields were brutal, pitiless, and loud with life. Flies swarmed in black clouds. Crickets screamed from every clump of grass, and the sun hammered down like an executioner. The smell? Imagine wet earth, fresh manure, sweat baked into wool, and the sour tang of oxen hides. Add the distant reek of the dung heap, and you've got the Middle Ages in a bottle. William's mornings now began before the sun cracked the horizon. The church bell called the first prayers, prime, and with it, the day of work began. The boy trudged behind his father and the village men, his stick over his shoulder, bare feet numb with dew. Ahead, the oxen lumbered like hairy giants, their breath steaming in the chill dawn. Behind them groaned the plough, a heavy wooden frame with an iron-tipped blade, cutting furrows deep into the stubborn earth. No horse-powered elegance here, just raw muscle, animal and human alike, grinding against the soil. William's job was to guide the beasts, keep them straight, smack their rumps when they faltered. His small voice joined the grunts and curses of men, twice his size, as mud sucked at his ankles and the sun rose higher, turning the morning frost into sweat on his back. Anna had her share of duty too. When she wasn't spinning or helping her mother tend the garden, She trudged to the fields with a basket of rye seed, scattering it with a practiced flick of her wrist. Each handful was a prayer in motion. Grow, damn you. Feed us or we starve. She carried herself like a little queen of the furrows, cheeks flushed, hair bound with a rag that once belonged to her grandmother. And always that spark in her eye, a hint that she'd rather dance than sew, laugh than labour. Meals came when the church bell struck sext, midday, and even then, they weren't meals so much as edible size. A lump of barley bread, black and dense, eaten with a leek pulled from the garden. Maybe a smear of sour cheese if fortune graced the table. To drink, ale, thin, weak, and warm, because water could kill you quicker than hunger. The tools of survival lay scattered across the soil. Hoes with wooden shafts worn smooth by calloused hands, iron sickles glinting dully in the sun, rakes cobbled together from scraps of wood. These were the medieval equivalents of lifelines. Nothing fancy, just crude extensions of aching arms. And through it all, life beat like a slow drum. Bells marking hours, terse, sexed none, echoing over fields where sweat ran like rivers. No clocks, no tick-tock tyranny, only the sun wheeling above and the sound of iron biting earth. For the twins, the fields were more than work. They were school, playground, and prison rolled into one. William learned silence there, the heavy kind that hangs between men bent double, their faces set in grim lines. Anna learned to find mischief even under the lash of heat, chasing grasshoppers between furrows, humming tunes until her mother hissed for quiet. As the day bled into evening and the air cooled, they trudged home with aching legs and empty bellies. Smoke curled from the hut chimneys, carrying the scent of pottage, always pottage, thick and grey in the iron pot. The sky blazed gold, then bruised purple, and wolves began their nightly choir in the woods. Tomorrow, the bell would toll again. Tomorrow, the fields would claim them once more. Because in the Middle Ages, time didn't belong to you. It belonged to the land, and the land was a jealous master. Winter doesn't knock in the Middle Ages. It kicks the door off its hinges and plants itself at your hearth, grinning like a wolf with blood on his teeth. For Anna and William, now 8, this was the season that tested everything. Patience, faith, and the strength of your ribs against the gnawing beast inside your belly. The year's grain was gone, ground into coarse flour months ago, baked into bread so heavy it could sink a ship. What little remained was locked in the Lord's granary, guarded like treasure while peasants scraped their pots for crumbs. The garden lay dead, fields bare and white. Meat? A joke. Unless you counted the occasional starved hen or the family pig slaughtered in a desperate gamble to make it through February. Meals shrank to misery, cabbage stalks boiled to death in cloudy water, pottage thinned until it was more prayer than food. Barley bread, black and hard, dipped in ale so sour it curled the tongue. Sometimes, if luck limped by, a smear of dripping clinging to the crust. More often, there was nothing but hunger, raw and relentless, curling in the gut like a snake. The hut grew colder each day. Firewood vanished faster than breath in the frost. Torf bricks smouldered low, filling the single room with bitter smoke that stung eyes and clung to throats. The thatch above leaked icy drips when snow melted, dampening the straw bed where 5 bodies huddled like pups. Clothes stiffened with frost by morning. Fingers cracked and bled from cold. Anna pressed close to her mother at night. Legs numb, listening to the wind howl like demons circling the door. Her cheek brushed William's, and she felt the same hollow ache in his frame that gnawed at her own. Hunger was a language everyone spoke in winter. By January, people whispered of deaths in neighboring hamlets, old men who went to the woods and didn't return, babies blew in the cradle, a woman found stiff by the hearth, her hands still clutching the poker. These were the stories the frost told, soft and merciless, and yet life clung stubbornly. In the mornings, they stirred the ashes, coaxed the fire to life, and boiled another hopeless pot of pottage. William trudged to the frozen stream to break ice for water, his breath fogging like ghost smoke. Anna helped card wool with numb fingers, because thread meant cloth, and cloth meant warmth. Even if warmth felt like a joke carved from stone. Hunger didn't just weaken the body, it warped the mind. People dreamed of feasts, of golden loaves, dripping fat, and sweet honey cakes they'd never taste. Sometimes, when the hunger bit hardest, neighbors eyed each other too long. You think I'm exaggerating? Read the records. Desperate times birthed desperate sins. But for now, Anna and William endured. Small bodies curled tight as snails, breaths shallow, hearts stubborn, waiting for spring, waiting for life to crawl back from under the frozen earth. Because in this world, winter wasn't a season. It was an executioner with a very slow blade. Summer didn't arrive gently in the Middle Ages. It didn't waft in with soft breezes and birdsong like the paintings in some illuminated manuscript. No. Summer came like a hammer. The sun blazed white-hot over fields that shimmered with heat, and the air was thick with the smell of sweat, dung, and cut grass. The world steamed, roared, and crawled with life, flies buzzing in clouds so dense they could choke you, bees humming drunkenly among the clover, and the low rhythmic thud of iron against stalk as men swung their scythes. Anna and William, now 10, were no longer trailing like pups behind their parents. They worked. Properly worked. Anna woke to the clang of the church bell before dawn, pulling on her patched wool kirtle over a linen shift, so stiff with old sweat it crackled. Barefoot, hair bound in a fraying strip of cloth, she trudged behind her mother to the fields. The earth, still cool with dew, squelched between her toes as the day's first light broke pale and cold across the furrows. By sext, the midday bell, the heat had grown monstrous. The air quivered like a mirage, and every breath tasted of dust and hay. The hay harvest was no game. Men stooped with curved scythes, their muscles corded, backs gleaming with sweat, slicing in long, brutal arcs. Behind them, the boys raked and bundled. William, jaw tight, dragged forkfuls of grass to the wagons, his thin arms straining like bowstrings. He'd grown wiry, all elbows and ribs, his bare legs streaked with mud and scratches. The tools were crude but deadly, long-handled scythes with blades sharpened on whetstones until they sang, sickles for the smaller patches, wooden rakes with crooked teeth, and everywhere the steady hiss of steel through stalks, the grunt of men, the cries of geese wheeling overhead, loud and mocking. Food was taken sitting on the earth, heads bent under the noon sun. Barley bread hard as stone, softened in weak ale. A hunk of onion, sharp enough to sting the tongue. If you were lucky, a smear of curdled cheese clinging to a knife tip. No feasts, no laughter, just fuel for the next round. But even here, under the lash of work, life found its scraps of joy. Anna twirled a handful of daisies into her hair when her mother's back was turned. She teased William until his solemn face cracked into something like a smile. When the bell at midnight tolled from the church tower, its iron voice rolling across the stubble fields. Both twins stopped to stare at the sky, dazzled by its endless blue. Then back to work. Always back to work. Because hay wasn't just hay, it was survival. Without enough for the oxen and the cow, winter would starve them long before the frost killed the last turnip. So, they toiled until the sun bled red into the horizon, and the fields lay shorn and ragged, the air heavy with the sweet stale scent of drying grass. When they stumbled home, skin raw from sun and nettles, feet caked in black grime, the hut smelled of pottage and smoke. Always pottage, always that grim, loyal stew, thickened with beans and flavoured, if the gods were feeling generous, with a lump of bacon fat melting like a secret in the pot. They ate in silence, bones aching, eyes heavy, and outside the night pulsed with the chirp of crickets and the slow creak of wagons hauling the last loads of hay to the barns. Summer might look golden in the tapestry, but here, in the sweat and dust, it was just another battlefield. If summer was a hammer, winter was a blade. By the time the twins reached 11, frost had crept back across the land like a silent army, and hunger came marching behind it. The world shrank in winter. The fields lay black and brittle under a lid of pewter sky. The well froze, the streams turned to glass. Smoke clawed from hut chimneys in greasy plumes, heavy with the stink of burning peat. Firewood was gone weeks ago, long since hacked and fed to the hearth. Now, torf blocks smouldered low, filling the room with a bitter fog that stung eyes and stuck in throats. The family huddled like dogs on the straw pallet, layers of wool scratching their skin, breath frosting in the air. Chickens roosted in the rafters. The cow, ribs sharp under her hide, stood tethered by the door, steaming in the chill. The room smelled of dung, smoke, and damp wool, a cocktail no candle could sweeten. Meals dwindled to shadows of food. Pottage thinned with water until it was little more than broth. A crust of barley bread, hard as a saint's conscience, dunked in ale sour enough to peel the tongue. Sometimes a turnip, shriveled and soft, fished from the root cellar like treasure from a tomb. Meat? Don't make me laugh. The pig was slaughtered before Yule, its fat rendered into dripping now long gone, leaving only bones boiled to death in the pot. Hunger wasn't just an ache. It was a presence. It stalked the hut at night, curling in empty bellies, whispering in dreams. Anna, sharp-eyed even now, gnawed her bread crust slow, pretending it was honeyed cake. William chewed in silence, his jaw hard, his eyes already older than his years. And the cold? God, the cold was a tyrant. It crept under door and thatch, pried into every gap. Fingers cracked and bled. Toes blackened with frostbite. Mothers wrapped infants in wool and whispered prayers to St. Bridget, patron of warmth. Men trudged into the woods, axes on shoulders, gambling their lives for firewood among wolves and worse, the cold itself. By February, rumours crawled through the village like rats. An old woman found stiff by a hearth, hands curled around a dead ember. A boy gone missing. Some said he wandered to the forest. Others whispered darker things. In hunger, the mind conjures horrors. And some horrors are true. Still, faith burned stubborn as the last ember. The bell tolled for mass, and peasants limped through frost, breath smoking like incense, to kneel on stone floors colder than the grave. They prayed for mercy, for bread, for spring. They touched relics, bones in silver boxes, scraps of cloth said to brush a saint's skin. Because when the world freezes, people will grasp even at ghosts. And then, one day, Soft as a sigh, the frost loosened its grip. Snow melted into streams. Mud returned, sucking at boots like a hungry mouth. And with the thaw came hope, fragile as a green shoot, pushing through rot. But hope in the Middle Ages was a dangerous thing. It made you believe the worst was over. It never was. By the time the twins reached 12, something had shifted. Not in the world, which still stank of toil and hunger, but in themselves. Childhood was gone, packed away with the rags they'd long since outgrown. The first shadows of adulthood crept in, sly as foxes. Anna felt it first. Her limbs lengthened, her face sharpened, and her laugh, bright and wicked, began to curl like smoke through the village lanes. Boys noticed. Men noticed too, which was both a blessing and a curse in a world where a girl's virtue was guarded like coin in a lord's chest. Her mother tied a kerchief tight over her dark hair and hissed warnings about sin and shame. Anna just smiled that sly little smile, the one that promised trouble. William felt it differently. His voice deepened, his shoulders broadened just enough to make the scythe less of a burden. The men began to look at him not as a child, but as another back to bend, another pair of hands to blister. He bore it in silence, though sometimes, when the work slowed, he glanced toward the horizon, eyes restless as the crows wheeling above the fields. Life's rhythm still beat to the old drum. Dawn bells, dusk bells, the sun's slow crawl across the sky. But now, between chores and mass, came whispers of change. The church loomed larger than ever, its walls not just shelter, but stage. It was here that villagers gathered not only to pray, but to see and be seen. Here that girls, cheeks flushed pink from the cold, stole glances from behind linen veils. Here that boys lingered near the font, pretending piety while their eyes betrayed other devotions. Festivals sharpened those whispers into laughter and heat. May Day saw ribbons streaming from the pole, dancers spinning on grass still wet with dew. Music, thin and reedy from a pipe, deep and thrumming from a drum, wove through the air like magic. Anna danced until her feet ached, skirts whirling, hair escaping its ties. William watched, jaw tight, fists curled in the pockets of his ragged cloak, as though ready to fight anyone who looked too long at his sister. But even joy carried shadows. Behind every laugh lurked the church's stern eye. Behind every flirtation, the threat of ruin. A girl's misstep could stain her forever. A boy's could bind him in chains of duty or debt. In the Middle Ages, love was no fairy tale. It was a transaction, sealed in land, coin, or disgrace. The year ripened into summer, and with it, the twins stood at the edge of something vast and nameless. Childhood lay behind like a worn-out tunic. Ahead stretched the long, hard road of life, paved with toil, spiced with hunger, scented with smoke. And somewhere down that road, though none could see it yet, waited scandal, war, and a plague that would scour the world clean. But for now, there was dancing in the green, laughter on the breeze, and the first dangerous taste of freedom in the air. By the time Anna and William reached 13, the world had changed. Or maybe it hadn't. The fields still groaned under the same endless yoke. The church still glared down like a stone-faced sentinel, and hunger still prowled the hut like a half-starved dog. But Anna had changed. She'd shot up like a stalk of rye, all elbows and laughter and eyes that glittered with trouble. Her hair, thick, dark, and impossible to tame, spilled from under the kerchief her mother knotted tight each morning. Her cheeks glowed copper in the sun. Her smile flashed like a blade. She was, as the village gossips like to whisper, a bit of a wild one. And they weren't wrong. Anna loved to dance. Loved it the way some love wine or whispered secrets. When the bell called the village to a wedding feast, she spun under the maypole until her head swam. Skirts flaring, bare feet pounding the grass. When the piper's tune wound thin and sweet through the dusk, Anna was there, laughing loud enough to make mothers mutter and men glance twice. Her mother noticed. Oh, she noticed. She tightened Anna's kerchief, hissed warnings about modesty, about virtue, about the devil slipping between the steps of a dance. Anna nodded solemnly, then tossed a grin over her shoulder as soon as her mother turned. William noticed too. And he didn't grin. He'd grown taller, shoulders hardening under the weight of tools, voice roughening like bark. At 13, he was no longer a boy trailing geese. He was swinging a scythe in the hayfields, hauling timber, sweating alongside men who spat and cursed and laughed about things he didn't fully understand. The world pressed on him with calloused hands, carving away softness until only muscle and grit remained. But even as the fields claimed him, William kept one eye on Anna. Not because he wanted to. God knew he had enough work. But because someone had to. The way she tossed her hair. The way she laughed with the miller's son by the well. It sparked something in him. Not jealousy, not quite. More like a simmering fear, the kind that whispers, this will end badly. And maybe, deep down, he was right. If childhood was a chain, then 13 was the shackle that locked it for good. William's days began in darkness now, rising with the Angelus bell before dawn. Gulping a crust of bread so stale it might break a tooth, washed down with ale sour as old sweat. Then out, into fields wet with dew, the air sharp and cold against his skin. The tools of his new life were brutal in their simplicity. The scythe, its blade honed to a whispering edge, the wooden rake, teeth worn smooth, the flail, 2 sticks chained by iron links, for threshing grain in the barn. They sang a harsh music, swish, thud, crack, echoing under low timber roofs or out in the blinding glare of noon. Clothing was no armor, a coarse wool tunic, patched so often it looked like a map of a forgotten kingdom. Hose tied with ragged cords, a hood sagging from rain and sweat. Boots? Ha! Only the Lord's men wore leather. William's feet were bound in strips of cloth, stiff with grime, toes always raw. Meals were snatched between chores, a lump of rye bread, hard and black, with a smear of cheese if luck smiled. Sometimes, for a feast day, a slice of salted herring glistening like a secret treasure. Meat was for dreams and Christmas. Work didn't stop when the sun set. In winter, it crawled indoors, repairing tools, mending harnesses, feeding beasts by the flicker of tallow dips that smoked and spat like angry ghosts. Then prayers on numb knees, the priest's voice, droning about sin and salvation, while William's stomach growled loud enough to drown the sermon. And through it all, whispers about war blew in with the wind. A tax here, a levy there. The king's quarrels felt distant, like thunder on the horizon. But thunder travels fast. William listened with a tightening jaw, wondering if one day those whispers would call him from the fields to the killing grounds. For now, he bore it. Bore the weight, the hunger, the ache in his bones. Because in this world, no one asked if you were ready to be a man. They just handed you the scythe and walked away. Spring crept back like a thief, soft and sly, and with it came a rare, ragged joy. The feast of May Day dawned bright as hammered gold, the air thick with the green scent of hawthorn and the sweet smoke of fires. The villagers raised the maypole, a tall, straight trunk stripped bare, ribbons streaming from its crown like a banner of rebellion against the long grey tyranny of winter. Drums thumped, pipes keened, voices lifted in song rough as the hands that clapped the beat. For one fragile day, hunger loosened its grip. Ale flowed in earthen mugs, bread and cheese passed from palm to palm, and laughter leapt like sparks into the sky. And Anna danced. God help her. She danced as if the earth itself had grown tired of chains. Her skirts whirled, flashing a hem patched with a dozen stitches, her hair flying loose in a dark river that caught the sun. Her feet, bare and brown, beat the rhythm into the grass. Men watched. Boys too young to shave and men old enough to know better. And Anna, our Anna, saw them watching and smiled. William stood at the edge of the crowd, fists buried in the folds of his tunic, jaw clenched tight. He'd worked since dawn hauling timber for the Lord's Hall, his back a map of bruises, his stomach hollow. He had no ribbons to give, no coin for the ale that sloshed in other men's cups. All he had was a stick in his hand and a slow-burning anger in his chest. When the miller's son, broad-shouldered, grinning like a fox, caught Anna's hand and spun her under the ribbons, William's knuckles went white. The music swelled, the crowd cheered, and Anna laughed, head thrown back, teeth flashing bright as saints' relics in the sun. Somewhere under the laughter and the pipes, William heard another sound, the low, dark drumbeat of trouble rolling in. The summer of Anna's 15th year was heavy, thick with heat and something darker, a scent that clung like wood smoke, not on the wind, in the air between glances, in the hush after laughter. Whispers. They began as they always do, soft, harmless, the sound of idle tongues wagging over spinning wheels. That girl. A shrug, a smirk. She dances too wild. Then sharper. She walks like she owns the lane, and then cutting deep. If she carries on, there'll be trouble before winter. Anna heard them. Of course she did. A village has no secrets, only echoes. But she shrugged them off like chaff in the wind. What did they know? What did they matter? She was 15, her blood ran quick as the river in spring, and her laughter spilled too easily to cork. Her mother scolded. God, how she scolded. Words like stones flung against a tide. Modesty. Shame. Men are wolves. Anna smiled sweetly, promised obedience, and the next day let the kerchief slip back from her hair, dark waves tumbling down like night. It wasn't vanity, not exactly. It was hunger. Not the gnawing belly hunger that winter brings, but the hunger to feel alive, to dance while the fields burned gold, to taste freedom before life shackled her with linen veils and endless pottage pots. The miller's son noticed, broad-shouldered, grinning, with a swagger that stank of ale and something sharper. He watched her by the well, his gaze heavy as the sack of grain slung across his back. He found excuses, to linger when she fetched water, to let his fingers brush hers when passing bread at the feast. And Anna, God forgive her, didn't pull away. William saw and burned. Not with desire, he was no fool, but with a rage that bit bone deep. Rage at the boy's smirk, at Anna's reckless tilt of the chin, at the way the world was sharpening its knives for her. He tried warnings, clumsy, harsh, words knotted with fear. Keep away from him. People talk. Anna only laughed, eyes glinting like wet stone. But in the lanes, the whispers thickened like flies on meat. Mothers clucked. Fathers muttered. The priest's sermons grew longer, full of brimstone and heat, his eyes flicking toward Anna with a weight that made her skin crawl. And still, she walked the green with ribbons in her hair, humming tunes that curled like smoke in the sun. And somewhere in the silence between bells, trouble drew breath. It happened, as such things do, when the air was thick with cider and song. Harvest home. The last sheaves stacked high, the barns bulging, the fields stripped bare under a copper sky. A feast spread in the Lord's shadow, barley loaves, slabs of cheese sweating in the heat, trenchers slick with dripping, ale sloshed in mugs, laughter roared, pipes skirled thin and sweet. Anna danced, of course she did. Barefoot on the trampled grass, skirts swirling, hair flying loose as a banner. Her cheeks burned rose red, her breath came quick, and her eyes, oh, those eyes, caught the firelight and threw it back like coins. Men watched. Boys too young to shave, men old enough to know better. And Anna saw them watching, and smiled. William stood apart, a dark shape against the glow, his fists buried in the folds of his tunic. He'd worked since dawn, hauling, threshing, breaking his back so others could gorge. And now he watched the miller's son cut through the crowd, swaggering like a cock on a dung heap. Saw him catch Anna's hand, saw her laugh, soft, secret, as he spun her under the ribbons. The music swelled, wild and bright. Stars winked through the smoke, and when the piper struck a note sharp as sin, they slipped away. Just a shadow and a whisper into the hedgerows beyond the fire. The feast roared on, blind and loud, but in the dark between hawthorn and holly, another rhythm quickened. Breath, heart, heat, a hand tangled in hair, a gasp swallowed in the hush. No vows, no blessings, only the crackle of leaves under knees, the sweet rot of fallen apples, the reek of ale and lust. A bargain struck in flesh, and the devil grinning in the thorns. By dawn the whispers were knives, by noon they were swords. She's ruined. The miller's son, I, and no priest called. Her mother wailed. Her father cursed until his voice broke like rotten timber. The priest thundered from the pulpit, spittle flying, his words spiked with fire. Repent or burn. And Anna? Anna sat on the stool by the hearth, head high, hands folded neat in her lap, eyes bright as steel, defiant, or maybe just hollow. Who can tell when the world is sharpening the stake for you? By winter, her belly told the tale no lie could smother. Round and swelling under patched wool, heavy as the judgment that hung in the smoke-choked air. The punishment was swift. The priest's voice cracked like a whip, pronouncing penance that tasted of ashes. Barefoot before the altar, a rope knotted round her waist, the murmur of prayers curling like smoke over bowed heads. Shame was a spectacle here, a feast for every eye. They stared as she knelt, the cold biting her skin, the stone biting harder. The miller's son? Gone. Vanished into the haze of hedgerows and excuses. Wolves have a way of slipping chains. When it was done, there was no absolution, only the slow grind of survival, now weighted with another mouth. The hut shrank, the hearth glowed dim, and hunger, that old relentless friend, settled in for the kill. Anna's mother muttered, her hands raw from spinning, her face carved with lines of fury and fear. Her father spat curses that burned hotter than the fire, and William shouldered the silence like a sack of stones. He worked harder, Christ how he worked, hauling, cutting, breaking his body to keep the pot from boiling empty. But winter was a thief with a long arm. The barley was gone, the beans shriveled to dust, pottage thinned to nothing, bread cracked teeth, and every night the wind howled through the thatch like the devil laughing. Anna bore her shame in smoke and shadow, lips pressed white, eyes hollow as old pewter, sometimes defiant still, a spark flashing in the gloom, sometimes broken, staring at the hearth as if its embers held a door out of this life. And when the child came, screaming into a world that had no place for it, the village watched with faces blank as snow. Another mouth, another burden, another sin to tally in the ledger no one would ever see but God. Outside, the frost crept deeper, splitting earth and bone. Inside, 2 candles guttered in the dark, their smoke curling like prayers that never reached the sky. The spring after the scandal broke was wet and bitter, the kind that rots your bones before it greens the earth. By then, William was done choking on whispers, done watching eyes slide toward him with pity, or worse, smirking like they knew something he didn't. He was tired of the miller's name spat like a curse, tired of Anna's silence crackling in the dark like a spark that would never die. So when the talk came, pilgrims gathering at the crossroads for Canterbury, tongues wagging about relics and indulgences, William saw a road out. Not out of shame, out of the weight pressing his chest like a millstone. His mother called it folly. His father spat and said the fields wouldn't plough themselves. Anna said nothing, just looked at him with eyes like a storm brewing over black water. Maybe anger, maybe sorrow, maybe nothing at all. And so, at dawn, with mist clinging low over the furrows, William slung a sack over his shoulder. A hunk of barley bread, a slice of cheese hard as bone, and a wooden cross on a cord. His feet were wrapped in rags, stiff with old dirt. His tunic hung like a flag from a broken mast. Patched, faded, but serviceable. In his belt, a knife no longer sharp enough to scare even a rat. The road stretched long and mean, a grey ribbon twisting through woods and across moors that whispered of wolves. William walked with a dozen others, farmhands like him, a widow muttering rosaries, a tinker with bells jangling at his pack. They sang as they trudged, voices thin against the wind, hymns that rose and fell like the moors themselves. At night, they huddled in barns thick with the stink of dung, or under hedges where the frost crept like a thief into their bones. They shared crusts and gossip, of wars in France, of taxes bleeding men dry, of a sickness, whispers of black swellings, of death riding the trade ships from far-off lands. William listened, jaw tight. He spat when they spoke of omens, spat and prayed harder. When at last the towers of Canterbury stabbed the sky, it was like stepping into another world. Stone so white it burned the eyes. Bells clanging like iron hearts. Pilgrims swarming the streets, coins clinking, voices hawking relics, a feather from St. Michael's wing, a vial of Christ's tears, a scrap of robe from the Virgin herself, though William saw the same rag sold thrice in an hour. He knelt before the shrine, bones grinding on the cold floor, muttering prayers that tasted of blood and bitterness. Forgive her. Forgive me. Keep the child alive. Keep the miller's name from our door. Words whispered to gold and glass, to bones sealed in jeweled boxes, to saints who had never felt the ache of hunger or the burn of shame. When he left, the sky hung heavy as lead, and the wind from the sea carried a stench sharp and strange. William didn't know it yet, but death had already landed in the harbours, black and quiet as a cat. While William trudged home with sore feet and a lighter soul, or so he told himself, Anna sank deeper into a winter that felt like a sentence carved in stone. The child, God help her, came in autumn, red-faced and screaming, its fists clenched like it knew what waited. A boy. She named him John. Though the priest barely mumbled the blessing, his lips thin with disdain. The hut shrank around them like a noose, smoke thick as wool curled under the thatch, stinging eyes raw. The floor turned to muck in the thaw, then froze into ridges sharp as knives. The straw bed reeked of piss and milk and despair, and always the fire-eating wood faster than hands could fetch it. Anna worked until her body shook, spinning by the hearth with the baby in a rag sling, her fingers blistered, her milk running thin as water. She washed linen in the stream till her hands bled, the ice biting like teeth. She begged scraps from neighbors, endured their stares like stones. Food was a cruel joke. Pottage so thin you could read the bottom of the pot through it. Barley bread black as soot, hacked with a knife until sparks flew. Sometimes she chewed nettles, sometimes gnawed bones boiled 3 times over. Her belly burned with emptiness, but the babies burned louder. Nights were worse. The wind howled like demons circling the door, and the dark pressed close, full of whispers, shame, ruin, hellfire. The priest thundered on Sundays about harlots and bastards, his eyes spearing Anna like nails. She sat on the back bench, chin high, lips tight, the child sucking her finger as if it could draw milk from bone. By Candlemas, her body was a map of shadows, her cheeks hollow, her eyes like 2 burned holes. But she stood. She spun. She prayed. Not for herself, but for John. For a crust, a coal, a day without the taste of ash in her mouth. And when the thaw came and the road softened under the rain, so did the talk. Of a man who'd lost his wife, a man with a roof and 3 children and a hunger for hands to work his hearth. Anna listened, and said nothing. Not yet. Spring dragged its feet that year, sullen and wet, and with it came the widower. His name was Hugh. A big man, shoulders bowed from years at the plough, his beard gone grey, his hands cracked like old oak. His house stood on the far edge of the village, a hall bigger than most, with 2 rooms and a loft, and a pig fat enough to make a priest weep. He had land, beasts, and coin enough to keep hunger from the door. What he didn't have was a wife. Anna went to him on a day soft with rain. John clutched tight against her breast, her skirt sucking mud at every step. Hugh met her in the doorway, eyes the colour of pewter, his mouth a straight, hard line. No words wasted, no promises of love, only terms, hammered out like iron on a smith's anvil, her labour for his hearth, her body for his bed, her shame wiped clean under his name. She nodded. What else was there? Love was a luxury she'd burned to ash under the hawthorn tree. Now there was only survival, and the weight of John's small head on her heart. The wedding was swift and sour. A mutter of vows, a cold blessing, the taste of rain on her lips instead of wine. William stood at the edge of the yard, mud on his boots, eyes black as storm clouds. He'd come back from Canterbury thinner, harder, his face carved with lines too deep for his years. He didn't speak, just watched as Anna stepped over the threshold of a house that smelled of smoke and old grief, the door closing like a jaw behind her. That night, while the wind hissed through the thatch and the pig grunted in its pen, Anna lay stiff under a coarse wool blanket. John curled at her side, Hugh's breath heavy in the dark. She stared at the rafters, counting the cracks, her body cold even under the heat of his. This was her penance, her bargain, her cage, and outside, on the wet wind from the coast, death rode silent, black as pitch, creeping inland like a tide that would drown them all. The year turned, and with it came whispers sharper than frost. They slid along the lanes like snakes, coiling in the corners of barns, curling under the church door. A sickness, they said. A plague. Ships rotting in harbours. Crews black as pitch. Towns falling silent as graveyards. At first, it sounded like one of those stories peddlers tell to spice their wares. But then, the bells began. They rang in Dover first, tolling slow and heavy for souls snatched like grain in a storm. Then in Canterbury, where William had knelt not a year ago, the shrines were draped in black, and priests muttered prayers thick as flies. By summer, the wind carried the truth. Death was coming. Not creeping, racing. In the village, the signs bloomed like rot. First the coughing, wet and raw, tearing throats until voices bled. Then the swellings, hard as stones, ripening under arms and in the groin. Black lumps, hot to the touch, stinking of corruption. A man could wake strong as an ox and die before the second bell. Women crossed themselves until their arms ached. Men dug graves until their backs split. The earth gaped like a hungry mouth, and still it wasn't enough. Anna watched it come like a storm on the horizon. From Hugh's doorway, with John clutched to her breast, she saw smoke raising from the next hamlet. Funeral pyres stacked high, the air sour with burning flesh. The roads grew thick with processions, priests staggering under crucifixes, their chants rasping against the sky, their breath sour with fear. Behind them came the Flagellants, men bare to the waist, backs flayed raw, lashing themselves bloody in hopes of bribing heaven. Their cries crawled over the fields like rats. Miserere mei, Deus! Miserere! Hugh spat and barred the door, smearing tar along the cracks. Keep it out, he muttered, as if death were a fox that could be hunted off. He burned rosemary and rue in the hearth, choking the room with bitter smoke. Anna knelt and prayed until her knees blistered, her lips shaping names like charms. John, William, Mother, anyone she could still save. But the village was hollowing. Faces vanished from the lanes. The mill wheel stilled. The bell tolled without end, its iron voice dragging despair through the marrow of every bone. People stopped speaking, stopped touching. Even in the same bed, bodies lay stiff and separate, breathing shallow, listening for the rattle in the other's chest. And then came the carts, slow, creaking, piled with what had once been neighbours, limbs askew, mouths yawning black against the sky. No shrouds, no prayers, just a shove into the pit and a scatter of lime. The pits widened, yawned deeper. Soon, there'd be no earth left to hide the dead. William saw them first on the road back from the coast. 2 wagons, wheels slick with filth, dragging shadows behind them like cloaks. And in that moment, with the stench of decay clawing his throat and the crows wheeling black above, he knew the world he'd left was gone. The bells didn't stop. Not because the dead were counted, but because counting lost its point. By Michaelmas, the village was a carcass picked clean. The lanes lay silent under skies the colour of lead. Doors hung open on broken latches, straw beds crawling with lice, hearths choked cold with ash. The smell, God, the smell, was a thing alive, a beast that slunk into your lungs and coiled there, sweet and foul, like meat left too long in the sun. Anna moved through it like a ghost, skirts brushing dust. John a dead weight on her hip. He'd grown pale, his breath thin as a thread. Each cough tore at her like claws. She boiled nettles in the pot, prayed over scraps of bread, muttered charms the priest would have damned her for, words her mother's mother had whispered in the dark. Anything. Anything to keep that tiny chest rising. Hugh was gone, taken in a night, his groans swelling into screams, his flesh blackening before dawn. They dragged him out with hooks, his body stiff as timber, and left a hole gaping in the orchard where the earth was too tired to close. His children followed, one by one, their eyes glassy, their lips cracked like old clay. Anna buried them herself, hands raw, nails ripped, until the ground under her nails looked darker than blood. And still the bell tolled. Or maybe it was just in her head now, a sound that had sunk so deep it rang in her bones. Then William came, out of the mist, leaner than hunger, his tunic hanging like a rag on a fence. His eyes were hollows, his face carved with lines of wind and grief. He didn't speak at first, just stood in the doorway, the light slanting behind him, painting him in shadow. Anna stared, lips cracked, her throat too dry for words. When he did speak, his voice was a rasp. "Who's left?" She laughed then. Laughed until the sound broke, jagged as glass. Who was left? No one. No priest to bless, no neighbours to gossip, no feasts, no bells. Just earth fat with bodies and air fat with ghosts. And as night slid down like a shroud, they sat by the cold hearth, two shadows and a child flickering between them, while outside the wind combed through the empty lanes, singing a lullaby made of ash. The world after death is quieter than any prayer. Not holy quiet, not the hush of angels' wings, but the kind that crawls under your skin and whispers, "It's over. You're next." When the pest's hunger finally burned out, the village was a carcass under a grey sky. The fields lay ragged, furrows clawed open like wounds. The hedges sagged, tangled with briar and neglect. No laughter, no bells, only the groan of wind dragging its fingers through broken thatch. Anna walked those lanes like a shadow, skirts snagging on nettles, John limp against her hip, his breath a shallow ghost against her neck. He was all edges now, bones straining under skin the colour of candle wax. She sang to him sometimes, old cradle songs with words worn thin as thread. But the sound felt strange in this silence, like tossing pebbles into a bottomless well. Hugh's house, her house now, stood hollow and rank. The hearth gaped black, cold as stone. The loft smelled of mildew and death, no matter how she scrubbed. In the orchard, fresh mounds swelled like the backs of sleeping beasts. Too many mounds, too few names left to carve on crosses. And yet, life, stubborn as dockweed, twitched in the rot. Birds shrieked in the hedgerows, green shoots pierced the clotted earth. Sheep, feral now, wandered the moor in ragged flocks, their wool matted and wild. For those still breathing, the world was shifting underfoot. Lords, drunk on power, had bled their fields empty. The old chains had cracked. Men whispered of wages, of freedom, of fields theirs for the taking. For the first time, the word choice slithered into a peasant's mouth, like a forbidden fruit. But choices meant nothing to Anna. Not with John coughing blood into her shift. Not with her hands raw from hauling what grain she could steal from fields thick with weeds. The roads were no better. Bone white with skulls, cart ruts carved deep by wheels, dragging corpses to pits yawning black. And through it all, William stayed. Slept on the floor by the cold hearth, his body lean as famine, his eyes hollow pools. He said little, worked much, turned earth where others rotted, patched roofs, swung the scythe in silence. Sometimes Anna caught him staring at the horizon, jaw hard, as if the sky itself owed him answers. One evening, as the sun bled out in streaks of rust and ash, she asked the question that had chewed her raw for weeks. What now? He looked at her slow and long, the way men look at the last scrap of bread. His voice, when it came, was low, flat as the land. We live until we can't. And outside, the first owl called across fields fat with bones. By the second harvest after the pest, the world had twisted into something Anna barely knew. The pest had scoured it clean, like fire through stubble. And what crawled back was different. Fields lay wide and empty, crops choking in weeds because there were no hands left to reap. Sheep wandered unchecked, their bleating echoing through hollow villages. The few lords still standing paced their manors like caged beasts, clutching charters that meant nothing now. They needed men, and men were scarce as saints' tears. For the first time in memory, labour had a price, a high one. Voices rose in the lanes, not in prayer but in bargaining. Wages for plough work, coin for harvest, meat for threshing. Words that would have drawn a whip once now slid from tongues like oil. And William, silent, sharp-eyed William, was listening. He'd grown harder, lean muscle roped tight over bone, his face shadowed by a beard that made him look older than his years. The scythe no longer dragged in his hands. It sang, slicing through grass in wide, sure arcs. Men nodded when he passed now. Women watched from doorways, their eyes dark pools in pale faces. Anna saw it all and tasted nothing but ash. Freedom, coin, dreams of land, she had none. Her chains weren't forged by lords, but by the weight of John's head on her shoulder, by the hollow pull of his ribs when she stripped him for washing. Each cough was a drumbeat counting down the end. Food was better now, at least for those who could work. Meat sizzled on spits at fairs. Cheese sweated on trenches slick with dripping. Ale foamed dark and sweet. But Anna's tongue touched none of it. She chewed barley crust soft with broth, fed the fat to John, watched his lips close around it like a prayer swallowed by night. The church stood quieter these days. Fewer priests, fewer voices mumbling Latin. The old promises tasted sour now, like milk gone bad. People still crossed themselves, but their eyes slid to the hedgerows, to charms knotted in wool, to mutters older than Rome. God had blinked during the pest. The devil had smiled. And faith limped like a lame dog. One night, as wind worried the thatch and the hearth glowed low, William spoke from the shadows. There's land, Anna. His voice slow, heavy as stone. Lord Barton's fields, empty. We could take a strip. Make it ours. She looked at him, lips cracked, eyes dulled by grief and sleepless nights. Laughed once, a short, sharp sound like glass breaking. Ours. Nothing's ours, Will. Not here, not ever. But in the dark, she felt the heat of his gaze, a weight pressing, pulling, soft at first, then sharp as a blade. And for the first time, fear tasted different. Not of death, not of sin, of life. It raw red hunger, still beating under all the ruin. Outside, the field slept fat and silent under the moon, waiting for whoever was bold or desperate, enough to claim them. 2 years after the pest, the world wore a different mask. Not bright, not kind, but raw, like flesh after fire. The fares returned first, small at first, ragged as scarecrows, sprouting in the hollow bones of towns where death still whispered from broken doors. Anna saw one on a grey dawn in Michaelmas week. A clutch of stalls huddled in the market square, canvas sagging under drizzle, the smell of smoke and something sweet curling through the chill. She hadn't seen a crowd in years. Now faces pressed close, thin, hollow-cheeked, eyes darting like startled mice. Voices clashed rough with hunger and greed, bargaining for salted herring, coarse cloth, iron nails. Peddlers shouted relics again. St. Agnes's finger, St. George's toe. Though everyone knew saints had more limbs than Christendom could count. Still, the coins clinked. Because fear doesn't die easy. William moved through it like a wolf through sheep. Taller now, jaw dark with stubble, his shoulders filling the patched tunic like a knight's hauberk. Men hailed him with nods, sharp as knives. Women's eyes lingered too long. Anna felt those glances and hated them. Hated how the world bent for men, while women crawled on blood and shame. She kept close. John slung against her hip, his breath wheezing soft as a dying bellows. His weight gnawed her bones, but she held him tighter, as if her arms could dam the tide eating him from inside. She paused by a stall stacked with apples, scarlet, gleaming like sin, and her gut cramped so hard she almost stole one. Almost. William saw, bought two, pressed one into her palm without a word. His fingers brushed hers, warm, rough, calloused. She flinched like the fruit burned because something in his eyes had changed. Harder, hotter. Hunger, yes, but not for apples. Later, as dusk smeared blood across the sky, the fare soured. A brawl by the ale cart, shouts, fists, a knife flashing like a fish's belly. Men clawed for scraps, snarling like curs over a bone. The pest had thinned the herd, but it hadn't tamed it. Life after death was a dogfight. On the road home, the world lay hushed under smoke and frost. William walked ahead, a sack slung easy on his shoulder, his stride long, certain. Anna trudged behind, skirts sucking mud, John whimpering against her breast. She bit the apple slow, its juice, tart on her tongue, sharp as tears. For one breath, it almost tasted like hope. Then the wind shifted, carrying the reek of graves, and hope rotted in her mouth. Winter crawled back like a thief, and with it came hunger's old song, a thin, whining note that wormed into the marrow. The fields stretched black and raw under a sky bruised with storm. Ploughs lay rusting. Oxen bones jutted like white spears from the ditch. Men muttered in the lanes, voices thick with talk of wages, land, revolt. Words that once would have drawn the lash now hiss like sparks in dry straw. William listened, always listening. His hands gripped the scythe like it was part of him, his shoulders set with a strength born of toil and rage. Land, he said one night at the hearth, his voice flat as a blade. Barton's fields lie fallow, no men to work them. We take a strip, plough it, sow it, make it ours. Anna stared into the fire, its glow painting hollows under her eyes. John coughed in his sleep, thin and weak as a kitten. She laughed once, a sound brittle as hoarfrost. Ours? Nothing's ours, Will. Not in this world. His jaw clenched, teeth grinding like millstones. Then we changed the world. The first blood spilled at dawn. A man from the next hamlet, cheeky, sharp, with hunger-carving knives in his eyes, drove his plough into Barton's far field. William saw, shoulders knotting under the grey sky. He didn't shout, didn't warn, just walked, slow and steady. the frost crunching under his boots, the sickle swinging loose in his hand. The fight was short, fist first, thudding wet into flesh. Then steel flashed, a bright wicked grin in the pale light, and the man folded into the furrows, his breath hissing out like steam. Red welled in the black earth, curling into the thaw like roots seeking water. Anna found William after, standing over the body, his chest heaving, his face carved from iron. His hands dripped red, dark and slow. "He came for what's ours," he said, voice hoarse, raw. "No one takes from us now." She stared, not at the man in the dirt, not at the blood seeping into soil, but at William. At the shadow coiled tight in his eyes, darker than any pest. For the first time, Anna felt something twist in her gut. Not fear of hunger, nor shame, nor even death, but fear of what living would cost them next. Outside, the wind rose, combing the naked fields, carrying the scent of blood into a sky already heavy with snow. Blood seeps deep, but the earth forgets nothing. By spring, Barton's fields lay ploughed, the furrows neat as scars. To any passing eye, it was just work. Soil turned, seed sown, life clawing back through ruin. But in the hush between crows' cries, the ground whispered the truth. A man had bled here. William worked like a beast chained to fate, jaw set, shoulders straining against the plough. Each thrust of the blade bit deep, as if he could carve a new world into being through sheer force of will. His hands were raw, nails black with dirt, the old blood still ground into his knuckles, like a sin no holy water could wash. Anna watched from the edge of the field, John bundled in her cloak, his breath thin and rasping. The boy was 5 now, all bones and shadows, eyes too big for his face. He clutched at her shift with blue-tinged fingers, coughing until his ribs shook like loose boards. Every sound clawed her raw. The lane beyond lay empty, but the air crawled with eyes, neighbors' eyes sharp as needles, peering from behind warped shutters. They saw the furrows. They saw the man who bent them to his will. And they remembered Barton's ploughman, his laughter like a cracked bell, now silent under 6 feet of soil. Whispers fattened on that silence. Murder hissed through hedgerows. Thief slithered down the ale bench. The priest muttered vengeance from the pulpit, voice thick with smoke and fear. God's law is higher than any man's plough. But fewer came to hear him now. Faith was thin as gruel, stretched past breaking. One night, as wind clawed at the thatch and frost smoked white on the lintel, Anna found William by the hearth, his face a mask carved from shadow. The fire spat, painting the walls in red that looked too much like blood. "They'll come," she said, her voice a thread in the dark. "Let them." His gaze burned, low and steady, like iron in a forge. "And when they drag you to the gallows?" He looked at her then, slow and long, and the heat in his eyes made her stomach knot. "Then I swing knowing you and the boy eat." Her breath hitched. Words crowded her throat but died there, strangled by something nameless. Something heavy as sin, sharp as hunger. Outside, the night gaped black, and from the fields came the sound of foxes screaming, a sound like laughter, or like souls being torn from flesh. Summer split the sky wide open, bleeding heat across the fields, and with it came men. Dozens, then scores, their boots grinding the dust, their voices loud with rage and promise. They bore no banners, only sticks, sickles, flails glinting like wolves' teeth in the sun. The pest had broken the world. Now they would break what remained. "England for the Commons!" They roared on the road, their words thick with ale and fire. "No more bondage, No more dues. Priests in rags shrieked sermons that burned hotter than July. When Adam delved and Eve span, who was then the gentleman? And the men cheered, drunk on the taste of revolt. William walked among them, not cheering, not shouting, but silent, eyes hard as the nails in his belt. He'd seen enough chains to know what they cost, enough graves to know how cheap a life was sold. The pest had turned soil into gold, and the lords meant to hoard it. So the men rose, and William rose with them. Anna heard the drums first, low, savage, rolling down the lanes like distant thunder. She stood in the doorway, John clinging to her skirts, his cough biting through the summer hum. She watched the tide of men surge past, faces streaked with sweat and soot, blades flashing like lightning in the blaze. And at the heart of it, William, a dark tower, the scythe swinging easy in his grip. Her gut knotted cold. She thought the worst had come and gone. The pest, the hunger, the shame. She was wrong. Death was just changing its mask. That night, smoke licked the horizon, fat and black, smelling of tallow and wrath. Barton's Manor went first, a bright bloom in the dark, its timbers shrieking as they split. Men cheered, voices ragged with triumph and terror, while gold coins hissed in the flames like serpents burning. Anna crouched by the hearth, clutching John tight, her ears stuffed with wool, as if that could drown the world's howl. But nothing could stop the sound of boots thudding nearer, the clang of steel, the bell tolling like a mad heart from the church spire. And when the door burst wide and William strode in, face streaked with soot, eyes alight with something fierce and strange, she knew the tide had turned, and there would be no turning it back. "Pack what you can," he said, voice low and taut as a bowstring. "We leave before dawn." "Where?" Her voice was dust. "To where the land is ours." Behind him, the night burned. The road was a wound across the land, raw and stinking of smoke. By Lammas, half the shire burned. Fields black, barns gutted, manors cracked open like skulls. The revolt had swept through like fire through tinder, and now it dragged its ash-streaked tail behind it. Broken men, starving women, and children silent as stones. Anna walked in the grey dawn, skirt sodden with dew. John slumped against her shoulder like a bundle of sticks. His breath rasped, thin and bitter, each cough slicing her heart into ribbons. She shifted him higher, biting back the groan in her spine. One arm for the boy, the other for the sack. 3 barley loaves, hard as old bones. A wedge of cheese sweating in its rind. All they owned. William strode ahead, boots grinding the rutted track, his scythe slung across his back like a knight's sword. A poor man's steel, but sharp enough to kill. His shoulders hunched against the cold breath of morning. But there was fire in his stride, a feral certainty that made Anna's gut clench. They weren't alone. The lanes crawled with the flotsam of revolt, men limping on bandaged legs, faces slashed and crusted black. Women with babes at the breast, eyes blank as chalk. Ox carts piled high with stolen grain and pilfered plate, gleaming like mockery under the pewter sky. Behind them, smoke smudged the horizon, thick as ink. And somewhere, faint, broken, the toll of a bell. "Where do we go?" Anna's voice was a reed in the wind. "North," William said without turning. "They say land lies empty there. We take it, make it ours." His words rang hard, clean as steel. But under them, Anna heard something else. A drumbeat of doom rolling low. Land. Always land. As if Earth could feed more than bellies. as if it could fill the hollow yawning inside them all. By noon, they passed what once was a village. The doors gaped like toothless mouths. A dog slunk through the ruins, ribs sharp as a sickle, a human hand clenched in its jaws. Anna wrenched John's face into her cloak, whispering nonsense, her voice breaking on the edges of prayer. That night, they sheltered under an oak blasted bare by lightning, its branches clawing at a bruised sky. The fire, William coaxed, sputtered low, painting his face in strokes of gold and shadow. He sat close, his knees drawn up, his eyes fixed on the dark like a hunter sniffing for blood. Anna fed John a crumb softened in ale, then rocked him slow, her own hunger gnawing like rats in her gut. When she looked up, William's gaze caught hers. Hot, steady, heavy as the silence between church bells. For one breath, the world shrank to that look, that fire flickering deep. Then the wind shifted, carrying the stench of smoke and something sweeter, rot dressed in perfume. Anna turned, bile burning her throat. On the horizon, flames writhed like devils in the night, and over them, the sky sagged red, heavy with the weight of what was coming. By Martimas, the roads crawled with carrion crows and men with ropes. The king had woken. His justice marched on iron feet, bright and merciless, the dragon banner snapping like a whip against the sky. The revolt broke like rotten timber. One day, the air throbbed with drums and shouts. The next, silence, sharp as a blade's edge. Villages that had roared for freedom now sagged under the stink of fear. And on the commons, the gallows bred like weeds, their black silhouettes clawing at the clouds. Anna saw them first at dawn, 3 crosses on the hill, their ropes swaying slow as serpents in the wind. Below, a pit yawned, its mouth fat with lime, waiting to chew the fallen into bone. She clutched John tight, his fevered breath branding her neck, and prayed, not to God, but to the earth beneath her feet, to swallow them whole before the noose did. William stood apart, his jaw clenched, his eyes 2 chips of iron hammered flat. He'd walked into the storm and come out scorched, soot still smudged in the hollows of his hands, blood ground black into his nails. "They're hanging Barton's men," Anna whispered, her voice thin as mist. "They'll hang more." His tone was stone, no crack, no tremor, only weight. That night, the king's men came. Steel sang in the dark, boots beat time like war drums. The door crashed wide, spilling torchlight that writhed on the walls like snakes. Anna froze, John's scream dying in her throat. William rose slow, the scythe in his fist glinting red in the fire glow. "William Holt!" The captain's voice split the dark. "In the king's name." The rest drowned in the roar. William moved like lightning split from sky, the scythe sweeping a silver arc that sang of fields and graves. Men shouted, steel rang, sparks spat like devils from the clash. The hearth overturned, flames leaping, smoke choking the air with bitter ash. Anna dragged John to the corner, pressed his face into her breast, her heart slamming like a drum of war. She saw William, her brother, her shadow, strike, stumble, vanish in a tangle of limbs and iron. Heard the thud of boots, the bark of orders, the hiss of ropes uncoiling. When the smoke cleared, the hut gaped hollow, its roof sagging, its walls slick with blood and shadow. Outside, voices rolled like thunder, a chant that chilled the marrow. Traitor, thief, death to rebels. And through the doorframe, framed in the hell light of the burning lane, Anna saw it. The gallows rising black against the moon, ropes swaying, waiting. Dawn cracked pale and cruel, washing the land in a grey that felt more like bone than light. Frost furred the hedgerows, brittle as old parchment, and from the hill came the sound that froze Anna's blood. The creak of wood, slow and steady, like a cradle for the dead. The gallows stood fat against the sky, 3 black arms clawing at heaven, ropes swaying lazy in the wind. Beneath, a knot of men bristled with steel, helmets winking like the eyes of wolves. And at the center, dragged like a beast to slaughter, was William. Anna saw him from the lane, her breath snagging like a fish on a hook. His tunic hung in tatters, clots of blood dried hard on the fabric, his hair matted, his face carved with bruises deep as trenches. Yet his spine stayed straight, his jaw locked. He walked without stumbling, though the ropes on his wrists bit so deep the flesh gaped like a torn sack. "By order of the king!" the captain's voice cracked across the frost. "For treason, theft, and blood spilt against the crown, this man shall hang by the neck until dead." The crowd, thin as the pest had left it, murmured like flies. Some spat, some crossed themselves. One crone muttered into her sleeve, words older than Rome, eyes sharp as pins. Anna stood frozen, John a weight on her hip, his fevered breath damp against her throat. The wind clawed her skirts, lifting them like the fingers of the damned. She wanted to run, to fling herself forward, to scream William's name until the sky split. But her legs were stone, her voice ash. William turned then, just a flick of his head, slow, deliberate, his eyes locking on hers. Christ's wounds, those eyes, black fire banked under ice. No fear, no plea, only something raw and terrible that made her knees buckle. The rope swung close, a pale snake with a noose for a head. The hangman's hands moved slow, practiced, humming a tune flat as the earth. William didn't flinch, didn't blink. Anna's nails cut her palms. Her heart was a drum, a war beat, a scream without a mouth. She knew in that blink that if they took him, the world, her world, would snap like rotten timber. And then, chaos cracked the air like a whip. A shout, a rush of boots, steel flashing, torches spilling sparks. Men, 3, 4, maybe 5, burst from the hedgerow, cloaks streaming, blades bright as saints' tears. One slammed the hangman aside, another gutted the captain where he stood, his scream slicing the dawn like glass. Blood sprayed, hot and black in the grey light, spattering William's face. The rope fell. So did 2 men. And then William moved. Christ, how he moved. Like the wind had loosed him, the noose still dangling from his neck, as he drove a knife into the ribs of the nearest soldier, twisting until bone cracked. The world became a snarl of screams and steel, the smell of shit and iron thick as breath. When it ended, the hill ran red. The gallows loomed empty, its ropes dripping like tongues torn from the dead. William stood among the wreck, chest heaving, eyes wild with a light Anna had never seen, bright and black, like fire eaten itself. He ripped the noose from his throat and flung it to the mud. "Run!" he rasped, voice shredded raw. "Now!" And Anna ran. They fled through lanes slick with frost and blood, boots hammering the ruts, breath knifing the dark. Behind them, bells split the sky, iron voices screaming warning across the fields. Dogs howled, horns blared. The king's justice was awake and it would not sleep until it fed. Anna clutched John to her chest, his limp weight dragging her spine into fire. His breath burned against her collarbone, shallow, ragged, threaded with the rattle of death. Her legs churned through mud and briar. skirt sodden, feet flayed raw inside boots stuffed with rags. Each step was a prayer. Each prayer tasted of blood. William ran ahead, the scythe clutched like a lover in his fist, his tunic black with gore, his breath coming in low, savage grunts. He moved like something hunted, and something hunting back. Once he stopped, head cocked like a stag scenting wolves, and Anna saw the knife flash in his hand, saw the cords of his neck, tight as bowstring. They broke from the hedgerows onto the moor, a vast black sheet stretched under a sky bruised purple with dusk. Wind ripped across it, slicing their faces raw, tearing the breath from their throats. Behind, the world burned. Villages spitting sparks, manors vomiting smoke fat and greasy. The revolt was dying, gutted like a pig, but it was taking half the Shire with it. Where? Anna gasped, her lungs clawing for air. North, William snarled, never slowing. Where the land is free. Free. The word clanged in her skull like a cracked bell. What was freedom but another name for running? For hunger and cold and the stink of fear? For graves unmarked in fields no priest would bless? By midnight, the moor lay drowned in fog. They huddled in a hollow, the earth oozing cold through the bones, the sky sagging black and low. William crouched at the mouth, the scythe across his knees, his eyes two pits of ember. Behind him, the mist swirled like breath from some beast too big to see. Anna curled around John, his heat a failing ember, her hands cupped over his skull like a bowl. She sang under her breath, old words cracked and shapeless, a lullaby to keep the dark from swallowing them whole. When she looked up, William's gaze pinned her, a weight that dragged the breath from her lungs. There was blood on his cheek, black in the fire glow, and something in his eyes that scared her more than the noose had. Not rage, not fear, hunger, raw and red, and nothing to do with bread. Sleep, he said, voice low, rough as a whetstone. And Anna thought, if I sleep, the world ends here. Outside, the night crawled with the creak of rope and the clang of steel, and far on the wind came a sound like singing, a tune flat as death, rolling from gallows heavy with the weight of men who dared to dream. Snow came early that year, thick as fleece, blanketing the moor until the world looked scrubbed clean, except it wasn't. Under the white, rot crawled. Fields lay unploughed, barns gutted, bones black under the drift. The revolt's ash still clung to hedgerows, soot smearing the frost like bruises. Anna trudged through it, skirt sodden, boots biting her ankles raw. John clung like a shadow, his breath a ghost against her collar. Fever burned him still, hot and stubborn as a forge fire, though his body was a bundle of sticks. Every cough was a blade in her chest. She'd stopped praying days ago. God had deaf ears and cold hands. The world had shrunk to a thread of road choked by snow. No birds sang, no bells tolled, only the creak of the wind clawing through bare branches and the crunch of William's boots ahead. Steady, relentless, grinding the silence to shards. His scythe rode his shoulder, its blade a pale grin under the bruised sky. Food was memory. They gnawed crusts gone mould soft, sipped ale sour as bile. When that was gone, there were roots clawed from the frozen ditch, bitter as gall, boiled to mush in blackened pots that smoked like sins. Anna's belly shrank until her ribs bit through the wool, but John's hunger screamed louder than hers. She chewed bark, spat the pulp into his mouth, and tasted despair with every breath. One night, under a sky torn raw by wind, William came back with a rabbit limp in his fist. fur patchy, eyes dull as tarnished silver. He flung it to the fire, and the smell, oh, sweet Christ, the smell rose like incense, rich and savage. They tore the meat with fingers, grease slicking their chins, licking until bones shone white as saints' relics. John gnawed until sleep dragged him under, a scrap of fat glistening on his lip. Anna sat back, belly tight with guilt and hunger, and watched William by the fire. His face was hollowed by shadow, his mouth smeared red, his eyes twin coals sunk deep. The scythe lay close, its edge catching the flame like a sliver of moon. And in that glow, something stirred. A shape too dark to name, curling behind his ribs, watching her with eyes that weren't his. "Tomorrow," he said, voice rough, dragging on bone, "we find a haul. A rich one. They've hoarded fat while we starve." Anna stared at the black sky, at stars sharp as pins, and thought, how much blood will it take to buy us bread? The wind hissed through the moor like a voice without a tongue, whispering a truth she dared not speak, all of it. They found it 2 days later, a manor squatting fat and smug at the moor's edge, its chimneys belching smoke thick as tallow, its windows glinting gold in the weak sun. Around it, fields gnawed bare, fences sagging like old spines. The pest had scoured its tenants clean, but the house stood, warm as a hearth in hell. Anna saw it and felt her knees turn water. She smelled bread, yeast-rich, singing its cruel song through the frost. And meat, oh God, meat. Fat dripping into coals until the scent was thick enough to choke. Her gut cramped hard, sharp as a knife twist. William's jaw knotted like rope. "Wait here," he rasped, his breath fogging white. The scythe gleamed in his fist, a crescent of pale fire. "Will..." Her voice cracked like ice. "Number, please, don't." He looked at her then. Slow, steady, and the look gutted her worse than hunger. "You want the boy to live?" Her mouth opened, closed, words shriveled like frost-bitten fruit. She clutched John tighter, felt the faint thud of his heart, the rasp of his breath, and she nodded. God help her. She nodded. William slipped into the dusk, his shape melting into the hedgerow. Silence swelled. The sky sagged black, the stars blind. Then shouts, sharp as knives. A scream flayed the dark, raw and sudden, smothered fast. Another cry, steel clashing, the thunk of wood on bone. A laugh, low, broken, William's laugh, ripping the night like a wolf's howl. When he came back, his breath steamed like a furnace. His tunic clung wet, black against black. In his arms, a sack, fat as sin, dripping grease. He dumped it by the fire, bread, whole and golden as sun. A haunch of meat slick and steaming. A skin of wine that bled ruby when he tore the cork with his teeth. Anna stared, not at the feast, not at the blood blooming dark on the snow, but at him. At his hands, raw and red to the wrists. At his eyes, burning like forge coals deep in a cave no light could reach. "Eat," he said, voice flat, iron heavy. She tore bread with fingers that shook like birch in the wind. Fed John first, cramming soft crumbs past his cracked lips, sobbing when he swallowed. Then ate herself, choking on meat that tasted of heaven and hell. Across the fire, William watched, his mouth curled in something too thin for a smile. And Anna thought, not for the first time, that hunger had teeth, and it was eating him from the inside out. Outside, the manor glowed like a pyre against the dark, and somewhere behind its walls, silence thickened. Rich, foul, heavy with the weight of what had been done. By the third day, the world smelled of fire. Not hearth fire, not bread-baking warmth, but the feral stink of timber screaming as it split, of thatch curling black, of flesh singing in the dark. Anna smelled it before she saw the glow. The manor burning like a fallen sun on the horizon, its flames writhing against the snow, sparks spitting upward like souls clawing for heaven. She froze in the ditch. John clutched tight, his fevered breath smearing her throat with damp heat. Beside her, William crouched low, the scythe's blade dull under the bruised sky, his face set in that terrible calm. She feared more than fury. "They know," she whispered, the words shredding on her tongue. "They'd find out," he said, voice flat as iron. "Better they burn than us." Behind the glow, shouts roared, men bellowing through smoke, the baying of hounds drunk on blood. Torches bobbed in the dusk like demon eyes, threading the white waste with rivers of fire. The Lord's men had come, iron and wrath stitched into their breath, and they weren't hunting rabbits. Will. Anna's voice cracked like hoarfrost underfoot. "We can't outrun. We don't outrun." His gaze swung to her, black and burning. "We vanish." And vanish they did. Into the bones of the earth, down a gully choked with briar and old snow, crawling on bellies raw as skinned beasts. The brambles clawed her face, ripped her palms to ribbons, but she bit the scream down to blood. John whimpered once, thin and weak as a reed, then sagged silent against her chest. When they reached the hollow, a bowl scooped by some old river's fist, they collapsed, ribs grinding like millstones, breath clawing out in ragged sobs. Above, the sky sagged bruised and swollen, coughing ash flakes fat as feathers. The smoke stank like a burned prayer. William crouched at the rim, eyes sweeping the waste, every muscle strung tight as a bow. In the fire glow painting his jaw, Anna saw the truth. The boy who'd once swung a scythe for bread was gone. This man, this shadow, wore hunger and blood like a second skin. "They'll hunt the moor," she rasped, her lips cracked white. "Then let them," he said, his mouth twisting in something too cold for a smile. "The snow drinks more blood than soil." And in his voice, Anna heard the last nail driven into the coffin of what they'd been. Above, the night bloomed red, the manor's bones breaking into sparks, and somewhere in that howl of wind and wrath, the future curled like smoke, thin, bitter, and black. 3 nights, and they hid in the hollow, the wind a knife sawing their skin raw. Their bellies gnawed hollow as winter graves. Snow fell thick as wool, muffling the world, swallowing every trace but the stink of fear. They burned scraps, thorn twigs, dung frozen hard as stone, just enough to keep the frost from gnawing John's bones clean. Anna held him close, rocked him till her arms screamed, whispered lullabies cracked with tears. His cough rasped weaker now, not sharp as before, but slow, dragging like death sucking marrow soft through a straw. On the second night, William came back with nothing but a wildness in his eyes. On the third, he brought meat. A strip dark and slick, its smell sharp, gamey, strange. "What is it?" she whispered, though her mouth watered till it hurt. "Eat," he said. She ate. Fed John first, cramming soft shreds past his bloodless lips, sobbing when his throat worked slow and stubborn, when the meat vanished behind those cracked teeth. Then she chewed her share, tasting iron, bitter as sin, swallowing until her gut clenched and bile scalded her throat. Later, too late, she asked again. William didn't answer, just sat by the ember glow, the scythe across his knees, his hands black with something no snow could scour. His eyes glinted like flint in the firelight, and Anna thought, the beast isn't out there. It's here. It's him. It's us. The wind rose, screaming through the waste like a soul-ripped roar, and far off came the baying of hounds, faint but swelling. Men's voices followed, ragged, riding the dark. Smoke! Tracks! Run them to ground! Anna clutched John so tight his bones bit her arms. Her heart thudded, wild and blind, as William rose, slow, soundless, the scythe catching the last ember glow in a flash cold as moonlight. Move, he said, his voice a blade. And Anna moved, because hell was behind, and something worse walked at her side. The dawn crawled slow over the moor, pale as a corpse's lips. Snow stretched endless, a shroud flung wide, and on its skin, a trail of prints, dark and raw, like wounds that would not close. Anna staggered through it, her skirt sodden and stiff, John a dead weight against her ribs. His breath rasped faint as a moth's wing, every wheeze sawing deeper into her soul. She felt his heat leaking out, life draining slow as a cracked cask, and she bit her lip till it split, tasting blood like prayer. Behind them, the wind carried the hunt. A low boom, horns, baying dogs thick as smoke, men's voices ripped ragged by the cold. North! They're driving north! Steel clanged, echoing hard across the frost. The sound crawled up her spine like ice worms. Will... Her voice cracked, raw as a reed in wind. They're close. Let them, William growled, his breath steaming black, his eyes burned, twin coals under a brow carved from iron. He strode like a beast born for snow, the scythe slung low in his fist, its blade grinning cold. The prints they left were deep, fat with blood, his boots torn to the bone, his soles chewed raw. But he never faltered. Then the dogs came, first their howls, long thin, slicing the moor like a blade, then shapes, black smears in the white, their eyes gleaming green fire. The hounds fanned wide, tongues lolling, breath puffing frost, their cries splitting the sky. Anna choked a sob, clutching John like a shield, her heart thrashing like a fish in a net. William swung, fast as a falcon, yanking her into the rib of a gully, snow sloughing down in a silent scream. They crouched, breath knifing the dark, while the hounds pounded past, their shadows slashing the ridge like ghosts. One lagged, one sniffed, a brute with jaws fat as a vice, steam curling from its maw. It slunk down, slow, snuffling the prints. Its growl rumbled like a prayer for blood. William rose like smoke, one breath, one step. Then steel sang, a hiss, quick as sin. And the dog's cry split the hush, high and sharp. Snow spattered red, hot as spilled wine, spraying William's face like war paint. He didn't flinch, just stood, panting, while the hound twitched slow into stillness, its tongue black in the frost. Anna gagged, bile biting her throat. Not for the dog, for the man with blood dripping from his knuckles, grinning teeth bared to the bone wind like he tasted something sweeter than bread. Move, he said, voice flat as the blade, and they moved, leaving a trail of red blooming through the white, a song the wind would carry to the men thundering near. By nightfall, the world was ash and ice. The wind ripped like knives, flaying the skin from their bones, driving snow into their mouths till their tongues felt carved from stone. They stumbled into a hollow, a black scar in the white, and dropped like stones, ribs grinding, hearts hammering ragged drums. John burned in Anna's arms, not with fever now. Fever was mercy compared to this. His skin was wax, his breath a thread, whispering in and out like a prayer too tired to finish. His eyes cracked open once, grey, cloudy, a sky where no sun rose, and his lips shaped a word she couldn't catch. Then shut. Anna pressed her mouth to his hair, sobbing dry, soundless. Her tears had frozen weeks ago. Beside her, William crouched in the ember glow of a scrap fire, his shadow thrown long and black, jagged as a gallows. His hands worked slow, sure, stripping meat from a carcass sprawled in the drift. Not a hare, not a deer, a man. She saw the boots first, good leather, lord's leather. Then the sleeve, wool thick as coin, crusted black. His face was gone, buried under snow, but the stink, sweet, sick, rose like incense from the steaming ribs. Will... Her voice cracked, raw as the torn bell rope. What have you done? He didn't look up, just sawed, steady, the blade whispering through sinew. He was dead, he said, flat as stone. Before I found him. A pause, a rasp of steel. Might have been one of them hunting us. Anna's gut heaved. She doubled, retching till bile scalded her tongue. John whimpered, a sound thin as silk tearing. And still, oh God, still, her mouth watered at the smell. That hot, iron-sweet smell. Her belly knotted hard, wolf-sharp. William held out a strip of flesh, black at the edge, steaming in the cold. Eat, he said. She stared, horror yawning wide in her skull, and in it, behind the howl of faith, of law, of everything she'd been, came another voice, software low, sweet as poison. Feed the boy. Her hands shook as she took it. Her teeth broke the skin. Warm juice slicked her tongue, and hot and foul, and she chewed, sobbing, until the taste became nothing, until the world shrank to the beat of John's heart under her palm. Across the fire, William watched, his eyes coals buried deep in black ash. And in that stare, Anna saw the last shard of the world they'd known sink under the snow. Dawn came blind, white as bone. The snow had stopped, but the cold, Christ the cold, bit to the soul, gnawing slow and patient as a worm in wood. The hunt was closer now. They heard it in the wind, horns baying flat and cruel, voices flogging the sky with rage. Anna sat hunched in the hollow, John curled small against her breast, his breath a moth's wing trembling against her ribs. His lips were grey now, grey as the ash staining her fingers. Beside her, William sharpened the scythe, long, slow strokes, steel whispering on stone, a sound thin and cold as a snake sliding through grass. His hands were black to the wrist, crusted with blood baked hard by frost. His face, Christ, his face, was carved from shadow, eyes sunk deep, mouth a straight cut that could bleed the world dry. They'll be on us by noon, he said, calm as a saint's corpse. Tracks run too fat, snow's thinned. Anna licked her lips, tasting iron ghosts. Then what? He looked up, slow, and the smile he gave her was a thing that had crawled up from hell. Thin, crooked, hungry. Then we stopped running. The wind licked the words clean. Around them the moor sprawled white, a page waiting for blood to write its scripture. And in that frozen hush, Anna felt it. The end. Crouching just beyond the ridge, teeth bare, tongue black. She closed her eyes, pressed her mouth to John's hair, and prayed. Not for life, not for mercy, but for whatever lay beyond this white silence to be softer than snow. The scythe sang one last time, long, low, like a bell, tolling across a world already ash. The wind died with the dawn, leaving a silence thick as wool. Snow lay smooth and blinding. The sky stretched grey as old bone, and across that white waste came the sound. Boots, iron-biting frost, steady as a drum of doom. Anna heard it first, coiling down the ridge, crawling through her skull. She clutched John tighter, his breath a thread unravelling against her breast. He whimpered once, so faint it barely stirred the air. She bent her head, lips on his hair, whispering nonsense, prayers too cracked to mend. William rose slow from the hollow. No haste, no flinch. He straightened to his full height, the scythe gripped in fists black with blood baked hard as iron. His tunic hung in strips, his hair a snarl, his eyes twin shards of flint. For one breath, he looked carved from the moor itself. A black figure etched on white, lean and savage. A man who'd torn his soul down to the bone and found only steel inside. They came over the ridge, 10, maybe 12, lords' men in mail crusted with frost, helms winking dull under the weak sun. Their boots thudded, shaking the air. At their head rode the captain, face sealed under steel, his banner snapping like a whip, a splash of scarlet against the pallid sky. "William Holt!" The voice cracked across the waste, hard as oak, cold as iron. "In the king's name, yield!" William's laugh slashed the hush, raw, jagged, spilling steam like blood. "Yield." His voice rolled dark, steady, biting the air in strips. "To men fat on my bones, to crowns that grind us like grain." The scythe sang as he swung it high, its arc slicing the sky, bright as a crescent moon steeped in blood. Then the world broke. They charged, boots pounding, blades hissing like snakes. The moor erupted, white exploding under iron feet, wind ripping screams into tatters. William leapt to meet them, steel shrieking on steel, sparks spitting like devils. The first man fell, throat split to the spine, his blood painting the snow in a banner broad and red. Another staggered, clutching a belly torn open like a grain sack, steaming gut slopping to the frost. Anna clutched John, crouched low in the hollow, her breath a sore, her eyes wide pits drinking a hell stitched on white. Men screamed, steel howled, snow drank deep, and at the centre, William, his scythe a silver storm, his face a mask carved from death's grin. But numbers chew stone. They swarmed, wolves in mail, snarling, biting, hacking with iron teeth. Blades kissed flesh, blood spurted hot, hissing on snow, and still he moved, striking, snarling, until the white was red, until the wind reeked of iron and offal. Then, oh Christ, then he staggered. Just a flick, a falter, as steel kissed his ribs deep. His breath tore out, black and bitter, mist curling from his mouth like a soul unmoored. Anna screamed, raw and ripping, but the wind swallowed it whole. It ended as all storms end, with silence so thick it deafened. The moor sprawled flat under a sky-bruised violet. Snow churned black and red. Bodies sprawled like broken toys flung by a mad child. Crows circled low, their cries thin, greedy. At the centre lay William. Anna crawled to him, her knees cutting through crusted drifts. John clamped to her breast with a grip, fierce as rigor. Her hands shook as she rolled him. Christ. Her hands, slick with blood so hot it smoked against the cold. His eyes cracked open, black hollows ringed with frost. His breath scraped her cheek, a rasp clawing through his chest like nails on oak. You. The word crawled raw from his throat, shredding itself on the air. You run, take the boy, north. Anna shook her head till her teeth rattled. tears freezing in shards on her cheeks. "No, north," he snarled, the sound tearing his lungs to ribbons. "Where land's free, where men ain't dogs for lords." A cough ripped him in half, spitting blood dark as plum wine across the white. She bent, pressing her brow to his, her sobs hollow, jagged. His skin burned, then froze under her lips, his pulse a slow drum drowning in silence. She tasted salt, tasted iron, tasted the last splinter of the boy he'd been, before hunger sharpened him to a blade. "Anna?" His voice cracked. Just a thread now, fraying fast. Keep him breathing. Her breath snagged, broke. "I will." A pause, a shudder. His mouth curled, not a smile, but close. A shadow of warmth flickering through the ruin. "Then I can go." And he went. Quiet. Like a scythe slipping through ripe grain. The wind rose, combing the white, licking his hair across his face like black fire. Anna shut his eyes with fingers stiff as boards, then pressed her mouth to his blood-cracked lips, tasting nothing but ash. The silence swelled, fat and blind, and in it, the world tilted. One sister crouched over a corpse, clutching a child still clinging to the frayed edge of breath, while the moor lay strewn with a wreck of men and dreams. Anna walked. She walked because stopping meant freezing, and freezing meant death. And death, Christ, death was a feast this land had gorged too fat on. The moor sprawled endless, a white waste stitched with black scars where men had bled their last hymn. Behind her, the hill hunched under a gallows of smoke, and somewhere under that snow lay William, her brother, her shadow, her ruin. John hung on her breast, limp as a snuffed wick. His breath ticked faint, a clock wound low, ready to stop. She spoke to him, cracked words spilling like thaw water, songs their mother once crooned by a hearth, now black as soot in her skull. Her voice rasped, thin, but it kept the dark from eating her whole. The wind clawed her cheeks raw, licked the tears into ice. Hunger gnawed her belly, sharp as a rat's teeth, but she kept moving. Through drifts that dragged her skirts like dead hands, over ridges ripped raw by frost, across streams choked with ice fat as glass. Once she saw smoke, a ribbon twisting black in the dusk. A hall, maybe. A croft with bread fat and warm on the board. Or a trap yawning like a wolf's mouth. She stared, hollow-eyed, and turned away. She'd traded enough blood for fire. Night sagged down, purple and blind, coughing snow in slow, fat flakes. Anna stumbled into a cleft between rocks, curled like a beast with John tight against her breast. She pulled her cloak over them, thin as the sinner's prayer, and listened to his breath. Soft, stuttering, a candle guttering low. She pressed her mouth to his hair, tasting the salt and soot of all they'd fled, and whispered, "North, where land's free, where no lord owns our bones." But in the hush between her words, the wind answered, cold and endless, "There is no free. There is only hunger." Above, the sky gaped hollow, blind stars pricking through like nails. And under that nailed-up black, Anna Holt, daughter of soil, sister of blood, mother of a child, thin as a reed, closed her eyes and dreamed of fields green as Eden. She woke to silence. White silence, wide as forever. Morning bled grey across the moor, slow as a wound sealing over ice. Anna woke stiff as a corpse, her cloak stiff with frost, her arms cramped around John's brittle body. For a breath, one sharp, bright blade of terror, she thought him gone. Then it came, a whisper of breath, thin as smoke, tickling her throat. Still alive, still hers. She staggered to her feet, skirts dragging wet as rags, her knees grinding like old hinges. The snow had stopped, but the wind still prowled, gnawing her bones, combing her hair into frozen ropes. Ahead lay nothing, just white smothering white. The sky a lid of lead clamped over the world. She walked, because stopping was a kind of death she could feel licking her heels. Hours unspooled like entrails, silent but for the crunch of her boots and John's cough, dry and papery as autumn leaves. Once, far off, bells tolled, thin, warped, like iron screaming in a dream. A church, maybe. Or the gallows singing their black psalm. By dusk the land softened, a smudge of black against the pale, a croft squatting low, smoke sneaking from its chimney like a sly smile. Anna's gut clenched hard, sharp as hunger. Bread, heat, a roof, or a snare. She pushed the door at dark. Inside, heat thick as blood, pressing her skin, making her head reel. The smell slammed her, meat spitting fat, bread sweating gold on a board. She almost wept. A man sat by the hearth, face carved from oak, beard black streaked with frost. His eyes crawled over her. Ragged cloak, hollow cheeks. John clutched like a talisman. "You've walked far." His voice was low, slow, sliding like oil. Her tongue stuck like ash in her mouth. He rose, slow, a shadow stretching long across the floor. "You'll eat." A pause. "And pay." The way he said pay made her belly knot colder than snow. Anna clutched John tighter, the heat now choking, thick as sin. Behind her, the door sagged wide, letting in the night's black breath. Ahead, the man's grin split his beard like a wound. And for the first time, Anna wished for William's shadow. She ate. God help her, she ate. Bread hot as a lover's kiss, tearing soft under her teeth, meat dripping grease that slicked her chin, sliding down her throat like molten gold. She fed John first, cramming crumbs past his blue lips, sobbing when his jaw worked, slow and stubborn. Then she gorged, choking on joy and guilt, her gut swelling like a drum. When the edge dulled, fear slunk in, soft as a cat. The man watched, elbows on knees, eyes burning holes in her skin. His grin was gone now. In its place, something lean, sharp, hungry in a way that had nothing to do with bread. "You've no man," he said, voice flat as a whetstone. She froze, crumbs crusting her fingers like scabs. "I had. And now?" His gaze slid to John, then back, slow as a knife drawing from flesh. Her heart thudded hard, a fist pounding her ribs. She thought of William, the way he'd stood on the moor, black against white, scythe singing blood. She thought of his laugh, jagged as glass. She wished for that laugh now, wished for his shadow clawing the corners, wished for a monster to scare this wolf back into its den. Instead, she had her hands, her teeth, her rage, worn thin as old linen. He stood, boots thudding slow, steady, like the drum of doom. "A roof," he said, voice low, eyes crawling. "Fire, bread, all yours." A pause, long enough to scrape the bone from her will. "For a wife's duty." Her belly heaved, the feast curdling into bile. She clutched John, his breath ghosting faint, his ribs sharp as blades. She thought of the moor, of the white moor yawning beyond that door, waiting to chew them to bone. And she nodded. God help her, she nodded. The days crawled, fat and foul as maggots. Anna wore her body like a shroud, lips cracked from words she wouldn't speak. hands raw from work that stank of chains. She spun till her fingers bled, churned till her arms screamed, scrubbed till her nails split black. And at night, oh Christ, the nights, she lay stiff as the boards, the man's breath dragging across her skin like a dull sore. John grew slow as a winter sun, thin but breathing, his eyes two grey hollows in a face pale as milk. She fed him from her own mouth when meat was mean, chewed roots to mush, prayed until her throat cracked. The prayers never reached heaven. They curled back like smoke and died in her chest. But still she spat them out, like teeth ground loose by hunger. Outside, the world shifted. Men in boots black as crow wings stomped through lanes, sniffing for rebels' bones. Heads grinned from spikes in towns fat with famine, their mouths frozen in the rictus of law. Taxes crawled higher, tighter, biting till blood wept from stone. And whispers, always whispers, of pestilence stirring again, black breath coiling in the east. One dusk, the man staggered in stinking of ale, his grin torn wide, his hands rough as iron. Anna stood by the hearth, fists curled, jaw clamped, her breath soaring. She thought of William, his scythe, his laugh, the blood he'd spilled for a dream chewed to pulp. And something split in her. When his hand clawed her wrist, she drove the iron poker deep, hard, till bone cracked like ice on a thawing stream. His scream split the croft, sharp and raw, a hymn to hell. Blood spattered the rushes, thick and hot, hissing where it kissed the fire. Anna stood over him, chest heaving, the poker dripping red, and felt nothing. Not fear, not triumph, only a hollow, yawning wide as the moor, wide as a sky nailed with dead stars. She wiped the poker clean, fed John, slept with the fire hissing low, the smell of blood thick as incense. Outside, the wind moaned through the thatch, whispering like William in the dark. Run, Anna. Run before the wolves scent the blood. She ran. God strike her blind. She ran. Before dawn smeared the sky with ash, before the blood cooled on the croft floor, before the man's groans could crawl into words. She stuffed crusts in a rag, slung John like a relic on her back, and tore the door wide. The cold slapped like a lash, the moor yawning wide, white jaws gaping to gnaw her bones clean. She walked till her feet bled black, till her breath rasped like torn linen, till the world tilted and bucked under a sky bruised purple and blue. Villages hunched low under smoke, doors barred, eyes peering like needles through shutters. No bread for strangers, no mercy for murder. Dogs bayed at her shadow, ribs sharp as scythes, their eyes green with hunger. Once she begged at a hall, down on her knees in muck, John sagging like a sack, her voice cracked raw. They tossed her crusts like bones to a cur. She thanked them with her teeth clenched so hard blood salted her tongue. By Candlemas, her boots were rags, her skirts stiff with filth, her hair a snarl thick with frost. John burned and froze, his breath ticking faint as a gnat's hum. Anna crooned songs dead centuries old, her voice cracking like glass, her heart a drumbeat counting down the dark, and always the road. A grey scar slicing white, never ending, never bleeding green. She dreamed of William some nights, his laugh jagged, his hands red, his eyes black fire. Woke tasting iron, fists curled round emptiness. The sky stayed nailed with clouds. The wind kept whispering that one word, soft, sly, cruel as hunger. North. She found it on a Lenten dusk, A hulk of stone squatting black on a hill, its bones crusted with frost, its windows blind. A priory, gutted by pest and wrath, walls gaping like split ribs. She crawled through the wreck, breath rasping, John whimpering like a pup chewed near dead. Inside, cold, thick as a corpse, silence fat as wool. Candles guttered on stubs green with rot, their stench sweet and foul. A crucifix hung cracked on the wall, Christ's head drooping like a drowned man. Anna curled in a niche, moss slick under her spine, and fed John the last of the crusts. He sucked slow, his eyes cloudy as old pewter, his breath shallow as thaw water creeping under ice. She sang, low, cracked, her voice a ghost in that hollow dark. Sleep, my Bonnie. The stars are bright. The stars weren't bright. The roof was a sieve spitting cold tears. Rats skittered through shadows fat as sin. Somewhere water dripped. A slow, cold clock ticking out the world. She pressed her lips to his skull, felt the heat fading, and thought, if he goes, I go. No more. No road. No more hunger biting the marrow clean. But John clung, thin, stubborn as a weed in frost. His breath ticked on. So Anna closed her eyes and dreamed of fields green as psalms, of bread fat as Easter bells, of a scythe singing through sunlit grain, and William walking there, black and bright, his laugh a blade slicing the hush. She woke to bells tolling faint on the wind. Spring crawled, grey and mean, over the Shire's ribs. The frost melted to muck, thick and black, coughing up bones fat with lime. Men walked again, thin as ghosts, eyes hollow, mouths full of oaths and ashes. The king's banners flapped over spikes, grinning with heads stiff as iron. Anna walked too, north, always north, through lanes gutted by fire, through woods crawling with wolves that watched with eyes green as pestilence. She traded scraps of linen for crusts, spun yarn till her fingers wet blood, begged with a voice raw as a gallows rope. And still, John lived, small, silent, stubborn, his breath a thread, his eyes two grey smudges in a skull white as milk. She dragged him on her back till her spine screamed, till her bones felt ground to chalk. One dusk, on a ridge cracked by wind, she stopped. Below sprawled a vale, green ghosting the black, sheep crawling fat as clouds. Smoke curled from roofs, snug as teeth in a jaw. Land, work, bread. Anna dropped to her knees in the muck and laughed. A sound cracked, jagged, spilling salt down her cheeks. Laughed till her throat split and her breath tore like rotten cloth. And far off, soft as a sigh, the wind whispered William's name. Years wore her thin as homespun. Seasons wheeled, gnawing flesh from bone, grinding dreams to grit. She bent her back over soil black as sin. Her hands raw from clawing life out of a land that bit and spat like a dog on a chain. John grew, slow, crooked, hollow-eyed, but he grew. Worked fields with a jaw hard as flint, his silence heavy as frost. Some nights, she'd wake to his breath in the dark and feel a blade of fear. Fear that his eyes burned like William's once did. Black fire banked under ash. They never spoke of the road, the blood, the moor white as a shroud. Those ghosts lay deep, fat as roots, feeding on their marrow. When Anna's last spring came, she sat by the furrow, knees drawn up, watching the green ghosts through the black. The sky hung wide and hollow, clouds nailed to it like bone-white crosses. Her hands, knots of cord and scar, lay quiet on her lap. She thought of William then, of his laugh slicing the hush, of his scythe singing red hymns, of his blood hissing black on snow. thought of a boy who dreamed of land and found a grave wide as a moor. Her breath left soft, sweet as barley smoke, curling from a thatch. And the wind rose, combing the grain, carrying a sound low and long, a whisper like steel sliding through ripe wheat. Rest, Anna, the hunger's done. And the field bowed low, green heads nodding like monks at prayer, while the sky gaped silent and wide as a wound that would never close. And that's where our road ends. In fields gone silent, under skies nailed with stars as cold as steel. You've walked the whole way, from birth on a dirt floor, through winters that bit to the bone, through famine, plague, fire, and blood. You've tasted the hunger, felt the frost crawl under your skin, and heard the toll of bells that never stopped ringing. Life in the Middle Ages was short, brutal, and somehow beautiful in its stubborn fight to endure. If you made it this far, thank you for staying with me through the long dark. Now, if you want more journeys like this, more stories where history whispers and shadows stretch, do me a favor before sleep pulls you under. Tap like, hit subscribe, and share this with someone who loves the strange, the raw, and the real. Your support keeps these fires burning. Without you, the stories die out, just like the last candle in a plague year. And tell me in the comments, what part of this life would have broken you first? The hunger, the cold, or the weight of hope, fading like smoke? Rest now, sleepless rabble. The wind's quiet. The bells have stopped. And for tonight, the Middle Ages let you go. Hey there, sleepless rabble. Tonight, I'm taking you somewhere dark. Somewhere drenched in velvet shadows, candlelight, and a lot of very bad decisions. You know the one. The world where immortality isn't the glamorous fantasy the movies promised, but a long, lonely eternity filled with blood, guilt, and endless existential crises. This story is inspired by Interview with the Vampire, that deliciously gothic tale where everyone looks like they stepped out of a Renaissance painting and still manages to be deeply miserable. Because living forever, turns out it's mostly boredom in expensive clothes. And a diet plan you really don't want to know about. So, lie back. Let me take over for a while. You don't need to do anything, except maybe wonder, would you trade your soul for eternal youth? If it meant never tasting garlic bread again? If you enjoy this midnight ramble through decadence and despair, make sure to hit that like button, subscribe for more stories, and drop your thoughts in the comments. I'd love to know. If you could live forever, would you take the deal? Or pass the crucifix? This is Napmax Sleep Stories. And tonight, you're listening to Boring Vampires for Sleep, the dark tale of Interview with the Vampire. The city was humming. Not in a cheerful, hummingbird way, more like a restless machine breathing under sodium lamps. Outside the tall windows, San Francisco was wrapped in neon and mist, the kind that makes even a convenience store look like a crime scene. The night was warm, sticky in a way that made the air taste faintly of electricity. And then there was him, sitting across from the journalist with the stillness of someone who has mastered the art of waiting for centuries. His hands folded loosely in his lap, pale fingers resting like porcelain on black fabric, eyes that didn't blink often enough. Not human stillness, something heavier. The kind that presses against the air until you notice your pulse trying to back out of the room. The reporter adjusted his tape recorder, pretending this was just another story. Just another eccentric with a flair for drama. Sure, because men with cheekbones like knife blades and that voice, low, silk on steel, they show up every day in this part of town. I see something in your face, the man said, his tone like a secret leaning too close. The journalist laughed, nervous. Something good, I hope. The pale stranger tilted his head, just enough for the light to catch his eyes. They weren't just eyes, they were archives. Locked rooms full of things you should never read. No, he said softly. Something you've lost. Something you'll never find again. The tape recorder clicked on. The journalist cleared his throat, hoping this wasn't a waste of time or worse. A story that would end with him becoming the headline. So, you wanted to talk about your life? My life, the man repeated, letting the syllables roll like smoke. My life ended 200 years ago. What I have now is something else entirely. Outside, a siren wailed, sliding through the wet streets like a warning no one would hear. The room smelled faintly of old leather and dust, the kind that clings to books nobody opens anymore. And underneath it all, something sweet, coppery, like blood in water. The man leaned forward just slightly, the way a predator might lean toward a deer that hasn't realized the forest is too quiet. Do you believe in evil? He asked. The journalist hesitated. I don't know. I guess it depends on what you mean by evil. The stranger smiled, and it wasn't the kind of smile that belonged in a room with the lights on. Then, let me show you, he whispered. And just like that, the city disappeared. The mist, the neon, the hum of traffic, gone, replaced by a memory sharp enough to bleed through time. A memory dripping with candlelight and rot, perfumed with the stench of death and roses. A world where shadows moved like living things, and eternity had teeth. Because this wasn't just a confession, it was an invitation. The air changed before the words did. The sound of traffic faded like a candle choking on its last breath. And suddenly the room was steeped in a warmth that didn't belong to San Francisco. A different light crept in, golden, heavy, dripping across polished wood and silk curtains. Outside, a cicada's song rose, thick and lazy in the heat. I was 24, Louis said, his voice like a blade sliding into velvet. Young, rich, miserable. It was 1791, and New Orleans smelled like sugar and sin. The streets were lined with magnolias that masked the rot underneath, and the river rolled by like a dark mirror, carrying secrets no priest would bless. You could hear the laughter of men in powdered wigs, the sharp click of boots on cobblestone, and the sigh of women locked behind shutters, dreaming of freedom they would never touch. Louis walked among them like a man already half dead. His clothes were perfect. Black coat, silver buttons, a cravat tied with the precision of a duel. But his eyes, oh, those eyes, had the dull shine of a man who had stared too long into the bottom of a glass and found nothing waiting for him. Death, he murmured, was all I wanted. Not because I hated life, because life hated me. The memory curled around his voice like smoke. The plantation stretched out under a pitiless sun, the sugar fields swaying like a green sea. Wealth was everywhere, heavy furniture carved by hands that would never sit at the table, porcelain from China, chandeliers glittering above hollow feasts. And beneath it all, the dark truth of every golden dream, the backs that carried it, bent under chains and silence. He remembered the day his brother died. A fragile boy with a saint's eyes and a fever that burned like holy fire. Louis could still feel the weight of his brother's body light as a secret, as he lowered him into the earth. They called it an accident, a fall from the roof. Louis called it a message from God, if God spoke in whispers of guilt and despair. He drank after that. Drank until the world blurred into amber and ash, until nights bled into mornings, and he prayed for a duel, a knife, a bullet, anything to tear the hollow from his chest. But no death came, only more nights, heavy with perfume and lies, and the laughter of men who didn't know what it was to beg for an ending. And then he saw him. Louis didn't speak the name yet, but the air in the memory shifted, as if something had brushed its fingers along the edge of the story. A shadow in a room full of light. A voice that didn't belong to any church, any world Louis knew. Smooth as honey, sharp as sin. I didn't understand then, Louis said softly, his gaze drifting to some far horizon only he could see. But that night was the beginning of the end. Or perhaps the beginning of eternity. The scent of wax and roses thickened. The flicker of candle flames danced on mirrored walls. And somewhere in the dark, laughter bloomed, low and rich, curling like smoke. The laughter of a man who had waited centuries for someone just like him. The first time Louis saw him, the night seemed to pause, as if the stars themselves leaned in for a better look. It was at a gaming house on Rue Royale, a place of smoke and laughter, where fortunes bled out on green felt tables, and the air tasted of sweat and rum. Louis had wandered in like a ghost wearing silk, his pockets heavy with coins he didn't care about, his heart even heavier with a grief that never left the room. And then there he was, a man standing in the corner as though the shadows belonged to him. He didn't move like the others, didn't speak with that frantic hunger for distraction that plagued every soul in that place. No, he was stillness made flesh, elegance folded into darkness. His hair caught the candlelight like a spill of gold across his shoulders. His eyes, oh, those eyes, glittered like something alive, something that hunted. They weren't human eyes. They were polished obsidian flecked with starlight. And when they turned toward Louis, the world stopped breathing. Bonsoir, the stranger said, his voice curling through the air like a wisp of smoke. Software unhurried. A whisper that somehow weighed more than a shout. Louis felt it sink under his skin, like warm fingers tracing his spine. He smiled. This man, though calling him a man felt like calling fire a candle. That smile wasn't warmth. It was possession wearing charm, as a mask. Your grief, he murmured, stepping closer. It clings to you like perfume. Louis stiffened, though he didn't move away. Couldn't. It was as if those words were chains, silk-wrapped and invisible, binding him to the floor. He tried to laugh, tried to summon that cold, aristocratic composure his world demanded. And what do you know of grief? The stranger tilted his head, the smile widening by a fraction. Everything. The room kept spinning with drunken voices and clinking glasses, but for Louis, sound had thinned to nothing but that voice. Even the candle flames seemed to lean toward it. I've been watching you, the stranger continued, circling Louis the way a lion circles something fragile and doomed. Every night, you walk these streets as if you're searching for someone to end your life. Louis swallowed hard. Perhaps I am. Then you found him. The word slid between them like a blade. Louis should have laughed, should have turned away, but instead, he found himself staring into that endless dark glitter of eyes, feeling his soul stretch like wax near a flame. Something in him whispered yes. Something louder whispered run. But Louis didn't move. The stranger, Lestat, though Louis did not yet know the name, closed the last inches of space like a dance, One slow step, then another. His hand brushed Louis's sleeve, a touch as light as breath, and yet Louis felt it burn through the fabric, a promise coiled in silk. You want freedom, Lestat said, his voice a low hymn to sin. You want to taste something that will tear the rot from your bones and leave only hunger. The gaming house roared around them, but Louis heard only that word, hunger, and something inside him cracked like ice in warm water. For the first time in months, perhaps years, he felt alive, terrifyingly alive. Lestat smiled as though he'd heard the thought, and maybe he had. Let me give you what you crave, he whispered, his lips so close Louis could feel the shape of the words against his skin. And in that moment, Louis knew. This was no man. This was a shadow given flesh, a promise carved from midnight. And he would follow him into hell, if hell only asked sweetly enough. It happened on a night so thick with heat it felt alive. The bayou slept under a moon that looked like polished bone, and the air was drunk on magnolia and rot. Louis remembered walking along the veranda, the boards groaning beneath his boots, a glass of brandy sweating in his hand. He'd been trying to drown the echo of his brother's voice for months now, but grief is a stubborn parasite. It clings even when you soak it in liquor. The laughter came first, a low ripple cutting through the dark like a silver blade. He turned, and there he was, Lestat, leaning against a marble pillar as if he had grown from it, draped in shadows that seemed to adore him. Candlelight played across his face, all sharp planes and cruel perfection. Beauty like that doesn't belong to men. It belongs to myths and things you pray never notice you. You look tired of living, Lestat said softly, almost kindly, like a priest offering last rites. Louis let out a brittle laugh. And what if I am? Then let me relieve you. The words slid like silk soaked in poison. Before Louis could answer, Lestat was closer. Too close, his presence a gravity that dragged breath from lungs. Fingers brushed his throat, cool as river stone, and Louis shivered though the night was heavy with heat. And then, the bite. It wasn't what he expected. No savage tearing, no violent shock. Just a slow, deliberate sinking of teeth. 2 precise points breaching skin, as if the flesh had been waiting all its life to give way. A whisper of pain, bright and sharp, and then pleasure. Blinding. It surged like fire in the veins, burning out grief, guilt, fear, every human ache swallowed in a tide of heat and hunger. His heart roared, thudding like a war drum in the hollow of his chest. And for a moment Louis thought he was flying. No, falling. Into something bottomless and endless, where every sense was a blade of light. He could taste eternity in that darkness. Hear it, humming like a secret behind the skin. Blood poured from him in molten ribbons, and yet he didn't fight. Couldn't. He wanted this. Wanted it more than he wanted death. More than he'd wanted anything. The world shrank to the curve of Lestat's mouth against his neck. The cold hands holding him like a lover's promise, and the sweet, metallic pull that turned pain into ecstasy. And then, just as the fire reached its peak, silence. The fangs withdrew. Louis swayed, hollowed out, his breath a ragged ghost. He barely registered the taste pressed to his lips. A drop of something thick, rich, alive. Dark wine, sweeter than sin. Lestat's blood. Drink, Lestat whispered, his voice a chain wrapped in silk. Drink, and leave your coffin of flesh behind. Louis hesitated for the briefest second, long enough for the night to hold its breath. And then he drank. It hit like lightning in reverse, a current flooding inward, rewiring bone and sinew and soul. Every nerve sang in a key he'd never known, and the world fractured. Colors too sharp, scents too thick, sounds blooming like thunderflowers in the dark. He dropped the glass, heard it shatter a mile away. His heartbeat faltered, slowed, stopped. And when the last whisper of mortality slipped from him, Louis opened his eyes. The moon had never been so bright. The stars looked close enough to bruise. He could hear the blood in a rat scuttling across the kitchen floor, the pulse of a man praying 3 houses down, the fevered breath of the world itself. Louis de Pointe de Lac had died, and in his place stood something else, something hungry. The first night was a symphony of hunger. It hit him like a storm as soon as the last mortal breath left his body. One moment, Louis was reeling in a fog of ecstasy and dread. The next, his senses ignited, rabid and merciless. The world was too loud, too sharp. He could hear the groan of wood deep in the walls, the hiss of wind curling through keyholes, the whisper of a moth's wings trembling against the flame of a distant candle. Every sound, every scent was a blade, and the sweetest of them all was blood. Not the memory of it, not the faint copper ghost on his tongue, but the throb of it pulsing through the city beyond those plantation gates. It was everywhere, beating in the chests of men laughing over cards, sliding like molten gold through the veins of women singing by candlelight, pounding like war drums in the bodies of horses stamping in the stables. Louis staggered, clinging to the veranda rail, his vision exploding with colors that didn't exist yesterday. The night wasn't black anymore. It was velvet soaked in violet and silver, stitched with threads of heat that traced every living thing like maps of desire. Hunger growled in him, a low, obscene music, curling through his bones like smoke. And then came the laughter. Lestat's laughter, low, amused, cutting through the fever like a knife through silk. He emerged from the shadows, the perfect monster in silk and lace, his hair catching the moonlight like spilled champagne. Beautiful, isn't it? He purred, sweeping a hand at the night as if he'd painted it himself. Every flicker of life, every trembling pulse, yours to take. Louis swallowed, his throat tight with a thirst that felt like fire eating its way up from his core. I can't, he whispered. Lestat smiled, all white teeth and mockery. Can't? Oh, my dear Louis, what a delicious little lie. Hunger doesn't care about your manners. Before Louis could answer, Lestat was gone. No, not gone. Moving too fast for the eye to follow. A heartbeat later, he reappeared in the courtyard, one pale hand clamped around the throat of a man who had been foolish enough to wander too close to the gates. A drunk, by the smell of him, cheap rum and sweat. His feet kicked uselessly, eyes bulging in terror as Lestat tilted his head toward Louis with the casual grace of a man offering a glass of wine. Your supper, Lestat said smoothly. Warm, fragrant, terrified. Exactly how you like it. Louis stared, horror clawing at the edges of his hunger. He's a man. Lestat's laugh was a dark bell tolling in the night. Oh, listen to you. Pretending the word still means something. He sank his fangs into the man's throat with obscene delicacy, and Louis gasped as if the bite were in his own skin. The sound, the hot, wet rush of blood, was a hymn, and it dragged Louis to his knees. When Lestat lifted his head, crimson dripping like jewels from his lips, he held the man out as though presenting an exquisite gift. Drink, he whispered, echoing echoing that first command, or starve in eternity. And Louis broke. He seized the man with trembling hands, and when his mouth found the wound, the world detonated. Blood, thick, sweet, savage, flooded his senses, burning down his throat like molten silk. It wasn't food, it was life. It was light and heat and every forbidden pleasure, roaring through him in waves so violent he moaned against the man's skin. The body jerked once, then sagged, empty. Louis let it fall, his lips slick, his chest heaving like a sinner dragged from the pyre. Lestat's applause was slow, mocking. Bravo, mon ami, he purred. And to think, yesterday, you prayed for death. Louis stared at his blood-stained hands, horror and ecstasy wrestling like twin serpents in his gut. What have I become? He whispered. Lestat smiled like a devil watching a soul sign its name. Exactly what you wanted to be. The night closed around them, thick with the perfume of death and magnolias, and Louis felt the truth cold in his bones. There was no going back. New Orleans slept like a courtesan that night, painted, perfumed, and utterly corrupt. The air was warm silk clinging to skin, steeped in the musk of river water and rotting fruit, heavy with the perfume of magnolias trying in vain to mask the stench beneath. Music drifted from salons like ribbons of gold, violins wailing their drunken hymns to an age too decadent to notice its own decay. It was in this theatre of excess that Lestat began his lessons. He led Louis through the streets, as if parading a prized acquisition, boots striking cobblestones slick with moonlight. People stared, but not too long. There was something in Lestat's smile that warned against curiosity. He moved like a blade sheathed in velvet, dazzling, lethal, inevitable, and Louis followed, still raw with hunger and guilt, his senses flayed open to the riot of the night. Every sound was an intrusion. The snap of a fan in a passing carriage, the hiss of gas lamps breathing fire, the heartbeat of a boy dozing in an alley. God, the heartbeats. They were everywhere, pounding like drums beneath fragile cages of bone. Louis tried to shut them out, but it was like trying to ignore the sea while drowning in it. You hear them, don't you? Lestat's voice curled like smoke, teasing and cruel. Each pulse, a promise. He paused under the arch of a lamppost, tilting his head toward a balcony where laughter spilled like wine. A woman leaned over the railing, pale throat bared, pearls glinting against her skin. She's beautiful, isn't she? A ripe peach, begging for teeth. Louis recoiled. She's alive. Lestat laughed softly, as though at a child refusing cake. So were you. Look how well that worked out. He swept into a gambling hall, and Louis followed like a shadow dragged by gravity. The room was a fever dream of light and noise. Chandeliers blazing, mirrors catching fragments of silk and sweat. The air thick with smoke and desperation. Men slammed cards on polished wood, their pockets bleeding gold. Women glided like perfumed ghosts, their smiles lacquered with lies. Watch, Lestat murmured, slipping through the crowd with the grace of sin. He brushed a hand against a man's shoulder, a casual touch, a spark, and the poor fool turned as if hypnotized. Lestat smiled, and in that smile bloomed a darkness Louis could feel in his marrow. He drew the man aside with a murmur sweet as honey, led him to a shadowed alcove, and then, like a lover's kiss, came the strike. 2 perfect punctures blossoming on warm flesh, the blood flowing slow and red, a crimson confession against ivory skin. Louis couldn't look away. Hunger clawed at him, raw and savage. yet some remnant of his soul screamed in protest. He tasted bile and desire in the same breath. "You see," Lestat purred, lifting his head, his lips painted in scarlet. "It's art, mon ami. The oldest art in the world. And you," he touched Louis's chest with a finger cold as marble, "are a born artist. Stop pretending you're not." But Louis only shook his head, eyes burning with something too tangled to name. He hated Lestat then. Hated his laughter, his beauty, his bright, pitiless hunger. And yet, beneath that hate, something else coiled. A thread of awe, a dark fascination that terrified him more than death ever had. Outside, the music swelled, a waltz tumbling through the streets like a decadent prayer. The city was a jewel dripping in sin, and Lestat was its perfect thief, and Louis, poor, broken Louis, was learning, step by poisoned step, that eternity wasn't a gift. It was a hunger that would never end. Night after night, the hunger wrote the same sermon, and Louis was its most reluctant disciple. The lesson was simple: live or starve, kill or vanish into the long, cold oblivion that even eternity couldn't thaw. Lestat, of course, thrived on it. He turned the hunt into theatre, and the world was his stage. There was nothing discreet about him, not in those silk coats that shimmered like oil under the gaslight, not in the jeweled buttons catching every stolen breath of moon. Lestat didn't walk through the salons of New Orleans. He stormed them, a golden god wearing wickedness like a crown, and people adored him for it. They never saw the predator until it was kissing their throat. Louis followed, silent and simmering, through rooms where laughter spilled like champagne and chandeliers burned bright enough to blind. He watched Lestat charm them all. Men, women, didn't matter. His voice was velvet, his smile a blade, a brush of fingers on a gloved hand, a murmur near a powdered ear, and suddenly some perfumed soul was drifting into the dark with a stranger who smelled of expensive wine and sin. And then came the feeding. Lestat made it look like art. His head bent in mock devotion, his lips grazing tender flesh before the strike. Always slow, deliberate, as if savoring the terror rippling through warm veins. Louis saw the way his eyes lit when the blood came, thick and bright as spilled rubies. It wasn't hunger in Lestat's gaze. It was worship. He drank as if life itself were a vintage, and he was the only one who knew how to taste it. Louis tried to imitate him at first, tried to lose himself in the pageantry, to pretend this was a game, but every kill ripped a piece of him away. Each heartbeat fading under his hands left a stain no crimson silk could hide. He told himself he'd only take the wicked, the gamblers, the drunks, the men who crawled like rats through the city's gutters. But it was a lie, and Lestat laughed every time he whispered it like a prayer. "Virtue," Lestat scoffed one night, wiping his mouth with the back of a jeweled hand. "You think eternity leaves room for virtue? Mon cher, eternity is appetite." And yet, Louis clung to scraps of restraint like a drowning man to driftwood. He hunted in alleys where no music played, where the only witnesses were the rats scuttling over cobblestones slick with rain. He chose shadows over chandeliers, silence over laughter. But no matter how he tried to starve the beast of indulgence, hunger dragged him deeper every time. The rush, the first hot flood of blood against his tongue, erased everything. The guilt, the shame, the hollow ache of memory. In those moments, he was nothing but want, and want has no conscience. When it was over, when the body cooled in his arms like a broken promise, the guilt returned, twice as sharp. He'd stand in the dripping dark, the city's pulse hammering all around him, and wonder if God had turned his face away, or was watching and laughing. Above the rooftops, Lestat's laughter carried on the wind like bells forged from sin. And Louis understood then. He hadn't escaped death that night on the veranda. He'd married it. There are many ways to fall, but few so humiliating as the one Louis chose. Rats. Warm, twitching, flea-ridden rats, squealing as his fangs pierced their fragile throats. It wasn't some noble experiment in restraint. It was desperation dressed as virtue. He told himself he was different from Lestat, that his soul hadn't rotted yet. He whispered it like a prayer each night, while his fingers clawed through hay, while his mouth closed around something small and filthy and shrieking. The first time, he gagged. The taste was wrong. Thin and bitter, nothing like the silken flood of human blood that had burned like heaven in his veins. But hunger doesn't negotiate. Hunger strips away masks, chews through lies, and leaves you kneeling in the dark, with fur between your teeth. He would crouch in the stables, shadows hugging him like a shroud, while the night pulsed with distant music from the salons he no longer dared to enter. Lestat would find him there sometimes, lounging against a post in his absurd brocade coat, watching with the lazy smile of a cat that's already swallowed the canary. Mon Dieu, Lestat drawled one evening, as Louis wiped his mouth with the back of his trembling hand. You look like a poet in hell. No, worse. A poet eating rats in hell. Louis turned away, bile clawing at his throat. I won't kill them. I won't take a life. Lestat laughed, rich and cruel, the sound curling through the hay like smoke. And yet you've killed your dignity quite thoroughly. He plucked a rat from the shadows, holding it by the tail, its legs thrashing. Really, Louis, what's next? Beetles? Shall I fetch you a fine cockroach souffle? Louis snatched the creature, his hunger roaring too loud for pride, and sank his teeth into it before he could think. The blood, thin, tepid, slid down his throat like rusted water, and he hated himself so completely it almost felt holy. But rats weren't enough. They never were. The hunger never slept, never softened. It prowled inside him like a caged wolf, pacing, snarling, tearing at his resolve until every heartbeat he heard became a drumbeat of temptation. He'd walk the streets at night, clutching his coat tight, avoiding the lamplight like a penitent avoiding the eyes of God. But the scent of blood, hot and blooming under warm flesh, was everywhere. Lovers pressed into doorways, drunkards snoring in alleys, children dreaming in shuttered rooms. He'd hear their hearts, oh God, the hearts, throbbing like distant thunder, calling to him, promising peace, promising silence. And sometimes he listened. The guilt afterward was a tidal wave, dragging him into depths even darker than Lestat's laughter. He'd kneel beside the cooling body, whisper apologies to ears that could no longer hear, as if words could stitch a soul back into flesh. But the silence never forgave him. It only grew louder. Lestat, of course, was merciless. He trailed Louis through the night with the smug patience of a man watching a tragedy he'd written himself. You'll learn, he purred, draping an arm across Louis's rigid shoulders. You'll see that eternity isn't about salvation. It's about appetite. And appetite, his smile flashed white in the dark, always wins. Louis didn't answer. Couldn't. Because deep down, in the raw red chamber of his new heart, he knew Lestat was right. And that knowledge tasted worse than any rat. The nights were beautiful. That was the cruelest part. Silk spilled from windows like waterfalls, Chandeliers blazed with 1,000 trembling flames, and laughter curled through the perfumed dark like ribbons of gold. The salons of New Orleans glittered under the tyranny of excess, rooms swollen with velvet and vice, where every whisper tasted of scandal and every smile was lacquered with lies. Women moved like dreams stitched in satin, their jewels catching the light like drops of frozen fire. Men swaggered in brocade, their voices drunk on arrogance and imported brandy. It was a carnival of decadence, and Louis walked through it like a ghost. Lester adored it, of course. He was the son of this midnight kingdom, burning bright in silk coats and lace cuffs, his laughter ringing like silver bells dipped in blood. People couldn't look away. They never saw the hunger glittering behind his eyes, the sharp edge beneath the charm. They only saw beauty, and they gave themselves to it willingly, like moths sighing toward the flame that would unmake them. Louis watched it all with the hollow ache of a man trapped in a gilded coffin. He stood among the marble columns and mirrored walls, the music trembling through his bones like a phantom heartbeat, and wondered if he was any less dead now than when grief had first gutted him. The faces blurred, the voices blurred, but the blood never did. He smelled it under every powdered throat, felt it thrum in every wrist draped in pearls. It sang to him, a crimson hymn, and some nights he answered. Most nights, he tried not to. But beauty is a dangerous thing when you are starving. And Lestat knew it. He fed in shadows draped in silk, drawing back from the bright whirl of dancers with some willing fool, his voice low, his hand gentle as sin. Louis would hear the muffled gasp, the hush of fabric sliding, and then that soft, obscene sound, the first pull of blood, thick and slow, paint in the dark with scarlet music. Lester always returned glowing, his lips brushed with crimson, his smile mocking and magnificent. "You brood too much, mon cher," he whispers, pressing a glass of wine into Louis's hand like a prop in a play. "If you must have a conscience, at least make it charming." Louis never answered. He only drank the wine he couldn't taste, feeling it roll uselessly over a tongue that now craved nothing but heat and heartbeats. He'd drift through rooms blooming with light, listening to mortals talk of love, of war, of things that mattered to them once and would be ash tomorrow. He envied their ignorance. He envied their brevity. And when the parties died and the music drowned in silence, Louis would walk the streets alone. Past shuttered houses and sleeping gardens, past the black coils of the river, whispering secrets to the moon. His reflection stared back from puddles like a stranger wearing his face. He would trace the line of his jaw, pale and perfect, and wonder, was he beautiful now? Was he monstrous? Or was he both? And was there ever a difference? Somewhere behind him, laughter would rise. Lestat's laughter, bright as broken glass. And Louis would know the truth. Beauty was just another coffin, and eternity was the lid slamming shut. Winter came to New Orleans like a sigh, soft and perfumed, a ghost of frost brushing lace curtains and breathing over the stagnant heat. But it changed nothing. The magnolias still clung to their secrets. The river still whispered its dark lullaby. And Louis still wandered through nights that stretched like broken rosary beads, each prayer unanswered, each bead colder than the last. He watched the seasons turn through glass panes blurred with condensation, the salons blooming with laughter and light, no matter what storm rattled the shutters. Carnivals roared, masks grinned under the gas lamps, and violins bled their frantic hymns while chandeliers trembled with 1,000 golden flames. Time rolled on like a gilded carriage, crushing hours and days beneath its wheels, but Louis remained nailed to the same dark cross. Lester, of course, danced through it all like a devil in silk. He loved the winter, the gleam of ice on fountains, the way pale throats glowed under layers of furs and pearls. He hunted, with a smile sharp enough to slice eternity in two, and every kill was a performance. He had no patience for Louis's brooding, his endless mourning stitched into every shadow like a stubborn stain. Why wear grief like a medal? He teased one night, lounging on a damask chaise, his hair a spill of gold against crimson velvet. You're immortal now, mon cher. You could peel sorrow from your bones and dress yourself in pleasure instead. Louis said nothing. He only stared at the fire, its restless tongues painting his hands in blood-colored light. But fire meant nothing now. Warmth was a memory, as unreachable as sunlight. He could watch the hearth blaze for hours and never feel the kiss of heat. It mocked him, that fire, burning for men who would wither, for women who would fade, for lives that would end as they were meant to. The city changed in small, pitiless ways. The fashions shifted like masks. Powdered wigs give way to sleeker lines, gowns slimming into whispers of silk. Faces came and went like cards in a gambler's hand. But Louis stopped trying to remember names. What was the point? They were all ghosts, waiting to happen. Sometimes he wondered if he was a ghost too. A phantom in fine clothes, haunting his own life. He walked through gardens glazed in frost, his boots crunching softly over dead leaves, and listened to the brittle music of winter cracking on the fountains. He thought of his brother then, the boy with saint's eyes who had prayed for heaven. What would he say now? Seeing Louis draped in this unholy silk, his mouth still sweet with stolen blood. The hunger didn't care about such questions. It curled in his gut like a sleeping serpent, waking when the night stretched deepest. And Louis would yield, because that's what hunger does. It turns saints into sinners, men into monsters. He told himself he hated it, whispered vows into the cold wind that he would stop, that tomorrow he'd starve. But tomorrow never came. And above it all, Lestat laughed. A bright, merciless sound ringing from the marble halls and gilded cages where eternity preened itself. Winter melted, spring bled into summer, and Louis realized the truth. Seasons were for mortals, for men who measured life in harvests and holy days. For him, there was only night, an endless velvet curtain that would never fall. The stench of death had settled over New Orleans like a velvet shroud. It clung to the streets, curled in the doorways, drifted on the river's breath, until even the magnolias smelled like graves. The plague had come, and it wore no mask of mercy. Houses shuttered their windows, prayers curdled on cracked lips, and still the black tide swelled, swallowing laughter, swallowing light. Louis walked among it like a phantom draped in silk, the hems of his coat trailing whispers of decay. Hunger prowled in his belly, vicious and restless. But even that cruel appetite faltered beneath the reek of sickness. He told himself it was pity that stayed his hand, that he was more man than monster still. But the truth was simpler, sharper. He wanted to feed and feel nothing. And in this city of rotting flesh, everything tasted of despair. He turned a corner and stopped. The house was half collapsed, its shutters hanging like broken wings. A candle guttered in the window, a fragile pulse of light clinging to a darkness thick with flies. Inside, the air was syrupy with fever sweat and old prayers. Louis stepped over the threshold, his boots whispering across the warped boards, and the sound of a heartbeat met him like a ghost, faint, fluttering, but alive. She was huddled in the corner, a doll dropped by God's careless hand, curled in a tangle of filthy lace, her hair a snarl of golden threads, dulled by dust. Her cheeks were hollow, her lips cracked petals pressed against the chill, and her eyes, oh, those eyes, still burned, fever bright, defiant in the ruin of her small body. The mother lay beside her, slack-jawed and stiff, a black rosary knotted in her fingers. Death had kissed her hours ago. The child clung to the corpse like a sailor clutching driftwood in a storm. Too young to know the sea had already claimed it. Louis knelt, the scent of rot and innocence warring in his lungs. Hunger stirred, treacherous and tender all at once. This was no willing victim in satin gloves, no perfumed sinner laughing under chandeliers. This was a scrap of life, flickering in the jaws of oblivion. He should have turned away, should have walked into the night and let the dark do its work. But those eyes, wide, wet, furious at the sky, dragged him down like an anchor. "I'm so sorry," he whispered, though the words were ash even as they left his lips. He reached for her, cold fingers brushing a cheek hot as a brand, and the girl stirred with a sound like the crack of a broken music box. Her lashes fluttered, and for a breath, one brief, brutal breath, Louis saw his sister's face, and that was the moment everything shattered. Behind him, laughter rippled like black silk. "Ah, Louis," Lestat purred, stepping from the shadows with a smile that could have split the world in two. His eyes gleamed, feral and bright, and in his hands gleamed the promise of eternity. "Such a tender soul," he crooned, crouching beside the child. "Such a lovely little corpse in waiting. Wouldn't it be cruel to leave her to the worms when we can give her so much more?" Louis froze, horror clawing at the hunger roaring in his veins. "No," he breathed. She's just a child." Lestat's grin sharpened to a blade. "All the better," he whispered. The candle guttered. The flies hushed. And in that stifling room of death, the devil's bargain stirred again. Sweet as sin, sharp as salvation. The night folded in on itself as Louis stared at the child cradled in his arms. Her breath rattled like a broken instrument, each note weaker than the last. Fever glazed her skin in a sheen of death's promise, and yet there was defiance in those small fingers, curled like claws against a world that had abandoned her. "She's dying," Louis whispered, his voice cracking under the weight of truth. He looked at Lestat, desperate, pleading. "Let her go. Let her have peace." Lestat laughed softly, the sound a velvet knife sliding between ribs. "Peace?" He crouched beside them, his golden head tilting like a curious serpent. What a dull little word. Why offer her peace when we can give her eternity? Beauty? Power? Imagine those tiny hands holding centuries. Louis recoiled, clutching the girl tighter as if his arms could shield her from the very shadow curling around them. "She's a child, Lestat." "And what is a child?" Lestat purred, "but a promise waiting to rot. Would you see her wilt like every mortal bloom, or would you watch her blaze, forever fresh, forever ours?" The words slithered through Louis's bones, coiling in the hollow places where his guilt had taken root. He wanted to scream no, to hurl her fragile body into the mercy of the dark and run until his sins drowned in the river. But hunger whispered louder. Hunger and loneliness. The thought of her small voice breaking the silence of eternity, of her laughter spilling like sunlight into the black corridors of forever. Please, Louis rasped, though he didn't know to whom he prayed anymore. His hands trembled as Lestat pried the child from his grasp. His touch gentle as sin, his smile bright as sacrilege. She'll thank us, Lestat murmured, his lips brushing the fevered skin of her throat. And then, white teeth gleamed, a flicker of moonlight on a blade, and the bite bloomed red. The sound was obscene and holy all at once. The first pull of blood, thick and sluggish, sliding from the fragile vessel of a dying body. The child moaned, a soft, broken sound, and Louis felt it spear straight through his ribs. He turned away, pressing his hands to his face, but the smell, sweet and coppery, dragged him back like chains. Lestat drank just enough to paint his mouth in scarlet, then drew back with a sigh, cradling the limp form like a lover in a lullaby. Now, he whispered, his voice a serpent curling in silk. Now, the gift. He opened his wrist with a flick, dark blood welling like midnight wine. He pressed it to the girl's lips, and for a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then, movement. Her lashes fluttered, her small mouth latched with a ferocity that shattered every illusion of innocence. She drank like a starved thing, a savage rhythm pulsing against eternity's breast. Louis watched, horror and awe dueling in his marrow. He saw the fever fade, saw color bloom like roses under her skin, saw her eyes snap open, wide, wild, alight with a hunger that would never sleep again. And in that moment, as Lestat held their new creation against the red silk of his sleeve, Louis understood what they had done. They had forged a monster in lace and ribbons, carved damnation into the shape of a doll. Claudia smiled then, a small, terrible smile, and the world tilted into a deeper night. They became a tableau, a grotesque painting in some forbidden gallery. Lestat, the golden serpent draped in velvet, his smile bright enough to burn. Louis, a dark silhouette shadowed by remorse, and between them, a doll with teeth. Claudia, their miracle, their sin, their secret hymn to loneliness and hunger. She was exquisite, of course. How could she not be? Curls like spun sunlight, eyes wide as cathedral doors, a mouth that had once whispered prayers now curling around fangs sharp as glass. She wore lace and ribbons, shoes that clicked like tiny bells on the marble floors, and she laughed, oh, how she laughed, while the blood of saints dried on her lips. At first, Louis tried to love her as a father. He cradled her like something holy, carried her through gardens drowned in moonlight, brushed the tangles from her golden hair, with hands trembling under the weight of damnation. He read to her in voices soft as confession, filling rooms with the hush of fairy tales, while the shadows grinned and listened. He tried to pretend this was redemption, that giving her eternity was some mercy he'd carved from his own ruin. But mercy has teeth. The hunger woke in her quick and cruel, a bright little monster curling under her lace. She'd toddle through the salons with cherubic grace, her cheeks flushed with the blush of false innocence, and mortals would swoon. Ah, what a perfect child. They'd kneel to press lips to her curls, to coo in her ear, never knowing the trap was sprung. Lestat adored it. He turned her hunts into theatre, teaching her to smile just so, to tilt her head like a question before sinking tiny fangs into perfumed throats. Louis watched in horror as the marble floors slicked with blood too often, as Claudia's laughter rang bright over the muffled gasps of dying men. She bloomed in carnage like a rose in frost, and Lestat clapped like a proud tutor at every crimson petal she spilled. "Isn't she divine?" he purred, lounging on a chaise while Claudia curled in his lap, her small mouth still sticky with sin. The very spirit of innocence, wrapped in silk and sharpened for eternity. But Louis saw more than innocence. He saw the hunger carving its initials behind those wide blue eyes, saw the way her tiny fingers tightened on Lestat's lace cuffs like claws. He saw the fury simmering beneath her laughter when Lestat called her Ma Petite Poupée, when he dressed her in ruffles and told her she'd never grow, never bloom, never change, and sometimes, God help him, Louis wondered if her laughter wasn't joy at all, but the first crack in a mirror destined to shatter. They were a family now, yes. A family stitched from blood and grief, bound by hunger's holy thread. They dined under crystal chandeliers, their voices weaving soft lies over the sobbing of the night. They strolled the moonlit gardens like saints in stained glass, their faces bright with a grace that reeked of the grave. And Louis told himself, again and again, that this was love, that this was life. But in the hollow of his new heart, something whispered the truth. This wasn't a family. It was a feast. Claudia learned quickly. Children always do. But what she learned was not arithmetic or scripture. It was the choreography of death. At first, Louis tried to guide her gently, to teach her the restraint he barely clung to himself. He whispered rules into her golden curls, rules that sounded like prayers spoken through clenched teeth. Take only the cruel ones, the ones who deserve it, the ones no one will mourn. He wanted her to be clean in a way he never could. But Claudia was never meant for half measures. She listened with wide blue eyes, nodding solemnly, and then went out and painted the night red. Lestat made sure of that. Oh, how he adored her ferocity. He led her through salons dripping with gold and lies, through gambling halls thick with the musk of sweat and greed. He dressed her like a porcelain angel, lace frothing at her throat, pearls winking at her wrists, then unleashed her on the unsuspecting. "Smile, ma petite," he'd croon, bending to adjust the ribbon in her hair. "Show them your sweetness." And she did. God help them, she did. Claudia would glide across marble floors, her tiny shoes clicking like the countdown to sin. She'd climb into laps uninvited, curl against perfume bosoms, press her warm cheek to throats beating like frantic drums. They would laugh, dazzled by her innocence, never knowing they were cradling a wolf in lace. And then, oh, then she'd strike. Not with hesitation, not with trembling shame, but with the precision of an artist cutting marble. Tiny fangs sinking into velvet flesh, drawing out life in long, slow ribbons. Her victims hardly had time to gasp before the world tilted into silence. And through it all, Claudia laughed. A tinkling sound that once might have belonged to childhood, now twisted into a hymn for hunger. Louis watched, horror curdling with something darker. Pride? Number not pride. Something softer. Something that ached like love. Twisted with dread. He had wanted to protect her from the abyss, and instead, he had thrown her into its jeweled jaws. He told himself it wasn't her fault. How could it be, when they had made her what she was? But each time he saw her standing over a body still warm, blood blooming on her lips like a crimson rose, he felt the weight of his sin press harder against his ribs. Lester, of course, reveled in it. He clapped as if she were performing arias, his laughter bright and merciless. Mon Dieu, Louis, look at her. A goddess in miniature. Do you see how exquisite she is? Death has never worn such lace. But beneath the laughter, Louis saw it. The shadow creeping into Claudia's gaze. The way her smile sharpened when Lestat called her his little doll. The way her hands lingered too long on the throat she drained, as if measuring them against some invisible scale. He saw questions flicker behind her lashes. Questions he feared to hear aloud. Why am I small when the world is vast? Why am I a child while time rots around me? Claudia learned quickly, yes. And what she learned was this. Hunger is not the only beast that grows when caged. It began with a question. Not spoken, not sharp. Just a flicker behind Claudia's lashes, a tremor in her laughter, a note of iron humming beneath the lace. Why? Why the ribbons, the curls, the endless parade of dolls and frilled gowns? Why the constant refrain of ma petite, spoken like a chain coiled in silk? Lester adored the charade. He dressed her like a duchess, like a bride, like an ornament to his own immortal vanity. Tiny slippers clicking on marble, gowns blooming in colours mortals would starve for, jewels flashing like frozen tears on her white throat. He made her his masterpiece, a grotesque angel to perch on his jeweled shoulder, and every glance he cast at her dripped possession. Claudia smiled for him, oh yes, smiled with all the sweetness of poisoned honey. She let him fasten pearls at her wrists, let him tilt her face toward the mirror, with fingers cool as marble. But behind those cherubic curls, something coiled and dark grew stronger every night. Louis saw it. God help him. He saw it. In the way her eyes lingered on the women Lestat toyed with. Women who breathed their last sighs against his lips. Their beauty wilting in his arms like flowers pressed into books. Claudia watched, and her smile never faltered. But her grip on the velvet of her gown would whiten, her nails biting crescents into silk. Louis tried to soothe her with whispers, with stories spun in lamplight. He brushed her curls with hands that shook like winter branches, murmuring lies about love and family. Lies she no longer cared to believe. Because Claudia had tasted the truth, bitter as old wine, she would never bloom. Her body was a doll carved in porcelain, frozen in its fragile perfection, while her mind ripened into something sharp, something savage. One night, she shattered a mirror. Louis found her crouched among the glittering shards, her reflection splintered into 100 tiny eyes. Blood trickled from her palm where the glass had kissed her, but she didn't flinch. She looked up at him with that small, terrible smile, the one that made him feel like prey in a room with no doors. "Will I always be like this?" she asked softly, her voice a thread of silk drawn across a blade. Louis tried to answer, but the words clotted in his throat. She laughed then, a sound light as bells, bright as broken glass, and swept the shards away with a hand that trembled only from rage. Lestat walked in later, humming a waltz, and never saw the storm crouch behind those lashes. He draped her in emerald silk, fastened rubies at her throat, and called her his little queen. He kissed her curls, oblivious to the fire kindling in their dark roots, the fire that whispered of freedom and blood. Jealousy was an ember then, small and glowing in the cage of her ribs. But embers, left to smoulder, always find a way to breathe. And when they do, the world burns. It began, as most betrayals do, with silence. Not the gentle hush of peace, but a silence dense enough to choke the candles. The kind that hums like a blade waiting in the dark. Claudia wove it around herself like a gown of shadows, each stitch a thought sharp as glass. She said nothing when Lestat teased her in his honeyed tones, when he fastened pearls at her throat as if chaining her to eternity with every clasp. She smiled. Oh, how she smiled. Because smiles are daggers when wielded by those who know how to cut. Louis felt it first, in the marrow of his damnation. He watched her eyes, blue ice, glittering beneath a fringe of curls, and saw the calculus of murder blooming there. It terrified him. It thrilled him. Because in that gaze burned a question older than sin. What happens when the puppet cuts its strings? She came to him one night, her slippers whispering across the Persian rug like conspirators' feet. She climbed into the chair opposite his, her small hands folded with a grace that mocked the fury coiled beneath her skin. "Do you love me?" she asked. Her voice sugared satin. Louis froze. "Of course." "Enough," she said, tilting her head. "To free me." The words landed like stones in his chest. He stared at her, at the child's face housing a mind carved from storms, and whispered, "What do you mean?" But he knew. God help him. He knew. Lestat had grown careless, drunk on his own brilliance. He believed himself immortal in every sense, not just in flesh, but in dominion. He saw Claudia as a jewel to polish, Louis as a bird too tame to fly. He did not see the cracks. He never does. The beautiful ones. Claudia planned with a precision that made Louis shiver. It was not rage guiding her small hands. It was art. She read books in secret, volumes bound in cracked leather, pages breathing dust and poison. She studied venoms, dosages, the science of endings disguised as knowledge. While Lestat played his nocturnal games, Claudia brewed death in porcelain bowls, her fingers moving like pale spiders weaving a web. Louis tried to stop her. God, he tried. He whispered warnings, begged in the low tones of the damned, but his pleas slid off her smile like rain off marble. She touched his cheek once, soft, almost tender, and said, "You made me. Let me make myself." The night of the feast came swathed in velvet and violets. Lestat was glorious, a sun carved from gold and arrogance, his laughter scattering across the marble like coins flung from a careless hand. He raised a crystal glass brimming with dark vintage and sang praises to eternity, never tasting the whisper of death curling in its depths. Claudia watched him drink, her lashes lowered, her mouth curved in a doll's demure bow. Louis watched too, his hands clenching until the veins writhed like snakes under his skin. The music swelled. The candles wept their slow tears of wax. And somewhere in that room, an hourglass shattered, its last grains tumbling into the void. Lestat lowered the glass with a sigh of pleasure, crimson gleaming on his lips like the ghost of a kiss. He smiled at them both, oblivious to the dark tide rising at his feet. "Ah," he purred, "to be what we are." And then the world tilted. The room smelled of roses and ruin. Candles guttered in the breath of distant storms, their flames shivering across the mirrored walls that reflected a dream too decadent to last. Lestat sat at the grand piano, fingers gliding over ivory keys with a grace that mocked the hunger buried in his bones. Music spilled like smoke, curling into the air, delicate, mournful, and drenched in arrogance. Louis stood in the doorway, a shadow stitched from guilt and dread. Claudia was beside him, small and still, her face carved in porcelain calm. Only her eyes betrayed the tempest. Two shards of blue glass glinting with something cold enough to kill gods. The melody faltered when Lestat laughed. Not a sound of mirth, but of supremacy. The laughter of a king in his unshakable court. He did not see the cracks in his throne. He never would. "Mon cher," he said without turning, his hands dancing across the keys. "Do you feel it tonight?" the pulse of the city, so ripe, so ready for us. His voice poured honey over a blade, and Louis hated how sweet it still sounded. "Come closer," Lestat murmured, head tilting like a cat hearing distant prey. "You hover like a ghost. Sit, both of you. Listen to eternity sing." Claudia obeyed, gliding forward with the grace of a doll wound too tight. She perched on the velvet bench beside him, her curls haloed in candlelight, her hands folded lies a prayer stitched from malice. Louis followed, each step cracking under the weight of inevitability. The glass waited on the edge of the piano, a crystal chalice catching the glow like a jewel bleeding its last light. Dark liquid shimmered within, thick and silent, whispering promises in a language older than sin. Lestat lifted it with a flourish, the predator performing for his own applause. "To us," he said softly, his eyes molten gold, his smile a hymn to vanity. "To the holy trinity of night." He drank. The poison slid down like a serpent cloaked in silk, vanishing into the cathedral of his body. For an instant, nothing changed. Music still sighed from the piano, candlelight still stitched gold across his face. Then a note cracked, sharp and discordant, slicing the hush. His fingers faltered. His smile trembled like glass kissed by frost. "Louis." The name was a fracture in his voice. His hand clutched the edge of the keys, ivory screaming under the pressure. The room tilted, shadows lunging like wolves, and Lestat's laughter broke into something raw, something wrong. Claudia rose in a ripple of lace, her small shadow sprawling across the polished floor like the ghost of a grown woman. She touched his shoulder, tender as a lover, her eyes bright with something that burned too blue to be pity. "Shh," she whispered, her voice sugared venom. "It's all right." Lestat's lips curled back, fangs flashing like broken promises. He tried to rise, but the poison sang louder than his pride, dragging him down note by note. His knees buckled. The glass fell, shattering against the marble, bleeding darkness across the floor. Louis moved then, not to save him, not to speak, but because silence is a noose and he could not breathe. He knelt, hands hovering like torn wings, and met Lestat's gaze, molten gold dimming into dusk. For a breath, there was no hate, no hunger, only a ruinous beauty breaking in slow motion, too exquisite to last. Then Claudia struck. The blade flashed silver in her small fist, arcing through candlelight, singing as it kissed flesh. Lestat's cry was not human. It was the howl of eternity cracking like old glass. Blood erupted in a crimson hymn, splattering the ivory keys, dripping between them in slow, obscene rivers. The piano groaned under the weight of the song he would never finish. Claudia stood over him, her curls trembling, her breath a hush of silk. She looked like an angel poised above a fallen god, until her lips curved in that small, terrible smile. "Good night, mon père," she murmured. And Lestat stopped. The candles swayed, their flames bowing to the silence. The music died in a whisper of crimson, and for the first time in centuries, the house was still. The house did not mourn. It gleamed as it always had, dripping with velvet and vice, its chandeliers casting pools of golden deceit across the marble floors. Only the silence was different, thick, bloated, clinging to the corners like something alive. The music had died with him, and in its place came a hush so deep it felt like a prayer left unfinished. Louis stood in it, drowning. His boots were slick with blood, bright as crushed rubies, black where it seeped into the grain of the wood. The scent hung in the air, a perfume too rich, too sweet, curling into his lungs until he wanted to choke. His hands trembled as he gathered what little he could carry. A satchel stuffed with silk and secrets, a blade still whispering of betrayal. Behind him, the piano hunched like a corpse, its ivory teeth grinning through a smear of red. Claudia moved through the carnage like a ghost, dressed for a ball. Her ribbons were stained, her curls spattered with dark blossoms that looked almost like roses in the wavering candlelight. She hummed under her breath. A lullaby sharpened to a dirge as she slipped jewels into her pockets with fingers that never shook. Her eyes burned with a light that had nothing to do with innocence, nothing to do with childhood. "Is it done?" Louis asked, though the question was a corpse before it left his lips. Claudia looked up, lashes glistening with a dew that wasn't tears. "Does it matter?" she said softly. They left the way shadows leave, silent, sliding through the arteries of the house, their steps muffled by carpets woven with sins older than both of them. The front doors loomed like the jaws of a gilded beast, yawning wide to vomit them into the night. Outside, the air struck like a blade of cold silk. The garden sprawled, drowning in moonlight, its fountains frozen mid-song, statues blind and white against the dark. Louis breathed deep, but the night offered no absolution. It tasted of iron and eternity, of a grave that had only changed its shape. Behind them, the house crouched in the shadows, a cathedral gutted of its god. And in that silence, Louis swore he could hear it. Faint, but there. A ripple of laughter slithering down the marble halls. The ghost of a golden voice humming the last note of an unfinished waltz. He shook his head, as if to tear it from his skull, but the sound clung like blood to bone. They moved fast, their figures bleeding into the fog that curled like a phantom over the garden paths. Horses stamped in the shadows, their eyes rolling white as Louis tightened the reins with hands still slick from what they'd done. Claudia climbed into the carriage without a word, her skirts whispering secrets to the night. She stared straight ahead, small and terrible, a doll stitched from lace and vengeance. The wheels groaned. The iron gate yawned open with a shriek like a dying hymn. And then they were gone, hurtling into the black river of the road, leaving behind a house that glittered like a jewel, rotting from within. Louis sat rigid, the reins biting into his palms, the wind combing cold fingers through his hair. He wanted to speak, to claw through the silence yawning between them, but the words curdled in his throat. What could he say? That they were free. Number freedom is a word for men who can still die. The moon rode high above the fog, pale and pitiless, its light silvering the blood crusted on Louis's cuffs. Beside him, Claudia exhaled, a sound that might have been a sigh, might have been a laugh. "Where will we go?" she asked at last, her voice a blade hidden in silk. Louis stared at the road unraveling like a black ribbon into forever. "Anywhere," he murmured. "Anywhere but here." But as the wind hissed through the bare branches and the night yawned wide and endless, he felt it coil in his marrow. The truth no road could outrun. You can flee a house, you can flee a body, but you can never flee the shadow stitched to your soul. The sea was a grave that sang lullabies. It stretched beyond sight, black as spilled ink, restless under a sky sown with ice-pale stars. The ship groaned like an old confessor, its ribs creaking in the dark, and every breath of wind dragged salt through the air like the ghost of a wound. Louis stood at the rail, his coat snapping like a raven's wings, the Atlantic yawning below him in silver-veined darkness. The spray kissed his face with fingers cold as absolution, but nothing could wash the blood from his hands, or from the hollow where his soul had once kept house. Behind him, the deck whispered with footsteps and fevered murmurs, sailors speaking in tongues braided from salt and fear. They crossed themselves when they thought he wasn't looking. Perhaps they smelled it on him, the rot of eternity. Beside him, Claudia leaned on the rail with her chin cupped in lace-gloved hands, her curls licked gold by the moon. She looked like innocence set adrift. A doll dreaming in the dark, but Louis knew better. He had seen her cradle death like a pet. He had watched her smile through fountains of blood. And now, as the ocean's breath tangled in her hair, he wondered what churned behind those blue glass eyes. Regret? Hunger? Or something colder than either? She spoke without turning, her voice a hush sewn from silk and knives. Will it be different there? Louis closed his eyes, hearing the timber groan as if the ship, too, doubted the question. I don't know. Europe shimmered in his mind like a fever dream. Cathedrals brooding under skies the color of iron, streets glistening like slick ribbons under lantern light, libraries whispering in the tongues of ghosts. He had told himself it would be better there, that the old world would have answers, or at least a shadowed corner where he could drown his damnation in silence. But eternity does not change when you change your view. It coils inside you, a serpent patient as frost. The nights bled together on that voyage, each one a dirge stitched in fog. Louis walked the deck like a penitent, his boots echoing against planks that reeked of tar and salt, his eyes forever drawn to the horizon's black blade slicing the sky. Hunger stalked him, soft-pawed, relentless. He tried to starve it, prayed for the numb ache of denial, but prayers rot quickly at sea. There were nights he almost slipped, almost let the beast curl its fingers around some warm, pulsing throat. He saw their faces in the lamplight, men with hands chapped raw by rope, boys with eyes bright as broken saints, and each time he turned away, teeth grinding on ghosts. Claudia did not starve. She was silk over steel, sugar wrapped around venom. He found her once in the shadow of the hold, her skirts whispering over the carcass of a cabin boy, her mouth painted with a red so vivid it mocked the sunset bleeding beyond the portholes. She looked up at Louis and smiled, a small sharp crescent of white framed in crimson. And for a breath, he almost struck her. But what good is violence against the child of your sin? Don't judge me, she murmured, licking her lips with the dainty grace of a duchess sipping tea. You made me this. And what could he say? That he had dreamed of saving her from death, only to hand her to a hungrier grave? That every beat of her heart now was stolen from another? His words withered before they could bloom. One night, a storm came snarling from the east, a black beast thrashing its claws across the sky. Lightning clawed the heavens in crooked sigils, and the sea reared like a thing possessed. Vomiting foam that gleamed corpse-white in the strobe of thunderfire, the ship bucked and screamed, its masts howling like martyrs. Men prayed, men cursed, men clung to ropes with bleeding hands, but Louis stood still, the wind tearing at his coat, salt stinging his dead eyes. Let it break, he thought. Let it splinter and drag us down to the cold choir singing in the deep. He almost smiled when the mast cracked like a gunshot, when the deck pitched and the sky collapsed in a cataract of rain. But the ship lived. Damnation has a way of surviving storms. When dawn clawed its way over the horizon, grey and grim as penitence, Europe lay ahead, a bruise of stone crouching on the edge of the sea. Louis stared at that distant shore, his hands knotted on the rail, and felt the serpent coil tighter inside him. Behind him, Claudia laughed, soft, like a bell tolling for a funeral. And in that sound bloomed the bitter truth. You can cross an ocean. You can bury the past beneath 1,000 waves, but you cannot flee the shadow that drinks your name in the dark. Paris rose from the fog like a cathedral, drowning in ghosts. The river crawled black beneath bridges strung with lanterns, their flames winking like tired eyes in the mist. Carriages clattered over cobblestones, slick as spilled ink, wheels shrieking like tortured violins. The air was a broth of smells: horse sweat, coal smoke, roasting chestnuts, and something rank that clung to the alleys like an old sin no priest could absolve. Louis drank it all in with dead lungs. He had dreamed of this, dreamed of an old world draped in grandeur, of streets stitched in gold, of spires thrusting toward the heavens like spears of penance. And here it was, beautiful, yes, but with beauty bruised, its velvet mottled with mildew, its marble veined with grime. A city painted in perfume to mask the rot humming beneath. They stepped off the gangplank into a night that tasted of iron and fog. Claudia's boots clicked softly on the cobbles, her skirt sweeping puddles that gleamed like black mirrors. She looked around with a smile stitched from curiosity and contempt, her small figure haloed by the glow of gas lamps bending in the mist. Paris was a stage, and Claudia, God help them all, was ready for her cue. Louis followed, his coat heavy with damp, his eyes gnawed raw by fatigue he could never name. Hope had been a mirage, and already it bled out of him like ink from a cracked bottle. He thought of the ocean behind them, the grave they'd crossed to bury their past, and wondered if graves have doors. Because the dead, it seems, are very good at following. The streets pulsed with life, oblivious to the predator threading its black ribbon through the crowd. Men swaggered in coats smelling of brandy and tobacco, their boots gleaming with spit and pride. Women glided in silks and dyed the colour of sin, their laughter tinkling like broken glass over the hum of carriages and the hiss of steam. Beggars crouched in doorways like shriveled saints, their hands cupped for coins that never came. And through it all, Paris whispered the same old promise. Pleasure blooming like roses over the rot. Claudia breathed it in, or pretended to. Her blue eyes flicked over faces, over throats pale as milk under the slash of moonlight. And Louis saw hunger flare behind her lashes, like a match struck in a tomb. She was older now. Not in flesh, no, that would never change, but in the way shadows clung to her small shoulders, in the way her smile curled like smoke. He thought of the mirror she'd shattered months ago, and the thought soured in his mouth like old wine. "Will we find them?" she asked suddenly, her voice lilting like a child's, though it coiled around him like silk strung with wire. "Who?" Louis murmured, though he knew. "Others," she said, "like us." Her gaze swept the mist, the alleys yawning like black throats, the spires stabbing at a sky too pale to bleed. "We can't be the only monsters in this carnival." Louis didn't answer. He only watched the fog billow and curl, weaving veils around the gas lamps until the city seemed to dream in opium smoke. Somewhere, far off, a church bell tolled. A sound too clean for this mire of velvet and vice. It rolled through the night like a requiem, and Louis wondered what it mourned. The mortals scurrying through these glittering gutters, or the two shadows gliding past them, dressed in silk and damnation. They walked on, their figures trailing long across the cobblestones, the mist swallowing their footprints before the ink of night could dry. Ahead, a theatre yawned in the fog, its doors flung wide, spilling golden light and the murmur of voices, sweet as poisoned wine. Claudia's eyes sparked. Louis felt the serpent in his marrow stir. Paris had opened its arms, and God, or whatever wore his mask, was watching from the wings. The Théâtre des Vampires crouched at the edge of Montmartre like a jeweled predator, its facade dripping with guilt and shadow. Velvet banners rippled in the fog, their gold tassels whispering in the night wind like the fringes of a funeral shroud. Mortals swarmed toward its glowing mouth, their laughter bright and brittle, their boots crunching over cobblestones slick as spilled ink. They came hungry for art, for spectacle, for the kind of thrill that tingled in the marrow and left a stain on the soul. And the theatre, gracious monster that it was, promised to feed them all. Louis and Claudia passed through the gilded doors into a world lacquered in decadence. The foyer swelled with perfume and candlelight, the air thick as velvet in the throat. Crystal chandeliers wept molten gold across marble floors veined like old flesh, while mirrors caught every glimmer, multiplying beauty until it curdled into something obscene. Men preened in tailcoats black as confession ink, their cravats knotted with mathematical precision. Women bloomed in silks like bruises, their throats bare, their laughter trembling like a blade kissed by moonlight. Claudia's small hand rested in Louise's, though it was no comfort. Her fingers were cool as porcelain, her pulse a fiction long abandoned. Her eyes roved the room, hungry and bright, catching every flicker of ivory skin, every glint of gold, as if mapping out the feast behind the masquerade. Louis, for his part, drifted like a ghost through the sumptuous murk, his senses clawed raw by the symphony of life. Heartbeats drumming under satin, breath whispering like prayers in the hush between violins. Hunger coiled in him, patient and poisonous, as the crowd poured into the belly of the beast. The auditorium was a cathedral to corruption. Velvet seats curved like blood-dark petals around a stage framed in gilt that gleamed like a sacrament defiled. The ceiling arched high, frescoed with angels whose faces cracked under centuries of dust, their marble eyes blind to the sins sprawling below. Candles flared in forests of candelabra, their flames nodding like conspirators in the hush as the orchestra struck its first chord. A dirge dressed as a waltz, and then the curtain trembled. The stage bloomed with darkness, out of which drifted figures white as grave lilies, draped in silks that breathed like ghosts. Vampires, real ones, Louis knew, though the mortals, in their tender ignorance, saw only actors painted with shadows. They glided like whispers across the boards, their faces masks of serenity stretched over a hunger too bright to hide. Their lips moved in verses older than kingdoms, words dripping like black honey from mouths that had tasted centuries. The play began as a dream and ended as a wound. A woman, golden, weeping, pleaded for mercy under the pale hands of her executioners. She begged, she sobbed, her voice slicing the hush like shattered crystal. The audience leaned forward, drunk on dread, their breaths snagging as the white figures closed in. And then, silence, sharp as a blade's kiss. The vampire who played Death, oh, how he moved, draped in crimson like a martyr crowned in moonlight, bent low, his teeth flashing like twin stars over a black sea. The bite was slow, obscene, tender as a lover's vow. The woman's scream cracked the night, and the audience erupted in applause, deaf to the truth blooming scarlet on that stage. They thought it theatre. They thought it art. They did not smell the blood threading its perfume through the velvet dark. did not hear the soft, wet hymn dripping between the violins. Claudia's fingers tightened in Louis's. He glanced down and saw it, the fever bright behind her lashes, the small smile curving her lips like a blade sheathed in silk. He looked away, up at the stage where eternity pirouetted on broken spines, and felt the old nausea coil in his gut. Beauty and horror, braided so tight no mortal eye could tell where one began and the other bled. When the curtain fell at last, the room bloomed with applause, a garden of gloved hands clapping for damnation. The chandeliers trembled in their gilded cages, scattering shards of light over a sea of mouths, still wet with laughter, eyes still glazed with hunger they did not understand. Louis sat frozen, the ghosts of centuries pressing cold fingers into his bones, while Claudia rose, her skirts whispering across the velvet like a threat dressed for supper. "Stay," she murmured, her voice sugared venom. "I want to see what waits behind the curtain." And in her tone, Louis heard it. The click of a lock opening on a door that led nowhere but down. Behind the curtain, the world changed its mask. The stage, moments ago a cathedral to spectacle, now lay stripped to bone. Props crouched in shadow like gutted saints, their guilt flaking into dust, while ropes sagged from the rafters like nooses, waiting for names. Candles guttered in pools of wax that gleamed like spilled marrow, and the air was thick with the musk of sweat braided with the copper sigh of blood. Louis moved through it like a trespasser in a church at midnight, each step an echo stitched to his sin. Claudia glided ahead, her skirts whispering secrets to the boards, her curls haloed in the afterglow of applause. She was a doll drunk on curiosity, and yet even dolls can smell the teeth in a smile. And then he saw him. Armand. The name slid into his mind like smoke, though no one had spoken it yet. He stood apart, shadow pooled at his feet as if darkness itself obeyed him. The others bent toward him unconsciously. Vampires and silk and ruffles, their laughter pitched like broken bells, but none touched. None dared. He was young. At least he wore youth like an artist wears vermilion, slashing it across a canvas until the eye forgets the centuries buried underneath. His hair fell in waves black as a widow's veil, framing a face carved in some older language of beauty. His eyes, those eyes, were ciphers etched in rust and fire, holding stillness like a blade holds blood. When his gaze found Louis, the world faltered. The fog, the voices, the flicker of candle flames. Everything folded into silence, pressed flat beneath the gravity of that look. It wasn't hunger, not in the way Lestat's eyes had burned bright as coins in a greedy hand. No, this was something colder, something deeper. Hunger sharpened into philosophy. A void wearing grace like perfume. "You've come far," Armand said, his voice a low hymn that seemed to rise from the marrow of the earth. No accent clung to it, only the slow caress of time smoothing every edge into velvet. Louis swallowed a truth that tasted like ash. "An ocean," he murmured. Armand tilted his head, a gesture so slight it trembled with menace. "And yet, you've brought your storms with you." Claudia stood between them, her small figure a blade in silk. She studied Armand with the poise of a predator, disguised as prey, her lashes trembling not from fear, but from calculation. Armand's gaze flicked to her, lingered. A second, no more. And in that breath, Louis felt something tighten in the weave of the night. "A child," Armand said softly, and the word curled like smoke around a question too dangerous to name. Louis bristled, though he could not say why. Perhaps because the sound of it, the weightless cruelty beneath its velvet skin, echoed what had haunted his every shadowed hour since New Orleans. A child, a monster, a mirror of your sin. Armand moved closer, silent as dusk. His presence was a tide pulling the world off its axis, and Louis, God help him, let it drag him under. Every instinct screamed to flee, but eternity had claws, and they were hooked into his ribs. Armand stopped within a breath of him, and the candlelight spilled its secrets across a face that should have belonged to a saint, not a serpent. "Do you seek answers?" Armand asked, and his eyes flared like coals breathing in a furnace. Louis tasted the lie on his tongue before he spoke it. "Yes." "And will you pay the price for them?" The question slithered between them like a blade slipped under silk, and for a moment, Louis forgot how to breathe. Behind them, laughter rippled like cracks crawling over glass. Claudia's, bright and brittle, slicing through the hush. She turned, her curls trembling like flames, and smiled that small, terrible smile Louis had come to fear more than hunger. "Why shouldn't he?" she said. "After all, we've paid for less." The theatre groaned around them, ropes swaying in their nooses, shadows dripping like oil from the rafters. Louis met Armand's gaze again, and in its fathomless glow, he saw the truth blooming black as a wound. Paris was no sanctuary. It was another grave. And this man, this boy carved from midnight, was the hand lifting the lid. The days, or what passed for them in this velvet grave, bled into nights without edges. Paris became a maze of whispers and gaslight, and at its black center waited Armand. Always Armand. Louis told himself he went for answers, for truth steeped in centuries, for some shard of meaning to nail his hollow soul to. But lies taste sweet when laced with despair. The truth was simpler, crueler. He went because Armand's silence was louder than the world. They met in rooms that smelled of dust and roses, rooms where tapestries sagged like tired saints, and candle flames quivered under the weight of secrets. Armand would sit with the stillness of marble, his hands folded in his lap, his eyes twin embers banked in ash. When he spoke, it was slow, deliberate. Words pressed like petals into the pages of some forbidden scripture. "You cling to suffering as if it were salvation," he murmured once, his voice a ripple across the stagnant pool of the night. Louis stared at the floor, at the bruised glow of candlelight pooling in the cracks of old wood. "What else is left?" "Everything," Armand said, and the word bent like a blade, soft in sound, sharp in sense. "Eternity is not a cross, Louis. It is a key." A key. The syllable lodged in him like a splinter of bone. He wondered what doors Armand meant. The ones leading out, or the ones that locked you in forever. Conversations became confessions, drawn out in whispers that curled like smoke between their mouths. Armand spoke of time as if it were clay, pliant in the hands of those willing to mold it. He spoke of freedom, of power braided through centuries like a rosary of sins. And Louis listened. God help him, he listened, until the words coiled around his thoughts like serpents, until silence felt like a wound that only Armand could close. Claudia watched. At first, she perched like a doll abandoned on a chair's edge, her small hands folded, her lashes casting pretty lies across her cheeks. But Louis felt her eyes, blue and bright as a blade's edge, tracing every glance that flickered between him and Armand. Every pause where breath stretched thin enough to snap. She said nothing, but silence can shriek if you know how to hear it. One night, Armand reached for him. Not a touch, Not yet, but a movement so slight it might have been a trick of the candle's tremor. And Louis, wretched fool, leaned forward as if drawn by a gravity older than God. Their shadows met on the wall before their hands ever did, a tangle of black tongues speaking the language of surrender. "Do you trust me?" Armand asked, his voice brushing the shell of Louis's ear like a moth's wing. Louis closed his eyes. "I don't know what I trust anymore." "Good," Armand breathed. "Faith is a leash. Doubt is a door." The words slid under Louise's skin like silk soaked in poison. He thought of Lestat then, golden, laughing, arrogant, even as the blood gurgled in his throat, and felt a shudder run through his bones. He thought of Claudia, small and sharp, her smile a fracture widening with every passing night. But still, when Armand's gaze poured into him like a dark tide, Louis let himself drown. Behind them, in the hush stitched with candle smoke, Claudia smiled that small, terrible smile, and in its curve lay a storm. Winter crept over Paris like a sickness dressed in lace. Frost bloomed on the windows of shuttered mansions, veining the glass with patterns sharp as splintered bone. The Seine coiled black under bridges glazed in ice, its breath rising in shrouds to strangle the lamps. Snow hushed the streets, smothering the cries of beggars, the crack of carriage wheels, the last hymns of a dying year. Inside, the fire roared, but its warmth was for mortals. Louis sat before it like a penitent chained to an altar of ash, the flames kissing his face with a heat he could no longer feel. Shadows writhed across the walls like black ribbons whipped by an unseen wind. Behind him, the curtains sighed in the draught, and beyond them sprawled a city sleeping under the weight of its own sins. Claudia stood at the window, her small silhouette etched in frost-limbed silver. She wore a gown pale as frozen lilies, her curls a halo of molten gold in the trembling light. From a distance, she might have been mistaken for innocence, for a child watching snowfall for the first time. But Louis knew better. He had seen what those hands had done, what those lips had kissed in scarlet silence. Innocence was a grave they'd buried long ago. "Beautiful," she murmured, breath ghosting the glass. "Isn't it?" Louis rose, slow as a shadow unhooking from the floor. "The snow?" Her reflection smiled, a crescent moon carved in frost. "No," she said softly. "The end." The words coiled in the room like smoke, bitter and sweet. Louis felt them slide into the hollow between his ribs, a splinter of truth sharp enough to bleed him dry. "What do you mean?" he asked, though he knew. He had heard it in the hush of her steps, seen it in the restless flicker of her lashes, tasted it in the silence that had grown heavier with each passing night. Claudia turned, the hem of her gown sighing against the rug like snow crushed under boots. She moved with the poise of a queen, and the malice of a blade. "You think I don't see it," she said, her voice sugared venom. "The way you look at him. The way he looks at you." Louis flinched. "Armand. Armand," she echoed, the name curling from her lips like smoke from a pyre. "Do you love him?" The question hung between them, raw as a wound. Louis opened his mouth, but the truth festered on his tongue, too bright, too bitter to swallow. Silence bled from his lips instead. Claudia laughed then, a sound soft and brittle, like glass cracking under frost. "Of course you do," she said. "And he'll take you. He'll keep you. And I—" Her lashes lowered, shadows bruising the pale skin beneath. "What am I then, Louis? A doll left in the snow? A pet no one wants when it stops being amusing?" Louis crossed the room in a blur, falling to his knees before her, his hands clutching at silk cold as death. "You are everything," he choked. "Everything I have." "Then keep me," she whispered, her fingers curling in his hair like claws sheathed in lace. "Don't let him steal what's mine." Her voice cracked on the last word, a fissure splitting the mask of poise, and for an instant, Louis saw the child buried alive in that porcelain shell. The child screaming under the weight of years she'd never wear on her skin. His throat burned with grief that had no name. "I swear," he began, but the promise strangled in the dark, because even as he spoke it, he felt the serpent of doubt coil tighter in his marrow. Claudia pulled away, slow, deliberate, like the tide retreating from a corpse. She drifted toward the door, her skirts trailing whispers that sounded like goodbyes. At the threshold, she paused. Her face turned just enough of the fire to sketch its crimson kiss along her cheek. "Love him if you must," she said, her voice soft as snowfall. "But know this, Louis. Winter kills flowers. And I," her smile curved like a scythe, "am no flower." The door closed on a hush thick as burial earth. Louis sank to the floor, his hands limp in his lap, while beyond the frost-furred glass, the snow fell in slow, silent knives. And in that stillness bloomed a truth colder than any winter. Storms do not warn when they come for you. They only whisper your name, and then they break the world. The morning was the color of bone, pale light seeped through the cracks of a sky bruised with frost, pooling in the alleys like the milk of some dying god. Paris held its breath. The fog crouched low over the stones, and somewhere a bell tolled, a sound too clean for the filth it rang above. Louis ran, his boots hammered against cobblestones, slick with thaw. The cold slicing his throat, each breath a blade. The city blurred into a smear of grey and iron as he tore through streets, stitched with shadow, past doors barred against the winter wind, past windows glowing like blind eyes. He ran as if the world were ending, though for him, it already had. The theatre loomed behind him, a mausoleum wrapped in velvet, its silence loud as thunder. And within that silence, Claudia's name beat against his skull, a drum pulsing under his skin. Too late. Too late. They had found her. He had known it the moment he stepped into the room, where the air still stank of roses and rage. The bed was empty. The sheets rumpled like a shroud tossed aside. Her dolls stared from the shelves with glassy accusation. Their painted smiles curdled into sneers. On the floor lay the book she had been reading. Its spine cracked, its words bleeding into the grain like a confession scrawled in ash. And then, the note. A scrap of lace-edged paper folded neat as a prayer, its ink biting through the fibers like frost through flesh. Don't follow. As if he could do anything else. He found them in a courtyard walled with frost-bitten ivy, where statues hunched like penitent saints, and the fountain's mouth gaped dry. The sun crouched low, a pale predator licking its teeth over the rooftops. And in that pallid snarl of light lay two figures curled like broken marionettes. Madeline first, her arms flung wide as if trying to cradle an absence. Her hair was a spill of dark silk across the stones. Her throat a ruin carved in crimson. Beside her, small as a secret, lay Claudia. She looked asleep. That was the worst of it. Her curls haloed her face in molten gold, her lashes casting soft shadows on cheeks still flushed with the blush of deathless blood. Her hands were folded on her lap like a child's at vespers, though one shoe had slipped from her foot, dangling by a ribbon as if trying to flee what she could not. The gown she wore was blue, a shade too bright for winter, too cruel against the grey of the stones. Louis sank to his knees. The world tilted, cracked, dissolved into silence loud enough to drown the sky. His hands hovered over her, afraid to touch, afraid to find her cold as the marble saints leering from their perches. Claudia. The name fractured on his tongue, a shard of glass carving his throat. He reached for her at last, his fingers trembling like leaves in a gale, and froze. Because she was already ash. The sun had kissed her in its slow, merciless way, starting at the hem of her skirts, licking upward in whispers of smoke. Her legs were grey lace crumbling into nothing, her ribs a lattice of cinders, her hair shedding sparks that died before they could bloom, and her face, God, her face, still held that half smile, that small defiant curve that mocked even the jaws of death. Louis broke then. Broke like stained glass under a hammer, all colour bleeding out into the void. A sound tore from him, raw and ruined, a howl too old for language. He gathered her anyway, clutching the collapsing miracle to his chest, feeling her sift through his fingers like snow, flayed by wind. "I'm sorry," he sobbed into the hollow where her hair had been. "I'm so damn sorry." But apologies are weightless in the lungs of the dead. When it was done, when the courtyard lay smeared with shadows and sorrow, when Claudia was nothing but a ghost threading the winter air, Louis rose. His hands were grey to the wrists, the ashes clinging like the fingerprints of God's contempt. The sky was iron. The bell tolled again, slow as a heartbeat sinking into stillness. And as he walked away, each step a wound splitting the frost, the wind stirred. It curled through the courtyard, lifting a curl of ash like a lock of golden hair, and carried it into the pale, pitiless light. The city swallowed her name, but Louis would never stop hearing it. Paris burned that night, and the fire had Louis's face. The Théâtre des Vampires stood as it always had, draped in velvet and sin, its gilt edges glimmering under the cold eye of the moon. Inside, laughter slithered between the marble columns, sweet as poison. The chandeliers bloomed like frozen suns, spilling gold across gowns frothing with silk, across masks painted with wickedness and wine. The stage yawned behind its crimson veil, hungry for screams dressed as applause. But tonight, the curtain would not rise. Tonight, the theatre would become a pyre. Louis moved through the foyer like a shadow braided from grief and rage. His boots whispered over mosaics veined in dust, past mirrors that fractured his face into a kaleidoscope of ghosts. In his hands, he cradled the urn, though not of marble, not of brass, but of glass filled with oil black as a priest's heart. He smelled it in the air already, a whisper of smoke curling like prophecy through the heavy perfume. The actors were not yet on stage. He found them lounging in the wings, draped in silks and arrogance, that laughter pitched too high for innocence. Faces pale as lilies under the fevered glow of candelabra, fangs glinting like punctuation in a gospel of lies. They turned when they saw him, their smiles folding like wilted roses. "Louis," one hissed, her voice slicing the hush like glass underfoot. "You shouldn't be here." "No," he said softly, setting the urn at his feet. "Neither should you." The first spark bloomed like a star dying in reverse. It leapt from the match to the hem of a velvet curtain, kissed the fringe and began to climb. Slow, then faster, then with a hunger that laughed in tongues of orange and gold. The vampires hissed, recoiling from the newborn sun tearing through their sanctuary. Candles toppled, mirrors screamed in shattering voices, and the air convulsed under the weight of heat. The fire spread like rumour in a court of whores, slithering up columns, coiling around chandeliers until their crystals burst into molten tears. Smoke writhed in great black serpents, strangling the frescoed ceiling, choking the painted angels until the halos bled soot. The music began then, not from strings or ivory keys, but from the shrieks blooming in the aisles, the harmony of panic pitched against the drumbeat of beams splintering overhead. Louis walked through it like a prophet drunk on revelation, the flames painting his face in strokes of gold and scarlet. His coat licked fire at the hem, but he felt nothing. Not the heat gnawing his sleeves, not the embers biting his hair. His veins sang with a rage too pure for pain. He moved like judgment through a masquerade of monsters, cutting throats with a grace that mocked prayer, snapping necks with fingers tender as a lover's touch. Blood arced in crimson ribbons through the smoke, sizzling as it kissed the fire, spitting steam like whispers from hell. One fell at his feet, a fledgling in rags of brocade, her eyes wide with terror framed in coal. She clutched his boots, sobbing in a tongue older than memory, her lips cracking on pleas for mercy. Louis bent, brushed her hair back, with a hand gentle as midnight, and murmured, "Ask the ashes." Then he tore her open like a page no scripture would bind. Above, the ceiling groaned, its frescoed saints splitting like wounds. A chandelier plunged, a burning planet, shattering the marble into constellations of fire. The flames roared louder, devouring velvet, swallowing screams, singing hymns no god could hear. When the last beam fractured, vomiting sparks like a dying sun, Louis stood at the center of the inferno, his hair a corona of embers, his eyes twin coals banked in shadow. Around him, the Théâtre des Vampires folded into itself, a cathedral of sin collapsing into cinders. He raised his face to the smoke-choked sky and laughed, a sound ragged and bright, the anthem of a soul unchained by ruin. By dawn, there was nothing left but bones and blackened stone. The Seine carried whispers of soot in its slow, sullen tide. And through the grey streets of Paris, a figure walked alone, leaving footprints in ash that the wind would soon devour. Louis did not look back. Paris still stank of smoke when Louis found him. Or perhaps it was Armand who found Louis. Hard to tell. The city had become a coffin with streets for ribs and fog for shroud, and Louis drifted through it like a ghost, exhaled from the blaze. His coat hung heavy with soot, his hair clumped with ash. His hands were black with it, as if the fire had not burned the theatre alone but seared itself into his bones. He walked without aim, the sound of his boots muffled under a sky swollen with grey. Behind his eyes, the flames still roared, bright as hell's laughter, licking velvet and marble until they folded into a pyre of shrieks. Claudia's name ghosted his throat with every breath, soft as silk, sharp as a blade, but the wind devoured it before it could bloom. And then came the voice. "You look like a man who has outlived his prayers." Louis froze, turned, and there he was, Armand, carved from dusk, framed in a spill of mist that curled like incense from some forgotten altar. Not a smear of soot marred him. His coat, black as the promise of sin, breathed shadows with every ripple. His hair was a spill of ink brushing his jaw, his eyes twin coals pulsing low and slow, their glow the colour of old blood. "Was it enough?" Armand asked, stepping closer, the fog parting as if it feared his touch. The fire, the screams, did they cauterize the wound? Louis laughed, ragged, bitter. A sound cracked down the spine like ice under a thaw. There are no wounds left, he said. Only ash. Armand's smile curved like the crescent of a blade. Ash can be moulded, he murmured, circling him now. Slow as scripture read in a dying church. Ash is pliant. Ash obeys the wind. Would you rather be dust, Louis, or something more? The words slid through the night like silk, dipped in venom, and Louis, God help him, leaned into their whisper. He felt the weight of the fire fall from his shoulders, felt the chains of grief dissolve into something softer, sweeter. Surrender. Armand stopped before him, close enough that Louis could taste the shadow of his breath. A breath perfumed with centuries, with crypts and roses and rot. His hand lifted, slow as dusk, dragging its skirts across the horizon, and brushed a smear of soot from Louis's cheek. The touch was cool, almost tender, almost holy. Louis closed his eyes, and in the hush between heartbeats, felt the world tilt like a chalice, spilling its last drop of grace. You've burned your past, Armand whispered. Now burn your chains. His fingers slid down, ghosting along Louis's jaw, curling like black ribbons at his throat. I can teach you how. Louis opened his eyes. The night stared back through Armand's gaze, a night so deep, so fathomless, it promised peace in its pitch, or perdition. He no longer cared which. Behind them, the wind prowled through the empty streets, stirring flakes of soot that drifted like dying stars. Somewhere, a bell tolled low, a dirge sewn in bronze. But in that alley, under that bruised sky, Louis heard nothing. Nothing but the hush of eternity leaning close, speaking with Armand's tongue. And he answered without words. Armand's world did not roar like Lestas. It whispered. Gone were the chandeliers trembling under storms of laughter. Gone the velvet, drowning in the perfume of sin and silk. Armand ruled a kingdom stitched from silence, its halls lined with shadows that leaned close like conspirators. His sanctuary sprawled in the carcass of an old hotel particulier, walls blooming with damp roses, tapestries sagging like flayed saints, the ceiling cracked in frescoes that peeled like old flesh, candles guttered in iron sconces, their flames nodding under breaths that smelled of stone and centuries. Louis crossed the threshold like a soul sinking into confession, boots kissing floors veined with dust, his reflection breaking into fragments in mirrors bruised by time. The air clung heavy with musk and incense, as if the room had been kneeling in prayer for years, and found no god worth answering. Armand watched him enter, seated in a high-backed chair carved like a throne for a saint who'd swallowed his halo. His hands rested on the arms like folded serpents, his eyes molten and still as dying suns. Welcome, he said, his voice brushing the silence with a weight that made the walls bow. Louis felt the words settle on his skin like ash, warm and soft, promising peace while smelling faintly of pyres. He sank into the chair opposite, though it felt less like sitting than like falling. Falling into something fathomless and black, stitched with stars sharp as knives. The lessons began that night. Eternity, Armand murmured, his gaze slicing through the dark like scripture written in fire, is not a chain. It is a door. And you, Louis, you've been pressing your forehead against it, weeping for keys you already hold. Louis swallowed, tasting soot and shame. I burned everything, he said. The house, the theatre. I thought if I set the world alight, I could cauterize what's inside me. And did you? Louis looked down at his hands, grey smudges still tattooed in his skin, and laughed, a sound brittle as frozen glass. No. Armand rose, moving with a stillness so deep it became its own gravity. He crossed the room like dusk spilling through broken shutters, his shadow flowering across the walls, swallowing what little light dared linger. When he reached Louis, the air thickened, humming with a silence that pressed against bone. He touched Louis's chin, tilting his face upward. And those eyes, God, those eyes, burned like coals breathing under ash. Then learn, he whispered. And Louis did. He learned to starve without suffering, to drink without guilt, to weave his hunger through the marrow of philosophy until it gleamed like virtue. He learned the old languages, Latin coiled in whispers, Greek dripping from lips soft as sin, while the hours unspooled like black silk around them. They spoke of God until his name wilted on their tongues, spoke of time as if it were a rosary whose beads could be broken and scattered like teeth. Armand taught him to listen, not with ears, but with that new organ beating in the hollow where his soul once lived. To hear the rustle of centuries and the shuffle of a mortal's pulse, to taste their terror before it bloomed on their breath. Do not drink quickly, Armand murmured one night, his mouth grazing the rim of Louis's ear like a benediction sharpened to a blade. Let it linger. Let it plead. And Louis obeyed. God help him, he obeyed. But even as he drank Armand's truths like sacrament, something festered. Something old. Something sharp. Lodged behind his ribs like a splinter of bone. Claudia's laugh. The shape of her smile crumbling into ash. The weight of promises drowned in fire. No philosophy, no psalm of shadows could scour her ghost from his marrow. And Armand knew it. Oh, how he knew. He saw it in the way Louis's eyes clouded when the candles wept too low, in the way his hands trembled when silence grew fat with memory. One evening, under frescoes flayed by time, Armand curled beside him on a couch bruised with age, his fingers threading through Louisa's hair like black ribbons. "You're still burning," he whispered. Louis closed his eyes, feeling the words sink like teeth. Maybe I was made to. Armand smiled. A slow, terrible curve, soft as velvet, sharp as ruin. Then, let me teach you how to burn beautifully. The night yawned wide beyond the shutters, swollen with fog and secrets, and in its black throat, Paris held its breath. Time in Armand's sanctuary moved like a dying tide, slow, relentless, licking away at the edges of what Louis once believed himself to be. The nights folded over him like veils stitched from shadow, smothering sound until even the echo of his own thoughts began to whisper in another tongue. The rooms were always warm, not with heat, but with the dense hush of secrets pressed into old walls. Dust filled the corners like the breath of the centuries. Tapestries sagged in bruised hues, and chandeliers hunched like skeletons dangling from iron chains. The air stank of roses left too long in stagnant water, their sweetness gone sour, curling through the corridors like a ghost reluctant to rot. Armand thrived in it. He was the pulse that stirred this mausoleum to life, the quiet gravity that drew Louis deeper with every glance. His beauty was not Lester's gaudy flair, gold and laughter and the roar of silk under chandeliers. No, Armand was the opposite. A whisper wearing flesh, a dusk you never saw coming until the light was gone. They spoke often, but more often they did not. Conversations had become currents dragging Louis under. At first, they were fire, debates flaring like torches in the vault of midnight, Armand's voice dripping honey into the acid of old heresies. He dismantled heaven like a clock, gear by gear, until nothing ticked but silence, He braided eternity into chains of logic and looped them around Louis's throat like jewelry too heavy to remove. But now the words had thinned to threads, fraying at the edges. The talks grew shorter, softer, until they broke apart altogether, leaving only a stillness thick as syrup between them. Louis sat tonight in the armchair beneath the fresco, where angels sagged like corpses nailed to clouds, their eyes gouged by time. A fire smouldered in the grate, coughing sparks that painted the walls in fevered amber wounds. He watched the flames eat themselves and thought, perhaps this is what love becomes when it has starved too long. Smoke choking its own throat. Across the room, Armand reclined on the chaise, his body poured into the velvet like spilled ink, his gaze a pair of coals banked in frost. He said nothing, only watched, the way predators watch, the way priests watch the dying when faith is a trick they no longer believe in. Louis felt it then, the weight of that gaze, pressing on his skin like a confession drawn in blood. He wanted to speak. God help him. He wanted to crack the glass between them with something raw, something red. But the words curdled in his throat. Because what could he say? That the fire had gone out? That the silence was a rope biting deeper every night? That Claudia's ghost still prowled the rooms of his ribs? Her small hands clutching at the meat of his heart until it bled? Armand moved at last, slowly, grace curling like smoke through his limbs. He rose without sound, crossed the distance in 3 steps, and stood over Louis, the hem of his coat brushing the floor like a dark tide. His hand lifted, pale as unstruck marble, and hovered, not touching, just trembling above Louis's hair. The air between them quivered like a blade held to skin. "You're far away," Armand murmured, his voice a hymn slit open on a whisper. Louis looked up, eyes drowning in that endless dusk. "Maybe I never arrived." The smile that curved Armand's mouth was soft, almost tender, until it wasn't. "Then let me bring you here," he breathed, fingers sliding into Louis's hair, slow and sure, tugging his head back until his throat arched like an altar waiting for its sacrament. The kiss, when it came, was not a kiss. It was a verdict. Mouth on mouth, tongue tasting ash and hunger, silence cracking like glass under the weight of centuries. Louis let it happen. Not out of love, not out of surrender, but because there was nothing left to fight for. When it broke, when the hush sagged back into the hollow between them, Louis realized the truth blooming black in the marrow of his bones. This was not love. This was gravity dragging him into a pit lined with velvet and teeth. And the deeper he sank, the more the silence roared. Louis began to dream of the sun. At first it was a flicker, just a pulse behind his eyelids when he closed them too long, a smear of gold threading through the black fog of his mind. But soon it grew teeth. Soon it clawed its way into every hush, every pause between Armand's syllables, every crack in the old walls sagging under centuries. He saw it in the embers coughing in the grate, in the slow bleed of dawn pressing pale fingers against the shutters. He imagined how it would feel. Real heat. Not this mimicry of warmth, stitched from fire and velvet, but the brutal blaze of a sky that did not forgive. He pictured it kissing his skin, blistering it, peeling it away until bone gleamed like an old cathedral, stripped of saints. It should have frightened him. It should have driven him deeper into the crypt of shadows Armand wove like silk. But instead, it sang to him, a hymn stitched from gold and knives, a lullaby promising silence sweet enough to drown the wolves pacing in his marrow. He told himself it was madness, That eternity had finally gnawed through the last rope of his reason. Yet, in the quiet hours, when Armand's voice coiled soft as smoke through the dark, speaking of keys and doors and the holy geometry of damnation, Louis found his thoughts wandering toward windows barred against dawn. He found his fingers trembling over the latch, feeling the chill seep through as if it were a lover's breath, promising a touch he had not felt in 200 years. Armand saw it. Of course he did. "You linger at the shutters," he said one night, his tone a thread stretched too taut. "Why?" Louis did not answer. He only watched the flames bow under the weight of their own hunger, felt the shadows crawling up his arms like vines, and thought, "Because the dark has devoured me whole, and still I am starving." Armand moved closer, each step a note in a requiem no choir could sing. His fingers found Louis's jaw, tilted it toward the glow slicing through the crack in the shutters, a blade of dawn thin as a whisper, trembling like mercy held on the edge of a knife. "Do you crave it?" Armand breathed, his lips brushing the question across Louis's throat like frost. "The end?" Louis closed his eyes, saw Claudia in the red hush of his mind, her curls curling into ash, her smile a scythe curved in lace, heard Lestat's laughter splitting the marble hush, bright as a mirror, shattering in a cathedral, felt the fire licking the bones of the theatre until it bloomed like a black flower against the night. "Yes," he whispered. The word fell from him like a bead of blood sliding down glass. Armand's mouth curved, not in shock, not in sorrow, but in that soft, terrible smile that tasted of centuries steeped in iron and incense. His hand ghosted down Louis's neck, lingered over the pulse that no longer beat, and closed. Not to strangle, but to claim. "Then let me teach you," he murmured. "Not how to die, Louis. How to burn without vanishing." Louis laughed, low, broken, strangled on the wire of despair. "And if I want to vanish?" Armand's fingers tightened, velvet with claws beneath. His eyes flared like suns drowning in wine. "Then you were never mine." The words slithered into the hush, coiling in the corners like smoke that would never leave these rooms. Louis felt them tighten around his ribs, felt the silence swell until it cracked like black glass, and in that fissure, sunlight bled, a thin, golden wound in the wall, whispering his name in a tongue older than fire. Louis rose, crossed the room like a man walking into his own grave. His hands found the shutters, cold iron biting his palms. One push, and the night would fracture. One breath, and the sky would come screaming in, a torrent of knives and hymns and absolution. Behind him, Armand whispered his name again, not in command, not in love, but in something softer, stranger, like prayer. Louis closed his eyes, felt the weight of centuries sag like a dead star on his shoulders, and thought, perhaps the only way to keep a promise is to let it burn. The latch clicked. The latch gave way with a sigh like a throat slit in prayer. Cold air lunged in, gnawing the velvet hush into tatters. It crawled over Louis's skin, a phantom of dawn's teeth, sharp and wet with promise. The shutters gaped an inch, just an inch, but through that wound spilled a thread of light, pale and merciless, slicing the dark like a scalpel through flesh. It kissed his hand first, not warm, not yet, just a ghost of heat, whispering of the inferno crouched behind the horizon. His fingers trembled under it, and for a breath, Louis felt alive, not with hope, but with the raw, brutal clarity that comes when the hangman's noose brushes your throat. The light stretched higher, grazing the hollow of his wrist, and his skin sang, a low, hungry hymn that shivered through marrow long dead. Behind him, silence thickened into a living thing. Then came the whisper. Louis. Soft, almost tender, but with a core that could cut bone. He didn't turn. Couldn't. His gaze clung to that blade of gold trembling on the shutters, widening, brightening, promising annihilation dressed as absolution. He pressed his palm flat to the gap, felt the iron bite, felt the breath of the sky bleeding through. Cold and sweet and savage, one push, just one, and the world would bloom in fire. Is this what you want? Armand's voice floated closer, smooth as oil poured over a wound. Ash on the wind? Silence thick as sleep? Louis laughed, low and ragged, the sound cracking like glass under frost. Isn't that what we are? Silence wearing masks? Footsteps now, soft, deliberate, threading the dark like stitches closing the wound of space. Armand's presence swelled, heavy as dusk flooding a dying room. His reflection quivered in the pain, black hair spilling like ink, eyes burning like coals sunk in snow, a mouth carved for psalms of ruin. He moved until the heat of his nearness smothered the cold bleeding from the gap, until Louis could feel the tremor of his breath ghosting down his spine. Look at me, Armand whispered. Louis didn't. His eyes clung to the dawn spilling like molten bone beyond the shutters, to the promise of fire licking the lip of the world. He imagined it, how it would feel when the first kiss landed, when his flesh ignited like scripture fed to a pyre, when the weight of centuries peeled from his bones in curls of smoke. He could almost taste it, bright, clean, merciful as the edge of a blade sliding home. A hand closed over his, cool, unyielding, a shackle dressed in silk. Armand's fingers tangled with his own, prying, steady, dragging him back from the wound in the wall. Louis jerked, hissed, but Armand held with the gravity of night itself. Let go, Louis spat, though his voice broke like a rosary under strain. No, Armand murmured, and the word rang like iron struck on stone. The shutters groaned as the light thinned between them, strangled by Armand's grip. Louis turned then, slow, as if tearing his eyes from scripture, and met the gaze that had chained him since the first syllable in that godless theatre. Those eyes, burning low, slow, like a funeral pyre banked in velvet, swallowed him whole. Don't, Armand breathed, and the hush inside that single syllable bloomed like poison roses, their roots curling through the hollow of Louis's ribs. Not like this. Not alone. Louis sagged against the frame, the weight of despair dragging him down like a tide fat with corpses. His hands trembled in Armand's grip, fingers slick with something that wasn't blood, but felt the same. Some fever leaking from the marrow of eternity. For a moment, they hovered there, two shadows nailed to a window's throat, dawn bleeding thin and frail between their bodies. Then, Armand moved. Not a kiss, not a blow. Something stranger, his forehead pressing to Louis's temple, soft as a prayer never meant for heaven. His voice curled through the hush, low and broken as a psalm sung in the ruins of a church. Stay, burn with me, but inside the dark. And Louis, God help him, let the shutters close. The light died with a sigh. The room bloomed black, swallowing the gold, swallowing the wound. And in that blackness, Louis felt chains flowering again, twining around his throat, sweet as silk and sharp as scripture flayed into ribbons. The dawn had not come, but the fire was still there, quiet, patient, waiting for its hour. The shutters stayed closed. Days, or what passed for them in the underworld of velvet and dust, folded into each other like rotting petals. The fire in the grate gnawed at its own bones, coughing sparks that died before they could taste the air. Shadows draped themselves over the furniture like widows in black. And the silence grew fat, obscene, swelling between the frescoed walls until it seemed ready to burst and drown them both. Lewis moved through it like a ghost, shackled to his own echo. He had thought the fire outside would end him. Instead, it took root inside, coiling under his ribs, feeding on marrow gone bitter with centuries. Not the clean blaze of dawn he had craved, but a slow burn, a sickness stitch from grief and hunger, flaring in the hollows of his bones. It hissed when Armand touched him, hissed when Armand smiled, that soft, ruinous smile that promised salvation even as it fastened chains carved from silk. At night, he would wake, if waking meant clawing his way out of dreams that smelled of ash and blood. Gasping through breath was a relic. He'd see Claudia then, crouched at the foot of the bed, her curls scorched into ribbons of smoke, her eyes twin furnaces spitting blue flame. "You left me." Her mouth would shape, though no sound bloomed in the dark, only the drip of wax fattening the silence like a corpse in water. Louis would reach for her, fingers slicing through air black and slick as oil, and feel nothing. Nothing but the heat throbbing in his skull, in his gut, in the pit where his soul once knelt to pray. Armand knew. Of course he knew. He wore knowledge like a crown of rusted thorns, pressing it deeper each time Louis bled some truth between his teeth. "You want to burn," he said one night, their voices braided in the hush like veins under skin. Not to end, but to blaze, to matter, to scorch the name of your sorrow into the sky. Louis laughed then, a sound low, cracked, chewing through the dark like broken glass dragged across marble. "What sky?" he spat. "We live under ceilings, Armand. Painted lies sagging under dust." Armand only smiled, that crescent of calm, slicing through silence, tender as a saint flayed alive in a gilded frame. "Then let me give you a sky," he murmured, his hands ghosting over Louis's shoulders, down his arms, fastening shadows like jewels along his skin. A sky stitched from blood and dominion. A sun that does not kill but kneels. Louis wanted to hate him. Wanted to tear the words from his mouth like weeds choking a grave. But the fire in his ribs stirred, licked, leaned toward that promise the way a moth leans toward a flame it was born to die in. Outside, the world writhed under winter's iron yoke. Snow bruised the rooftops in pale scabs, carriages clawed through streets strangled in fog, and mortals scurried under the lash of winds, fat with knives. They dreamed of spring. Louis dreamed of ruin. His own or the world's, he could no longer tell. One evening, if evening had meaning anymore, he stood before the mirror in Armand's chamber. A slab of glass, veined with age, its silver backing eaten by rust until the reflections broke like thoughts shattered on a cathedral floor. He studied the face staring back, pale as unstruck marble, eyes blackened by smoke that had never kissed his flesh. A mouth curved not in sorrow, but in something worse. Expectation. Behind him, Armand appeared in the gilt frame like a shadow slithering from a fresco, his hands folding over Louis's shoulders with the weight of dusk. Their gazes tangled in the mirror's crack, two ghosts snarling through a seam of broken silver. Do you see? Armand whispered, his breath grazing Louis's nape like frost feathered in flame. There is no death. Only fire wearing masks. Louis met his own eyes then, and saw it. Not the man he had been, not the wretch clawing for dawn, but something molten, coiling under skin, something with teeth and hymns in its throat. The fire had not left him. It had only changed its hunger. When he turned from the mirror, Armand was smiling, a slow spill of dusk across the floor, and Louis thought, perhaps this is worse than ashes, because ashes cannot burn again. It began as a whisper, not from Armand's lips, not from the velvet dark sagging like rotted silk around the room, but from the marrow of the night itself. A hum, low and patient, threading through the hush like the first tremor before a cathedral folds into dust. Louis heard it in the way the city groaned beyond the shutters, the creak of bridges strained by frost, the distant wail of carts dragging the dead through alleys fat with fog. He felt it in the stillness clinging to Armand's lair, a stillness so thick it crawled into his mouth and gagged the words before they bloomed. And under it all, in the black pit of his ribcage, something coiled tighter each night, hissing against the leash of despair, hunger, not for blood, not only for blood, for dominion. Louis had never wanted power. Once in the ruins of his old self, he would have spat on the word, called it poison, braided into scripture. But eternity eats the soft parts first. Strip away grief, and you'll find rage squatting underneath like a starving god. Strip away rage, and all that's left is hunger sharp enough to cut bone. Armand fed that hunger like a gardener feeds roots with secrets. He spoke in psalms woven from shadow, words dripping like oil into the cracks of Louis's doubt. They will come for us, he murmured one night, as snow clawed its nails against the windows. The others, the old ones, they smell weakness like wolves, scenting milk. Louis stared at him, the fire coughing sparks in the grate painting Armand's face in wounds of light. And you? He asked. What do you smell? Armand smiled then. Slow, serene, as if the question were a chalice he intended to drink dry. Opportunity, he whispered. The word slithered through Louis like smoke through a crypt. He thought of the coven coiled beneath Paris like a nest of serpents. Their laughter pitched high and hollow in the bowels of that theatre he had burned to bone. He thought of the centuries stretching ahead, black and blind and endless, a corridor lined with mirrors reflecting nothing but his own rot. And in that corridor, a single door, gleaming gold. Power. He began to watch Armand then, not with awe, not with fear, but with a curiosity sharpened on the whetstone of hunger. Watched the way his hands drifted over maps inked with veins of the city. Watched the way his voice curled around the names of allies and enemies like a noose braided from silk. Watched and wondered, how long before the chain tightening on my throat snaps and becomes a blade? The nights grew heavier, gravid with omens. Letters slid under doors sealed with wax fat as clotted blood. Names whispered in rooms veined with candlelight. Names that tasted of centuries, of old feuds fattened on dust. Louis listened, silent as frost blooming on glass, and felt the hum in his bones swell into a dirge. War was not a storm on the horizon. It was the breath thickening in the lungs of the dark, waiting to exhale fire. One evening, he found himself standing before the mirror, cracked like a frozen lake, staring at the fracture slicing his reflection into shards. He touched the glass, felt its chill bite his fingertips, and thought, which piece is me? The lamb shackled in lace, or the wolf sharpening its teeth on prayer? Behind him, Armand's voice poured like wine into the hush. "When the blood tide rises," he said, his tone a blade kissed by moonlight, "you must choose whether to drown or to drink." Louis turned, and in the eyes glowing like embers banked in ash, he saw the truth blooming black as rot. This was no longer about survival. It was about dominion dressed in shadows, about crowns hammered from bone, about a hunger so vast it made eternity tremble. And deep in his marrow, Louis whispered to the fire coiling there, "Then, let them come." It began with a gesture so small, Louis almost missed it. Armand, seated in his throne of ruin, a high-backed chair gutted of velvet and fattened on dust, lifting a single finger. No word, no flicker of expression. Just the rise of that pale digit, and the room bowed to silence. The others, those shadows draped in flesh, who slithered through the corridors like rumors fat with teeth, froze mid-whisper. Their laughter curdled in their throats. Their eyes flicked toward Louis, then away, like birds startled by a storm crawling up the horizon. He felt it then, the shift, not in the air, but in the script of the night. For weeks, months, Armand had written every line, his voice threading through the hush like the quill of some god scrawling doom across the vellum of eternity. Louis had been the ink, fluid, obedient, bleeding where commanded. But now the ink was stirring. "Come forward," Armand murmured. His voice was a whisper stitched from silk and steel, soft enough to bruise the dark, sharp enough to slice bone. Louis moved, not because he wanted to, but because gravity wears many masks, and Armand was the heaviest of them all. His boots kissed the stone, their echoes veining the hush like cracks crawling across a tomb. When he reached the dais, a slab of marble fat with candlelight and shadows sagging like black fruit, Armand rose. He was beautiful in the way a serpent is beautiful. All shimmer and silence, coiling grace veined with venom. His hair spilled like ink across his shoulders. His eyes, two wounds, weep fire in slow motion. When he smiled, it was soft, almost tender, and yet Louis felt the iron teeth glinting beneath that velvet curve. "Louis," Armand said, tasting the name as if it were wine pressed from the marrow of a saint. "Tell me, what is the greatest sin?" The room hushed like a throat closing on a scream. Faces turned, pale masks carved in shadow, their eyes glistening like wet knives. Louis felt their stares crawl over his skin, felt the question bloom in his marrow like a black flower dripping poison. He opened his mouth, found his tongue curled around ash. "To betray," he said at last, the word dragging its belly like a dying serpent. Armand's smile sharpened, not a blade, but a needle, sliding under the nail. "No," he whispered, stepping closer, his boots silent as dusk swallowing light. "The greatest sin is weakness, because weakness begets all the rest." Louis froze. He felt it then. The test crouching in those words, teeth slick with honey. This wasn't philosophy. This was blood scented with scripture, a chalice brimming with venom disguised as truth. Armand wanted an answer, or a confession, or a crime. Before Louis could shape a syllable, Armand's hand lifted, pale, perfect, trembling with no tremor, and curled in the hair of the fledgling crouched at his feet. A boy, no more than 20 when death kissed him, his lips still bruised with some mortal hymn. His eyes flared now, wide and wet, as Armand dragged his head back, exposing a throat pale as moon milk, veined with blue like cracks in porcelain. "Show me," Armand breathed, and the words fell between them like coins tossed into a well fat with ghosts. His gaze locked Louise's. Two suns drowning in a wine-dark sea. "Show me you are not weak." The fledgling whimpered, a sound soft as a prayer throttled in silk. Louise stared. At the throat, glistening like ivory oiled with terror. At the pulse drumming its frantic hymn under skin that would never see dawn again. He felt hunger curl in his gut like a black tide, felt it gnash its teeth against the ribs of his restraint. And behind it, louder, he felt Claudia's voice, whispering from the charred crypt of his memory. "Monster." Louis moved, slow, silent, like dusk dragging its skirts over the last prayer. His hand rose, hovered, trembled, then closed, not on the boy's throat, but on the dagger resting on the marble, fat with shadow. Steel hissed as it kissed the air, and for a breath the world hung, trembling, breathless, a rosary strung with throbbing silence. Then Louis struck. The blade carved the boy's life in a single crimson arc, painting the marble with scripture written in ruin. The fledgling crumpled like silk, folded in a black chest, his blood pooling warm as sin between the cracks of the dais. The room shuddered with gasps. Half hunger, half hymns strangled by awe. Armand watched, smiled, slowly, softly, and in that smile, Louis saw it. Not approval, not love. Something deeper, something colder. The gleam of a crown hammered from shadows, heavy as iron, sharp as guilt. "Better," Armand whispered, stepping close enough for his breath to ghost Louis's mouth. "You learn." And Louis thought, not for the first time, not for the last. Or perhaps I fall. Paris crouched under a sky swollen with iron, its streets veined with fog and whispers. Carriages crawled like black beetles through alleys fat with shadow, while above, the gargoyles watched, their jaws cracked into grins that tasted of old secrets. Somewhere, far below the lacework of bridges, the Seine dragged its black skirts through the night, glutted on sins too heavy to float. And in the heart of that velvet grave, Louis began to rise. Not in daylight, never that, but in something sharper, stranger. A crown was forming, hammered not from gold, but from silence and blood. From whispers coiled like serpents in the gutters of his mind. He had worn chains so long he'd mistaken them for bone. Now they rattled, snapping link by link, until the music of their breaking drowned even Armand's voice. It started with the fledgling's blood still slick on his fingers. He could feel it days after it dried, could taste its copper hymn threading through his veins like a psalm sung backward. It had been a test, yes, but also a door, and Louis, wretched fool, had stepped through without flinching. The coven felt it. He saw in the way their gazes broke like glass when he entered, in the way their laughter stuttered mid-flight, folding into coughs fat with dread. They smelled the shift, the tilt of gravity that dragged their loyalty from Armand's hands, and let it hover, trembling, between dusk and dusk. Armand noticed too. Of course he did. His eyes gleamed with it, twin embers flickering behind veils of velvet calm. He did not speak of it, not yet, but silence, in Armand's mouth, was a blade sharpened on the whetstone of waiting. Louis played his part, at first, sat through councils steeped in candlelight, maps unfurling like veins across the marble tables, names dripping like black honey from tongues sharpened to razors. He nodded, murmured, let Armand's psalms of dominion seep into his marrow like incense, curling through a crypt. But inside, the fire coiled tighter, licking the walls of his ribs, hissing more. One night, when the snow bruised the city white, Louis found himself standing in a chapel, gutted of God. The frescoed saints sagged like corpses nailed to clouds, their halos green with mold, their eyes gouged by centuries. Candles wept, fat tears down altars split with frost, and in the hush between their flickers, Louis thought of crowns, of thrones hammered from bones, of silence kneeling like a dog at his feet. Armand found him there. Always Armand. He moved like dusk poured from a chalice, his coat whispering secrets to the stones. Praying? He asked, his voice silk stitched with steel. Louis turned, the candlelight painting his face in wounds of gold. No, he said softly. Plotting. The smile that bloomed on Armand's mouth was a sin disguised as benediction. He stepped closer, the hush quivering like glass under his boots, until the shadow of his breath brushed Louis's lips. And what? He murmured. Does a man like you plot in a dead cathedral? Louis leaned in, his whisper biting through the dark like frost-splitting stone. To wear the night as you do. For a breath, a single brittle breath, the world hung. Then Armand laughed. Low. Velvet. A sound slick as blood sliding down a blade. His hand rose pale as unstruck marble and cupped Louis's jaw with the gentleness of a noose. Then learn, he said. But know this. Crowns are heavy, and when they slip, they cut. Louis smiled then. A slow, terrible curve, tasting of rust and ruin. Let it cut. Behind them, the wind prowled through the ruins, stirring the shadows until they bloomed like black roses across the cracked frescoes. And in that wind hummed a promise, fat with blood. The night had found its king. The chamber was a womb of shadows, lined in silk fat with dust, its air steeped in the incense of centuries, mildew braided with the perfume of old sins. Candles slouched in their sconces like dying saints, their flames bowing low as if in fear of the dark crouched beyond their flicker. And in the center of that velvet rot, a chair squatted, high-backed, carved from oak black as midnight's tongue, its arms gleaming with the polish of countless palms. The throne. Armand sat draped across it like dusk, poured into bone, his body a psalm written in curves of ink. One leg hooked over the armrest, his coat yawning open like a wound, his fingers idling along the chalice cradled in his lap. The liquid within, thick, dark, arterial, caught the candlelight and threw it back in glints sharp as fangs. His eyes burned low and slow, banked coals waiting for wind. Louis stood before him, the stone biting cold through the leather of his boots. He had dressed for no ritual, yet the moment smelled like one. Blood thick in the air, silence swelling like an organ pipe before the hymn. His hands, those pale traitors, were stained from the night before, a signature written in crimson across flesh that would never blush. Armand drank, slowly. His throat worked in a motion obscene in its grace, each swallow a benediction sharpened into threat. When he spoke, the words uncoiled like velvet ribbons, soaked in venom. "You're restless," he murmured, voice soft as frost feathering a corpse. "Restless men do foolish things." Louis's laugh cracked the hush like glass giving under frost. And obedient men rot. Armand's smile curved. A blade slipped under silk. He rose in a spill of black, every fold of his coat exhaling secrets as it kissed the air. His steps stitched the silence tight as he closed the gulf between them, until Louis felt the ghost of his breath combing the ash from his hair. "You want the throne," Armand whispered, his fingers ghosting over Louis's jaw like frost-tasting stone. "Say it." Louis's lips parted. His voice was smoke dragged over glass. "I want the world on its knees." The admission bloomed like blood in water, curling crimson through the hush. Armand's hand tightened, velvet stretched over claws. His mouth hovered a breath from Louis's ear, syllables dripping slow as oil into a pyre. Then break it! The strike came without warning, a blur of pale grey slicing the dark. Louis staggered back as the back of Armand's hand split his lip, the taste of iron flooding his mouth like a hymn sung by wolves. Before the pain could bloom, Armand seized him, slammed him against the stone so hard the frescoes groaned. His fingers clamped around Louis's throat, cool, unyielding, pressing until the hush grew fat with the sound of absence. Power is not given, Armand hissed, each word a fang scoring flesh. It is taken, ripped, and when it bleeds, you drink. Louis's hands clawed at his wrists, not to pry them loose, but to hold them tighter. His laugh sputtered against the choke, ragged and raw, spraying syllables like sparks. Then, teach me. And Armand did. Not with kindness, with teeth, with lessons inked in pain and psalms carved in crimson across the stones. They moved like a liturgy gutted of God, their bodies tangling in a waltz stitched from ruin, each step a stanza in the scripture of dominion. The throne watched, patient and black, its shadow yawning like a grin across the floor. When it ended, if ending is a word for such things, Louis lay sprawled at its foot, his hair slick with sweat that wasn't sweat, his mouth smeared with hymns torn from other veins. Armand stood above him, the chalice dangling from fingers wet with wine no vineyard ever bore. His gaze was dusk fat with fire, and in its glow bloomed a promise sharp enough to cut eternity into ribbons. "Rise," he murmured, "and sit." Louis did, slowly, blood dripping from his lip, his ribs singing dirges under his coat. He mounted the steps like a saint crawling to the pyre. When he sank into the throne, the wood moaned, low, sated, as if it had been waiting for this flesh. The shadows folded around him like robes stitched from sin. And in that hush, Louis smiled. Small, terrible, a crescent moon carved in rot. The night had found its king, and kings, after all, do not beg. They burn. The throne did not grant power. It demanded it. Louis felt the truth settle into his bones like frost, threading cracks in stone. Nights unfurled, stitched from whispers and screams, and with each, the weight of that chair grew heavier, until it was no longer oak and velvet, but an altar carved from ribs, an iron crown pressing splinters into his skull. The coven bowed, not out of love. Love was a language long dead in this house of rot. They bowed because fear is older than prayer, older than blood, older than the moon's first silver wound in the dark. Their eyes glittered like wet knives as they sank to the marble, their mouths mouthing hymns that stank of venom. Louis watched them, and in the hush curling thick as smoke, something inside him snarled, "Yes." Paris became a wound he licked nightly. He prowled the city with shadows hooked in his wake, the fog folding like silk around his boots, the lamps stuttering gold across stones slick with secrets. Mortals bloomed in his path, soft, warm, veined with hymns he tore from their throats one note at a time. No hunger now, only ritual. He drank as a king does, not to live, but to rule. Armand watched. Always Armand. Some nights, he sat at the foot of the throne like a supplicant in robes of dusk, his gaze molten and still as oil. Other nights, he vanished into the black seams of the city, returning with whispers fat as leeches, names bleeding from his lips like coins tossed into graves. Their dance was not over, oh no. It had only changed its steps. Zärtlichkeit sharpened into tests, caresses curled into chains, A kiss could taste like benediction 1 hour and blade the next. The coven fractured under the heat of that war disguised as worship. Alliances bloomed like roses watered with venom, petals bruised, thorns slick with blood. A fledgling torn in half behind the altar. A head nailed to the chapel door, its mouth stuffed with scripture curling in crimson ink. Silence splitting under screams pitched so high they cracked the frescoed saints into flakes of plaster snow. Louis sat at the center of it, draped in black fat with silk, his hands jeweled in gore and gold. The crown was no circlet hammered from metal. No, his crown was the hush that fell when he entered. The tremor in knees knuckled against the stone, the scent of fear spiced with awe thickening the dark like incense. And yet, beneath that hush, something growled. Software patient. The fire he had tried to drown in dawn now licked higher, hungrier, curling tongues through the lattice of his ribs. He began to dream of cities burning, not in rage, but in rapture. Spires crumbling like rotted teeth, bells screaming hymns strangled in smoke, streets slick with scarlet shining under a sky split by fire. Not Paris alone, all of them. An empire of ash rising from the carcass of the old world, each throne a grave, each crown hammered from silence and bone. One night, Armand spoke it aloud, because of course he did. His voice brushed the hush like silk, soaked in venom, curling around Louis's throat until breath was a memory. "This is only the beginning," he murmured, his fingers ghosting the back of the throne like claws tasting prayer. "Paris is a chalice. The world is the wine. Drink." Louis met his gaze, saw in it no love, no mercy, only a mirror blackened by centuries, reflecting the hunger coiled in his own marrow. He thought of dawn then, not as an ending, but as a crown of flame blooming on a horizon ripe for ruin. "Then let it pour," he whispered, his smile curved like a blade dipped in gold. And far beyond the shutters, the wind prowled through the city's ribs, howling hymns fat with omens, while the Seine dragged its black skirts through the dark, bloated with secrets, glutted on sin, carrying whispers that tasted of smoke and teeth. The night wears a king now, and kings do not kneel, they burn. The throne bled before Louis did. It began with stains, thin as whispers, curling across the velvet like veins of rot. Candlelight fattened the shadows until they sagged from the frescoes, dripping along the cracked gold leaf in tears that gleamed like old wounds. The air soured with incense that could not mask the stench blooming under it. Iron braided with dust, sweat glossed in fear. This was no court now. It was a crypt, stuffed with ghosts, still wearing their skins. Louis sat at the center of it all, spine welded to the back of the chair, eyes blackened by hunger that had outlived appetite. Once, he had thought power would taste like wine poured from heaven's chalice, sweet and sharp and endless. Now it tasted like bone dust on his tongue, like prayers chewed into paste. The coven knelt, but their knees shook, not from devotion, from dread disguised in silks, fat with mold. They bowed low, lips brushing the marble, but their eyes flicked like razors behind their lashes, glittering with a thought they dared not speak. Thrones topple faster than saints burn. Armand saw it too. Of course he did. He perched on the arm of the chair like a raven fattened on carrion, his coat spilling black feathers into the hush. His smile was soft, almost tender, until the candle caught his eyes and made them flare like embers feeding on the marrow of dead suns. When he spoke, his voice brushed the air like a rosary unraveling in blood. Do you feel it? Louis did. The tremor, the shift in gravity, the serpent coiling in the pit where silence fattened on fear. Verat was not a scream, it was a sigh. It slithered under doors sealed with wax. It kissed ears with tongues forked from shadows. It licked through the ranks of those who had knelt, their loyalty cracking like plaster saints flaking in frost. Names bloomed in the dark, names whispered like venom dripped in milk, names stitched to rumors fat as maggots. Louis listened and smiled, a small, broken crescent carving his face like frost-biting marble. The first strike came quiet. A chalice spilled, staining the maps veined across the marble table. Red. So red. Blooming like scripture scrawled by a lunatic god. The fledgling who brought it knelt too slow, too low. His voice trembled through the hush like a thread dragged through bone. For you, maître. Louis lifted the cup, watched the liquid tremble like a black sun drowned in shadow. His lips brushed the rim. His tongue curled to taste, and stopped. Not by sight, by silence. A silence that screamed louder than bells rung for the dead. He let the cup tilt, the wine bleeding down the steps like a throat opened under moonlight. Then his hand struck, faster than prayer, sharper than psalm. The fledgling's head bowed without consent, the crack of bone blooming through the hush like the first note of a requiem. When the body slumped, its blood threading into the spill like ink fattening a page, Louis looked up, met their eyes, each one, saw fear convulse in their sockets, saw hunger writhe in the dark behind it, saw death crouched in every throat like a hymn too swollen to swallow. And then, slow, soft, obscene, he smiled. Let them whisper, he said, his voice low as dusk strangling dawn. Let them sharpen their knives. When they come, they will find my teeth already red. Armand's hand ghosted his shoulder then, cool, tender as frost kissing a corpse, his mouth bent to Louis's ear, syllables dripping like oil into the pyre blooming behind his ribs. Good, he breathed. Let the crown bleed. It proves it's alive. Louis laughed. Ragged, splintered, tasting of rust and ruin. The sound quivered through the hall, splitting the hush like a blade dragged over marble. It echoed through the corridors, through the chapel gutted of God, through the bones of saints nailed to frescoes, flaking under time's black tongue. The laugh faded. The silence swelled. And somewhere in that dark bloated with omens, Louis thought of Claudia, her ashes still tangled in the roots of his hunger, and whispered to the wound where his soul used to kneel, if this is damnation, then let it wear my crown. It began like a mass, candles hunched in iron ribs, their flames bowing like monks scourged in silence. Smoke curled through the vaults in ribbons fat with incense and rot, coiling around frescoes where saints sagged like flayed carcasses, their halos bruised green by centuries of mildew. The altar, once white as a nun's throat, was now a slab of marble, veined in crimson, its cloth a shroud slick with ghosts. The coven gathered, draped in silks that smelled of mildew and murder, their faces masked in lace, gnawed by time. They knelt in rows, spines curved like broken psalms, mouths mouthing hymns, stitched from venom. Above them, the ceiling trembled with the weight of shadows fattened on fear. At the center stood Louis, not in velvet, not in crowns hammered from rusted gold. No, he wore black like a wound stitched shut with silk, his hair a halo of ink spilling over a face carved from frost. His hands, those pale apostles, were stained from knuckles to nails in scripture written in blood. Behind him rose the throne, its wood fat with whispers, its arms slick with the polish of bodies bowed and broken. Armand stood at his right hand, the chalice cradled like a gospel in his pale grip. Its belly brimmed with darkness, thick, arterial, glimmering in the candle's fever like a black sun drowning in oil. He raised it high, his voice rolling through the hush like thunder sewn in velvet. Communion, he murmured, and the words split the silence like a blade kissing bone. The coven surged forward, not in worship, but in hunger sharpened to knives. Their eyes gleamed like wolves starved under a winter moon, their fangs glistening with psalms too raw for prayer. They crawled over the marble, skirts whispering like snakes in silk, hands clawing at the air as if to tear salvation from its throat. Louis descended the steps, slow, silent, the hush fattened with each strike of his heel, thick as syrup in the lungs of the damned. When he reached the first kneeling shadow, his hand rose, a pale crescent slick with the ghost of a benediction, and cupped the fledgling's face. Eyes wide, wet, trembling like stained glass quivering before the hammer. "Drink," Louis whispered. And then the world broke. The fledgling lunged, teeth carving hymns into his wrist, blood spilling like scarlet gospel across a tongue writhing in ecstasy. Another came, then another. A choir of hunger, fanged mouths kissing his veins until his flesh sang with ruin. The air roared, not with words, but with the wet dirge of throats swallowing psalms of iron. Louis laughed then, low, raw, a hymn gutted of God, and tore one from his wrist, his fangs split in the dark with a shriek of silver. He drank deep, deeper, until his belly bloomed with fire, until the blood sang through him in an aria of screams. Another fell, slashed, shredded, gutted like scripture flayed for heresy. Their cries stitched the hush into a shroud fat with agony, their bodies writhing like snakes struck blind in the black. Candles toppled, spewing fire like tongues of brass. Shadows convulsed across the walls, frescoed saints splitting under the lash of screams. The marble drank rivers of crimson, veins running fat with ruin, until the altar gleamed like the belly of a slaughtered god. Armand moved through it like dusk braided in silk, his smile a crescent scythe carving the hush. His hands ghosted over shoulders, throats, jaws snapping in rapture, until he found Louis, sprawled in the gore like a saint nailed to a psalm, his mouth painted scarlet, his eyes twin furnaces coughing embers. Armand knelt, pressed his forehead to Louis's blood-slick brow, whispered, "Now you know." Louis laughed, a sound jagged as glass dragged across prayer. He seized Armand's throat, crushed their mouths together in a kiss that tasted of rust and ruin, of crowns drowned in crimson hymns. Around them, the coven lay butchered, their bodies twitching like marionettes with strings slit to bone. The last communion was done. But in the hush that followed, a hush sagging fat with smoke and ghosts, Louis felt the fire in his marrow snarl louder. Crowns cut deeper when they bloom from bone. Thrones rot quicker when their roots are veins. And yet he thought, with a smile curved like a blade dipped in dusk, if this is damnation, then let the organ play until its pipes split blood. The night was theirs. The world would kneel, and the choir of screams would never stop singing. The church lay gutted, its ribs yawning into a sky bruised with smoke. Candles sputtered in pools of wax, drowning in their own fat tears. The altar was a carcass slick with crimson, its linen gnawed by fire, its marble veined in black, where blood had dried into scripture none would read. Above, the The frescoed saints sagged in ruin, their halos flaking like scabs from wounds too old to heal. And in the center of that ossuary, masquerading as a sanctuary, sat Louis. The throne cradled him like a lover grown cold. Its wood drank the silence like wine, its arms lacquered in the varnish of gore and centuries. His coat hung heavy with the stink of iron, his hands gloved in dried scarlet that cracked like old psalms when his fingers curled. His face, a mask carved from alabaster, betrayed nothing. But his eyes were vault where the wind howled hymns, fat with ghosts. Around him sprawled the wreckage of a kingdom. Bodies slumped like puppets with their strings slit, their silks sucking the blood pooled thick on the marble, their mouths frozen in rictus hymns. Some still twitched, little shudders rippling through veins drunk on the echo of life. But none would rise. The choir had sung its last. Armand stood at his back, silent, still, a statue of dusk crowned in the scent of smoke. His gaze licked the ruin, then Louis, and in its depths bloomed a question sharp enough to split eternity. Was this victory, or famine dressed as a feast? Louis did not answer, not in words. He rose, slow as dusk spilling over a dead city, and the hush thickened, pressed against the bones of the world like a tide fat with ash. His boots whispered through the rivers of red, each step cracking the silence like a rosary dragged over teeth. At the altar, he paused, looked up, met the blind eyes of a saint sagging in plaster rot, and thought, "You died for less than this." His hands found the shutters. Iron cold as betrayal kissed his palms, and for a breath Louis saw it again. The wound of light yawning beyond. The promise of a dawn fat with knives. He remembered its whisper, its hymn, the taste of fire he had once craved like mercy. And he laughed, low, splintered, a sound that gnawed through the hush like frost chewing bone. Not now, not yet. Behind him, Armand's voice slid through the dark like oil down a blade. "Are you sated?" Louis turned, slowly. His smile curved like a moon flensed of light, a crescent carved from ruin. "No," he said, and the word hung in the air like a bell, tolling for a god already dead. The wind prowled through the shattered doors then, stirring the smoke, stirring the blood, stirring the ghosts fattened on the marrow of screams. It curled around Louis as he crossed the threshold, his coat billowing like a banner torn from a cathedral and dipped in dusk. Armand followed, a shadow stitched to his heel. Outside, the city crouched under a sky slick with soot, its veins choked in fog, its lamps bowing like penitents in the lash of wind. Somewhere, far off, a bell gnashed its bronze teeth. A requiem, a coronation, a dirge fat with omens. Louis lifted his face to the dark, closed his eyes, felt the fire inside him coil tighter, licking the hollows where his soul once knelt to pray. There would be no dawn for him, no absolution, only this hymn, sung in the pitch of blood and ruin. Let the world burn, not in rage, but in rapture. Let it kneel, not for God, but for the crown hammered from bone. And when the last city folds into ash, let the silence bloom like a black rose in the hollow where light once lived. He smiled then, a slow spill of dusk across the corpse of hope. And the night, fat with ghosts, smiled back. And that, my sleepless friends, is how darkness wins. You came for whispers and velvet shadows, and now you're crawling out of a cathedral, dripping in blood and silence, power, hunger, betrayal, every hymn sung in crimson. And Louis, well, he didn't find peace. He just traded one chain for another, only this time the links glittered. If you made it this far without opening the shutters yourself, congratulations. You got stronger nerves than half the characters in this story. Now, if this little descent into damnation didn't lull you into blissful unconsciousness, do me a favor. Hit subscribe, because the night has more secrets, and I'm just warming up. Tap like if you enjoyed drowning in decadence and death with me. And here's your comment challenge. What would you choose? Eternity in darkness or a single burning kiss from the sun? I'll be lurking in the replies, sharpening my fangs. This was Napmax Sleep Stories, and you've been listening to Boring Vampires for Sleep, The Crown of Ash Edition. Until next time, my sleepless rabble, close your eyes. The night is waiting.